You are now tuned into Then Radio. If you enjoy our videos, we ask that you consider joining our Patreon to support our channel. Don't forget to like and subscribe so that you never miss a new video. We hope you enjoyed today's episode, and as always, thank you for watching.
What is it?
Another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Tonight's curious adventure...
Death After Dark. Or Nick Carter and the mystery of the vampire killings.
Mr. Carter! Mr. Carter! I've got to talk to you. Something has happened.
To you?
Well, yes. No. Well, that is, it did and it didn't.
Well, it might be better if you were to tell me just what it was that did or didn't happen to you.
Okay. Well, it was like this, sir. 4 of us, Betty Graham, Gertrude Chase, Dora Mason, and myself were playing tennis in the park this afternoon. We played a few sets, and then, about 6:30, we started home. But just as we got to the park gate, Dora suddenly discovered that she'd left her racket in the court. I offered to go get it for her, but she started after it herself. The rest of us sat down on the bench to wait for her. After about 10 minutes, Gertrude suddenly got up, said something about going to meet Dora, and then started up the same path as Dora had done. Betty and I sat on the bench talking and waiting for them, until suddenly we began to realize it was getting quite dark. All at once, Betty said what was on my mind.
I don't like this, Phil. The tennis court is only about 5 minutes' walk from here. They should have been back before this.
Yes, I know. I was thinking the same thing.
What do you suppose could be keeping them?
I don't know.
Don't you think we'd better walk up that way and see what's happened to them?
Nothing's happened to them, Betty. But, well, if you want to walk up and meet them, why, okay.
Well, I'd rather do that than keep sitting here.
Well, come on, then. But I'll bet we meet them before we get to the court.
But I judge from the way you tell it that you didn't find them.
No, Mr. Carter, we didn't. When we got to the court, it was deserted. We called and called, but we got no answer. Then suddenly Betty saw something.
Phil, look.
What is it, Betty?
Look, there on the grass behind you.
That's Dora's tennis racket. I know those colored strings. But that means that she never came back here at all.
But where could she have...
Betty, didn't Dora have a rose in her hair?
Why, yes. She picked it up in the path just before she left us. I remember watching her tie a knot in the stem so she could put one of her hairpins through it to hold it in her hair. Why?
Here, by the end of the net. A rose.
You're right. And it's got a knot in the stem, too.
And look, Betty, it's been stepped on.
Phil! I'm afraid. Let's get out of here. Something happened. I'm afraid.
And she started running across the grass toward the nearest gate.
Weren't you scared, too?
Well, yes, some. But I caught up with her and quieted her down a little.
And you didn't see anything of the girls you were looking for?
Well, by this time it was too dark to see much of anything. Betty took me by the arm and we made for the nearest gate. We weren't running, but we weren't lingering either.
Oh, maybe you just imagined...
Wait a minute, I just haven't finished. Before we got to the road leading to the gate, we had to go through a patch of thick woods. I'd gone that way before, so I didn't think much about it. But Betty was still pretty scared.
It's dark here, Phil. I can hardly see anything. Let's hurry. I want to get out of here.
If we try to go any faster, we may fall over something. Just take it easy and keep going, and we'll...
Oh! Oh!
Well, Phil, what did happen?
That's just the point, Nick. I don't know. When I regained consciousness, a couple of minutes later, one of the park guards was bending over me, and another was trying to bring Betty back to her senses.
And you have no idea what actually did happen?
No, Nick. No idea at all. except that a lot of creatures seemed to drop down on us from out of the trees.
You say creatures. Why do you use that word?
Why, well, that word seems just to be about the only word to use.
You couldn't see them at all?
No. It was so dark. I could only see that there were a lot of dark forms around me. The thought flashed through my mind that we'd been attacked by a band of boy robbers.
And they didn't say anything? No exclamations or anything?
No, Nick. Nothing. Not a word. The only sounds I remember are a sort of hissing. It sounded like a lot of snakes. Then I got a blow on the back of my neck and it knocked me senseless.
What happened to Betty?
She'd been doped. She said something had been put over her nose, something that felt like a piece of burlap and smelled sweet. Then she lost consciousness. After the guards brought her to, I took her home and left her there. As far as I know, she was unharmed, except that, well, she was almost hysterical.
What about the other girls, the ones who played tennis with you? Did they turn up later?
No. I called both of them on the phone, but neither of them were home. And they hadn't been home since they were out with us.
And our first job was to tell the girls' parents what we can and get their permission to take charge of the investigation. Then we'll start our investigating in the park.
Everything here looks so different at night, Mr. Carter.
I'd much rather not have to make this examination by night, Phil. But I don't dare wait until morning. Might be too late.
There's the tennis court right ahead, Mr. Carter. And here's the tennis racket, right where we left it.
Don't go any further. I want to see what I can find in the ground in the way of marks or prints. Yeah. Yes. Pretty obvious that a number of barefooted persons have been tramping on the grass here.
Barefooted?
Yes. I found one pretty clear impression of a complete foot. Looks about the size of a 10-year-old boy. Yes, there are lots of prints here.
Well, do you think they could be the prints
Phil.
of...
Come here.
What is it? Have you found...
Now, take it easy, Phil. Take it easy. Look here.
Dora Mason. Is she...
Yes, Phil. She's dead.
Poor Dora. Why, she almost looks as if she were asleep, doesn't she?
Yes. Except for that peculiar alabaster whiteness of her skin. Almost as if there wasn't a drop of blood left in her body.
How was she killed, Mr. Carter?
I don't know. The only mark I can find on her is a tiny round hole in her neck, a couple of inches below her ear. Well, it's pretty late, but I guess he'll forgive us when he knows why we've come.
He may be in bed by now.
I'm sorry if he is, but I can't let it go until tomorrow. I must find out tonight.
Yeah? Oh, hello, Phil. What's up?
This is Mr. Carter, Ed. He wants to hear the story about you and Ethel, how you were attacked in the park last week.
Are you trying to kid me?
No, Ed, we're quite serious. Phil and the girl who was with him were attacked in the same way this evening. The girl was killed.
What? Who was she?
Dora Mason.
Dora? Gee, that's tough. Well, come in, won't you?
Sure. Ed, we're afraid Gertrude Chase has been killed, too.
Hey, what is this, a gang war?
Did you think it was gangsters who attacked you, Ed?
No, I didn't know what they were. They might have been small men or they might have been boys.
How many were there?
I should say maybe a dozen. I don't know. I couldn't see them. They seemed to drop down out of the trees. They were so quiet I thought maybe they weren't human.
Not human? How do you mean?
The only noise I heard was a sort of hissing.
Hissing? When you were fighting them, did you hit any of them?
Sure, lots of them.
What did they feel like?
They were small, not very strong. And they weren't dressed in regular clothes. I don't know what they had on, but it wasn't our kind of clothes.
What did they do to you?
They swarmed all over us. We both yelled for help, and then they put a piece of burlap over my face, which covered my eyes and nose. It smelled funny, made me dizzy. Then they knocked me out.
How about the girl?
Grabbed hold of her and put the same kind of cloth over her face. She said hers had a strange odor, sort of like oranges. It made her unconscious. But it didn't last long. Some park guards heard us, and the things disappeared as they came up.
Were either of you hurt?
I wasn't, but Ethel, the girl who was with me, was wounded in the throat.
Hear that, Mr. Carter?
Easy, Phil, easy. Ed, what was the wound?
It was a little hole in her neck, about 2.5 inches below her ear. And this is the thing that wounded her.
Good boy, Ed. Now we're getting somewhere. May I keep this?
Well, of course, Mr. Carter. Does it help you?
It does indeed. This is our first real step forward.
And you say that Moran still had the thing that made the hole in her neck?
Yes, Patsy. It was a wicked little instrument. Scubby took it up to one of the medical supply houses to see if they could tell us anything about it.
Well, what did it look like, Nick?
Well, it's about 3.5 inches long, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
About half that distance. It's the size of a lead pencil. Then it tapers down to a needle point. Mm-hmm. But just before you reach the point, there's a small swelling, like a little bulb, about 1/4 inch long.
Well, what's the idea of that?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, once the point of this instrument has been stuck in the flesh, the little bulb holds it there so it won't come loose. You know, something like the barb in a spear. In fact, that's how Moran happened to have this one. After he and his girlfriend had been attacked by these things, they found this still hanging in the flesh of her neck.
Oh.
Through the center of this needle is a hole. It's about the size of a hair at one end and slightly larger at the other.
Well, what is this gadget used for, Nick? Injecting something into the blood?
No, Patsy, I don't think so. I feel sure it was used for taking something out.
Oh. Well, did you see that early this morning the police found the body of the other girl who was with Phil yesterday?
Yes, I know. And she died exactly the same way Dora did. Patsy, the thing that puzzles me about this whole thing is this. The killers don't act like human beings, and yet they must be.
Nick, this couldn't be a sort of repetition of Edgar Allan Poe's story, Murders in the Rue Morgue, could it?
No, Patsy. There are no monkeys or apes in this. The killers must be human beings.
Unless...
Unless what, Patsy?
Well, there's one very obvious idea suggested by the fact that each body had a hole in the throat and that each body was practically drained of blood.
That's true. Particularly as there was no blood found on the ground near the bodies.
That's just what I mean. It certainly suggests... I mean, you can't help thinking of... Well...
Vampires? Isn't that what you mean?
Well, yes. Of course I don't...
Patsy, what is a vampire? Actually.
Why, it's a sort of huge bat which kills its victims by sucking the blood from their throats.
Mm-hmm. And have they ever been known to attack men?
Why, I don't think so, except in stories.
Could a bat leave footprints like a 10-year-old boy?
Of course not. Bats have claws.
Well?
I know it's silly, Nick. I don't believe in them. I know there are no such things. It's just that...
I know, Patsy. It's just that it looks so very much like what we've heard about vampires that it's an easy, if impossible, solution.
But, Nick, these girls were murdered, so there must be an answer.
Of course, Patsy, of course. But I refuse to believe in the supernatural. I feel sure that the answer must be that somewhere there exists a sect or creed that uses human blood in its rituals, religious or otherwise.
You think the blood is the answer, not the killings?
I do. I feel certain, Patsy, that these girls were not, in the strict sense of the word, murdered.
Not murdered?
No, Patsy. They died because, for some reason, the blood was drawn out of their bodies.
Is this the patch of woods where Phil Morgan and his girlfriend were attacked last night, Nick?
Yes, Cubby. And I think this is probably the best place for the test.
Oh, gee, this is dangerous business, Nick. Letting yourself be used as bait for these creatures. Suppose they get the best of you.
Well, that's a chance I'm taking, Scubby. I had a long talk with my friend Ray Shipman Anders yesterday.
Yeah.
You know, he's an explorer and scientist who's been all over the world. Probably knows more about the peoples of the earth than anyone else. While he can't tell me the answer to this puzzle, he agrees with me that I'm on the right track.
Oh, I don't like it, Nick. Even if these are human beings, they can still be fiends. Oh, but if you say you're going to do it, I know better than to waste my breath arguing with you.
Thanks, Scubby. Now, you'll help me get ready for the test.
Oh, sure. Sure, what do I do?
Well, first I'll set this camp chair up here in the center of this little space under the trees.
Yeah?
Now, I'll hold the lights while you sort out those ropes you have there.
Yeah.
You'll find there are 12 lassos. I want you to lay them on the ground around this camp chair so that the whole space is covered with them.
Oh, you mean so that nobody can come near the chair without stepping in one of the lassos? Oh, I get you. There. Like this?
That's right, Scubby.
Yeah.
Then bring the free end of each rope here to the chair.
Okay.
I'll tie them together and then tie them to my wrist. And I can tighten them all at once with one pull when the time comes.
Hey, this is quite a stunt, Nick.
Well, from what the young people told me, these creatures are weak enough so I should be able to hold several of them without difficulty.
There we are. That what you want, Nick?
Yes, that's fine, Scubby. Now, I'll sit on the chair, hold the ends of the ropes like this, there. Now, if you'll take this bag of cornmeal,
Yeah.
sprinkle it all around this space, over the ropes and everything. Then I'll be all set.
Okay, Nick. Hey, what's this cornmeal for?
I hope to get some footprints. And it may also serve as a trail that we can follow afterwards.
Oh, I wish I were sure you were going to be safe. I don't like this whole business.
Well, neither do I. But it has to be done. This is the only way I can see to it.
There. Had enough cornmeal spread around, Nick?
Yeah. Fine, Scubby. All right. I'm all set.
Now remember, Nick, I'm going to be just outside the woods with a couple of Riley's men. One shout out of you and we'll come a-running.
Fine, Scubby. I hope I won't need you, but I'm glad to know you're there. Well, so long for now.
Well, so long, Nick. I hope you come out of this okay.
I will, don't worry. Wish I felt as sure of that as I sound. Well, come on, if you're coming. Let's get this over with. What's that? That must be...
But what really did happen?
Well, after Scubby left me, I waited a while. Nothing happened. I waited some more. Still nothing happened.
Mm-hmm.
Then I heard some funny noises overhead. Suddenly a swarm of somethings dropped on top of me out of the trees. I tried to fight them off, but in spite of the fact that they were weak, there were so many of them I could scarcely move. Tried to catch one of them, but I couldn't seem to get my hands on anything.
Gosh, what a feeling that must have been.
Yes, I should say so. And I felt a piece of that burlap over my face and smelled a strange, sickish sweet odor like oranges. I felt dizzy almost at once. Then something hit me in the back of the neck, and that's all I know.
Did you see anything, Scubby?
No, Patsy. After I left Nick, I waited for a few minutes, and then I heard those queer noises. So I dashed in to find out what was going on.
What did you find?
Well, Nick was flat on his back, the burlap over his face, footprints all over the cornmeal, and nothing else in sight.
Did you try to follow any of the prints?
Oh, no, they were all over the place. They seemed to go in all directions. Would have been hopeless to try to follow them.
So that the net result of the evening's expedition was just exactly nothing. A fine thing. Nicholas Carter's office? Oh, yes, Lieutenant. What? How long ago? All right, I'll tell him. Yes, thanks. Goodbye.
Who was it, Patsy?
That was Lieutenant Riley, Nick. He said that they just found a third girl in the park, murdered in the same way as the others. The same hole in the side of the neck and no blood left in the body.
Now I know I'm right. These creatures don't want any blood except from women or girls. They won't touch men. That's why they did nothing to me after getting me completely at their mercy last night. Well, I'll try it again tonight. But with a different setup.
How different, Nick?
I'll dress myself as a woman.
Oh, that's silly, Nick. If they want women's blood, they'll know fast enough you're no woman.
And besides, there's another reason why you shouldn't do it yourself.
What's that?
Well, you acted as your own decoy last night. You were so busy defending yourself that you didn't have a chance to do anything about catching one of them.
Yes, I know that's true. But there's no other way to do it, Scubby.
There is one other way, Nick. A much better way.
What's that, Patsy?
Use me for bait.
Nothing doing, Patsy. You think I'm going to risk your life?
Well, you risked your own life. I'm no better than you are.
Well, that's different. No, Patsy, I won't let you, and that's final.
It's not final, Nick. 3 girls have been killed already, and 2 others attacked. If I can help put an end to these killings by serving as bait for these awful things, I want to do it.
But, Patsy, you...
No, Nick. No buts about it. I want to do it.
Patsy,
Nick, you've just got to say yes. I'm serious. You and Scubby can stand by to protect me, as well as to catch one of these creatures.
Gosh, Nick, looks as if you got yourself a decoy, whether you want it or not.
If the lives of other girls can be saved, it's worthwhile for me to do it.
All right, Patsy. If that's the way you feel about it, I'll use you.
Thanks, Nick. Now, What are the plans?
That's going to require some real thought. So let's put our heads together right now. Any mistake this time would be fatal.
There. That's the last of the stakes you wanted, Nick.
Good work, Scubby. Now we'll fasten 6 traps to each of the 4 stakes with this heavy wire. That'll keep them from dragging the traps away once they're caught in them.
Well, won't the traps break their legs, Nick?
No, Patsy, I think not. They're just about strong enough to clamp firmly on their ankles and keep them from getting loose without breaking any bones.
Okay.
And with the 24 traps in a double circle around you, one of them's bound to get something.
How far away are you and Scubby going to be?
Right at the edge of these woods, Patsy, only about 100 feet away.
Mm-hmm.
You don't think our being here will scare them off, do you, Nick?
Well, your being around where I was last night didn't keep them away, did it?
No, it didn't.
You know, I don't think they're afraid of anything. They take what they want when they want it. And I'm going to be close enough so that I can reach Patsy and nothing flat when the time comes.
There. Well, that takes care of all the traps, Nick. Now, anything else?
No, I guess that's all. Now we'll just have to wait.
Nick?
Yes, Patsy?
There's just one thing that scares me a little.
Listen, Patsy, if you'd rather not...
No,
do
Nick,
this,
no. Listen, what if one of those things should get that piece of burlap over my face before I could scream and let you know that they're here? How would you know I needed help?
I've already thought of that, Patsy. And here's what I want you to do.
Uh-huh.
As soon as we leave you, start talking quietly to yourself. Recite poems, tell yourself stories, anything you want. But don't stop talking no matter what silly things you may have to say. Then, if for any reason at all we do hear you stop talking, we'll come rushing in after you. And that way, silence will be a signal that can't fail.
Oh, Nick, you're wonderful. I might have known you'd have an answer. I feel better already.
Anything else, Patsy? Anything at all?
No, Nick. I'll be all right. The center of a circle of traps.
I've got one of the watchman's big electric lanterns with me. And the instant we hear you scream or hear you stop talking, we'll turn the light on.
Okay, Nick. You leaving now?
Yes. Yes, we'll be going now. Good luck, Patsy.
So long, kid. Have fun.
So long. And I hope it will be fun.
Better start talking, Patsy.
Okay, Nick. Well, this is it. The sun that brief December day rose cheerless over hills of gray, and darkly circling gave at noon a sadder light than waning moon. A little land. Its fleece was white as snow, and everywhere that Mary went...
Is she wearing that leather collar you got for her, Nick?
Yes. I had it made so it covers her neck, her back, and her chest. I'm sure it's excellent protection. Now I wonder how much longer the poor kid will have to keep this up.
She's been going for almost an hour now. She's recited Paul Revere's Ride 10 times.
Yes. If you don't get some action pretty soon, now I'll begin to get... Come on, Scubby, quick! Turn the light on! Come on, hurry up!
Hey, you can see them, Nick! They're little men!
Coming, Patsy! Hold on, Patsy!
Nick, she's down!
Yes, but the little men are leaving. They're running away.
Oh, Patsy! Patsy, how do you feel?
Patsy, did they do? Are you all right, Patsy? Are you all right?
I think so, Nick. Just dizzy, that's all.
Good. Take care of her, Scubby.
Yeah.
We've got 2 of those creatures in our traps.
Are they dead, Nick? They look so.
No, they're just unconscious. The treatment was too rough for them, maybe.
Well, what are they? Can you tell?
They look like little men. That's all I can tell now. Some sort of pygmies, obviously. Members of one of the yellow Asiatic races, I should say. Well, Patsy, what you've done has solved the case. How do you feel now?
All right, I guess.
Well, then let's get back to the office. We'll phone my scientist friend to meet us there. Between us, we ought to be able to find out what this is all about.
You feeling all right now, Patsy?
Yes, Scubby. Oh, I still get the shivers when I think of all those little hands clutching me all over.
Mr. Anders and Nick getting anywhere?
I don't know. I've been in the inner office there with those 2 creatures for almost an hour now.
Can Anders talk their language, Patsy?
More or less. Nick says they speak a dialect that is some variation of an East Asiatic tongue. Anders knows one that is close enough so that he can talk to them. So they can talk.
Anytime, except when they're hunting.
Well, Nick, what's it all about?
Did you get anything out of them, Nick?
Well, it turns out that they're not men, but women. Women who belong to some tribe in the outskirts of China. Call themselves Tuks. There are 100 tribes in those deserts we know nothing about. This tribe of Tuk must be one of them.
Oh, did you find out why they killed those girls?
Well, Mr. Anders here knows more about that than I do.
Well, it seems that in the Tuk tribe, according to the tribal laws, when a woman's husband dies, she has to kill herself to provide him with female companionship in whatever heaven he goes to. Now, the only way she can avoid this is to draw the blood from a female animal and sacrifice it to her husband. This he'll accept instead of her. And it must be done within 6 months after his death. But these women, being here in the city, couldn't get any animals, so they had to use these girls instead. As far as they were concerned, it made no difference. Any female animal would do for them. There were several widows in the group, and the end of 6 months' time was drawing near, so they had to work fast. They didn't want to hurt the girls, but they had to have the blood for the sacrifice.
But what are they doing here in this country if they come from somewhere over in East Asia?
They say that John Bailey, an explorer, made up a band of 10 men and 20 women and took them on a world tour, doing their native dances and their native costumes, and chanting their weird little songs and rituals while he lectured about them. Since the war started, he's been touring the United States, playing in theaters, nightclubs, anywhere else they could book them. They've been at some nightclub way uptown for the past 2 weeks, they say.
Well, is there any way we can stop any further killings?
Yes, indeed. We'll round them all up and turn them over to the federal authorities for detention until they can be deported back to their own land. They're too dangerous to be allowed to run loose in a civilized country.
Nick and I think we owe you a debt of gratitude, Miss Bowen, for what you've done.
It was nothing. I was glad to do it.
Well, the women and children who want to use the park wouldn't call it nothing, Betsy.
But I didn't do it for them, Nick. I did it for you.
This has been another of the strange adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, which are brought to you regularly at the same time by WOR Mutual. What's your story going to be about next week, Nick?
Instead of a preview of next week's story, I want to talk seriously for a moment about a problem that confronts every owner and driver of an automobile today. A gasoline black market. At the present time, there simply is not enough gasoline available to supply the needs of our armed forces and the unlimited wants of civilians as well. Gasoline is more and more necessary in prosecuting this war. Gasoline and its byproducts for every branch of our ever-increasing armed forces must be filled first. And gasoline rationing is the American way of seeing that each of us gets his fair share of that limited supply which remains after war needs have been satisfied. But gasoline rationing can be made to work only if you and I and every one of our fellow Americans follows the rules and plays fair. The rules are very simple and they're very easy. 1, write the license number of your car in ink on each of your gas coupons. 2, never buy gasoline without giving up the proper amount of gas coupons. And 3, never buy or accept gas coupons that are not rightfully yours. The black market on gasoline thrives on people who think it's smart to get more than their fair share, even at the expense of their neighbors. So play fair with your fellow citizens by playing square with gasoline rationing. When you get more than your share, someone else has to go without.
In the strange adventure you have just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate, Scubby by John Kane. Original music was played by Lou White. The entire production was written and directed by Jock McGregor. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter entitled
Murder Takes Time. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Old Clock.
This story is a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The Return of Nick Carter is produced in the studios of WOR and is broadcast over most of these stations every Saturday evening at 7 o'clock Eastern War Time. This is Mutual.
This
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Tonight's curious adventure...
Dead Witnesses. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Murder Room.
How about having me lunch with me in an hour or so, Pete? I haven't seen you in a dog's age.
Oh, swell, Nick. Where can I meet you?
Well, suppose we get together.
Nick, that guy across the street, they got him.
Yes, come on. Maybe he's still alive.
Well, maybe, but he doesn't look so to me. The way he's all crumpled up there.
I'm afraid you're right, Pete. Right here. Help me turn him over on his back.
Okay. Yeah.
No. Oh, he's dead already.
Hey, Nick, will you look at who he is?
Oh, our old friend Louis Morelli, the gangster. Well, he'll never muscle in on anybody's rackets again. He certainly took care of that.
Yeah. Now they can take his name off the blotter at headquarters. But, Nick, did you see who was in the front seat of that death car as it went by us?
Yes, Pete, I did. Slug Barron.
Yeah, Nick, Slug Barron in person. Do you realize what this means? We now have something we've been trying to get for the past 3 years. Evidence against Slug that will let us put him away. Well, every detective on the force, including me, has been trying to get something on that thug ever since he pulled his first job here.
Right, Pete. This should be good news to the whole city.
Pardon me, but is he dead?
Yeah, very dead. You know him?
No, I never saw him before. But I did see him shot by someone in that car that went by. And I think it's outrageous that such things can happen in this city.
You say you saw him shot?
Yes. I happened to look up as the car went by. And then I heard the gun shooting, and I saw him fall.
You wouldn't be able to identify the man in the front seat of that car, would you?
I'm sure I would. He was a mean-looking individual, and that big scar across his cheek was very plain. Why?
Nick, this is too good to be true. Another witness. Hey, look, fella, would you be willing to testify against that guy when we catch him?
I certainly would. Such men should be put away where they can't get out. Here's my card. Let me know when you want me.
Okay, thanks. William P. Fletcher, 46 Main Avenue. Oh, boy. We'll call you all right, buddy. We've waited for this for 3 years.
Nick, that's the best news I've had in this department in years.
Have you picked up Slug yet, Riley?
Oh, but the boys will be in with him any minute now. And then with 3 honest-to-goodness witnesses against him, we'll put him in the chair and strap him down tight. And that'll be a happy day in my life.
I know just how you feel, Riley. That's been...
Yeah?
Just got a report that a man was knocked down and killed by a truck over on the east side. About 2:30 this afternoon.
Huh?
Apparently an accident, although the body was pretty badly smashed up. I thought you'd like to know.
And why did you think I'd like to know?
Because the guy has been identified as William P. Fletcher of 46 Main Avenue.
William P. Fletcher. Nick, that's the fellow who was going to be a witness for us against Slug Barron.
So Slugger's up to his old tricks again.
You think so, too, do you?
I don't think there's much question about it. Slug finds there's a witness. If witness can't be intimidated, witness disappears. Simple as 2 and 2.
Hey, you'd better look out for a guy named Nick Carter, then.
I've been doing that for years, Riley. This won't be the first time I've come up against Mr. Slug Barron.
Hey, Chief. Yeah? Look, we've combed this whole town from end to end, including up and down and sideways, and there ain't a guy or sign of Slug anywhere.
What do you mean there ain't a sign of him? There's got to be. He ain't left town, has he?
Well, I don't think so, but we can't locate him. Him or the death car, and nobody knows anything about him either. Well, if they do, they won't talk.
Which is nothing new.
Well, if Slug's still in town, Pete, and you guys don't bring him in the next 24 hours, you can turn in your badges.
Okay, Lieutenant, I'll do my best.
Your best ain't good enough. You gotta do better. Can you beat it, Nick? For 3 years, this Slug Barron has been head man in the city. For 3 years, me and him has been at it tooth and nail. He's been the head of every big racket we've had. Why, we've arrested him 20 times, and 20 times we've had to let him go because we couldn't prove nothing on him. And every time we let him out of here, he laughs in my face. Now he kills this Morelli, and 3 witnesses see him do it and are willing to testify, and suddenly 1 witness is killed, and we can't find Slug anywhere.
No. Calm down, Riley. Your biggest job right now is to keep your witnesses alive until you do find Slug.
Well, we'll still hang it on him with you and Pete as witnesses, even if he did get rid of Fletcher. Now, look, Nick, wouldn't you like to get after Slug yourself?
Why?
You could call it self-protection, Nick. Don't forget you're a witness now, too.
Okay, Riley. Since you put it that way, I'll do what I can to get Slug for you.
Nick, Slug Barron is a dangerous killer, and you know it.
Certainly I know it, Patsy. That's why I'd like to see him put where he'd be on the receiving end of a legal killing.
You mean the chair?
I do. And the sooner he gets there, the better off.
Nicholas Carter's office.
Put Nick on, quick.
It's Riley, Nick, and is he excited?
Oh, thanks. What's up, Riley?
Pete has just been found dead in his own garage, killed by the exhaust from his car, the coroner says.
How did it happen, Riley?
His wife says he got back to the house about 7:30 this evening. He drove in the garage and shut the doors, and about a half hour later, she suddenly realized that he hadn't come in the house yet. So she went to look and found the body.
Do you believe it was an accident, Riley?
I do not. It was Slug did it. There's no question about it. He's getting rid of the witnesses, and you're next, Nick.
Okay, Riley. I'll get to work right away. I owe it to Pete as well as to myself now.
Good, Nick. But watch your step, lad.
Right, Riley. Oh, and Riley, I'd like to donate $100 to the fund for Pete's widow. He was my friend. So long.
Did he say that another witness had died?
Yes, Patsy. Pete's just been found dead in his car in his own garage with the motor running.
But that could be an accident, Nick.
It could, Patsy, but it wasn't. No more than that truck's killing Fletcher was an accident. That's Slug's specialty, being clever.
He's dangerous, Nick. Do be careful.
Well, Patsy, there's one thing in my favor. I know that Slug will never shoot me down out in the open. He only does that with his fellow crooks. Fletcher's death looked like an accident. Pete's death looked like an accident. And if he can get me, that'll look like an accident, too, which makes it easier for me to watch out for him.
You mean he'll set a murder trap for you?
Probably.
Nicholas Carter's office.
I'd like to speak to Mr. Carter, please.
Just a minute. Here, Nick. For you.
Oh, thanks. Hello? Nick Carter speaking.
Mr. Carter, would you care to drop in on me and have a little talk?
Who is this?
That's not important now. The important thing is, would you care to come?
Well, why should I be interested in you?
It might be to your advantage.
In what way?
I know something that you'd like to know. I have some information that would help you in your search.
Oh. Where are you?
I'm in the Cascade nightclub. Will you join me?
Yes. How can I find you?
I shall be at the far right-hand table as you enter the main dining room. I shall look forward to seeing you in, shall we say, about half an hour?
Okay. I'll be there.
Oh, Nick, you mustn't go. This is probably the very trap you were telling me Slug would set for you.
It may be, Patsy. Although I doubt that he'd use the Cascade nightclub. That's a little too well known for him.
But, Nick, people who have legitimate business
Patsy,
with you...
I can't afford to overlook any source of information.
But there are other ways of getting information besides sticking your neck out for it.
This man's voice interests me, Patsy. I think I'd like to see what he looks like. Besides, it isn't often that I get a chance to go to a nightclub like the Cascade. Maybe I can stick him with a check.
Good evening, Mr. Carter.
You sent for me?
Yes. Would you sit down?
Thanks.
Care for something to drink?
No, thank you.
Cigarette?
No, thanks.
Just interested in business, huh? Well, maybe I can help you with some information I happen to have.
Yes?
Mr. Carter, would you like to put your hands on Slug Barron?
I'm afraid I don't understand you.
No? I think you do. Let me put it in another way. If you live long enough to get your hands on Slug Barron, it means the electric chair for him. But I happen to know that your chances of living are none too good right now either. He's left you alone until he got rid of the other two witnesses. But now that they're gone, your turn is next.
How do you know all this?
That's not important just now. What is important is that you may die tonight, tomorrow, or next week. But whenever it is, you are going to die. You won't have a chance to do anything about it. You'll probably be dead before you even know what the bullet that kills you feels like.
Well, all this is very interesting. I fail to see where it's leading you, Mr.
The name is Morelli.
Morelli?
Yes. Louis Morelli, the man Slug Barron killed, was my brother. I came to town to kill Slug myself. But I find I can't do it alone. I can't get to him. But I can help the police to get him.
You mean you know where he's hiding out?
No, I don't. But I do know something just as good. I happen to know that he changes his hiding place every other day to make sure the cops don't trace him. The address of his new hiding place is left with one of his henchmen in an old-fashioned safe. I know the house where the safe is located. And I know that for 2 hours this evening, that house will be deserted.
And what do you want me to do?
Well, I've had some experience in breaking into houses and opening locked doors as well as locked safes. I'll take you to the house. The safe will be open.
If all that you say is true, why don't you get the address and bring it to me? The result would be the same.
Look, Carter, I'm a safe cracker and a burglar, but I'm not a stool pigeon. I may help the cops, but I don't hand them evidence they can perfectly well get for themselves.
That's a rather fine distinction, isn't it, Morelli?
You have your ways of doing things, Carter, and I have mine. You want to work with me or not?
Very well. Where'll I meet you and when?
Let me see. It's 5 after 10 now. I'll meet you at 5 minutes past midnight in a doorway at the corner of Perry and Clinton Streets.
I'll be there.
Just one thing. Come alone. I can't afford to have anybody know I work with the cops. If you bring anybody with you, the whole thing is off. Remember, don't bring anybody with you.
Very well, Morelli. I'll be there at 5 after 12. And alone.
Oh, wait till I get a pencil here. All right. Go ahead, Nick. What's he look like?
Medium height, black hair, blue eyes, little mustache, weighs about 135 pounds. Parts his hair way over on the left side. Scar on back of right hand. Nose has been broken and fixed up. You know him?
Well, not offhand, Nick. But if he's in the gallery, I'll get him for you. Is there anything else?
Not now, Riley. Meet me in a half hour at Daly's lunchroom.
And where is Daly's lunchroom?
Out on Palmer Avenue near the city line.
But, Nick, that's 3 miles from here.
Right. Daly's is far enough out so that nobody's going to bother us. I'll meet you there in half an hour.
Okay, Nick, okay. I'll be there. I don't know. Sometimes I can't figure that guy Carter out at all.
I think we can talk safely here, Riley.
Well, I should hope so. After getting me way out here on the sticks.
Well, what did you find? Did you dig up his picture?
I found him right enough. His name is Lucky Warren. He's one of the big Chicago mobsters, one of the smoothest articles that ever came out of Chicago.
Oh, so that's why he looked rather familiar. He belongs to the E Street gang, if I remember right.
Right, Nick. Hey, what kind of a line did he hand you?
Oh, told me he was the brother of Louis Morelli, the guy Slug Barron killed.
He's no more Morelli's brother than I am.
And he gave me a song and dance about wanting to get Slug, but not being able to get near him.
And what was his proposition? He had one, of course.
Of course. He offered to open up a safe in a secret apartment and lead me to it if I went alone.
And what did he say was in the safe?
The address at which we could find Barron for the next 2 days.
Well, that's a hot one. What a phony setup that is. Why, that's nothing but a murder trap, Nick. Why, when you walked into that room, you'd be riddled with bullets like a sieve.
You may be right, Riley. Maybe right. Maybe I'd never get any further than the door of the room. But on the other hand, we've been chasing Barron for 3 years now. If we should have him cornered...
Cornered me, aye. He's setting a trap to corner you.
You can't be sure, Riley. It might work out.
Work out? Nick, I've fought with you many a time in the past, and if the Lord spares me, we'll fight together many a time in years to come. But I think too much of you to see you walk into a house where you can't live 5 minutes.
5 minutes. I could only be sure that I could live for 5 minutes after I walked in.
Nick, is there anything the matter with you? Are you nuts or something?
No, Riley, I think not. I think I have an idea. It might work. And it might not.
And you might live and you might not.
Don't you see, Riley? That's true even if I don't walk into this trap of his. If it doesn't get me one way, he'll get me another. My only chance to stay alive is to get him first. And this plan of mine may be the answer.
But Nick, you know you can't.
Hold your tongue, Riley, and listen while I tell you my idea, because I'm going to need your cooperation as I never needed it before. Now, here it is.
I see, Carter.
Yes, Morelli. Let's get going.
Certainly. The house is not far from here, just around the corner, as a matter of fact. I just come from there. The door to the basement is open, and the safe is in one of the upstairs rooms.
And you think there'll be nobody there for at least 2 hours?
For between 2 and 3 hours, the house will be deserted.
You going to show me the room where the safe is?
I've done all I'm going to do. The door is open and the safe is open. The rest is up to you.
I hope your information is correct. I shouldn't like to be caught in a strange house rifling the safe.
That's the least of your worries. That is, catching Slug Barron is much more important, isn't it?
Oh, yes, of course.
Here. This is the house. It's all red brick. Number 42.
Doesn't look very inviting, does it? Gone already, huh? Didn't take you long to leave, did it? Well, Nick, you're on your own now. Nothing here in the basement to interest me. Yeah, glad I thought to put new batteries in this flashlight tonight. Seems to be nobody here in the first floor. Must be all up on the second floor where he said the safe is. It probably won't bother me until I get up there, which is just as it should be. Must be in the living room. Still furnished. Been a long time since anyone lived here. Now, this'll do well enough for what I want. Have a cigarette, Nick? Oh, yes, thanks. Have another cigarette, Nick? Why, yes, thanks. Won't you have another cigarette, Nick? Why, yes, thanks, I will. Now. Just... sounds as if they're getting nervous upstairs. Oh, don't worry, friend. I'll be up in just...
Thought you said you told him the safe was up here.
I did.
Yeah? And what the deuce is he doing down there?
How do I know? I still think you should have brought some of the boys to help you.
Somebody afraid of him?
He's no pushover, I know that.
You guys are quiet. Here he comes now.
These are the creakiest stairs I ever heard. Yeah, there's the room. You can see the safe. Oh, this is some room. No windows in it. And look at this door. Solid steel, built like an icebox. It's so heavy. And still no one here to meet me. Well, at least I can look into the safe while I wait. Yeah, the door's open a crack, just as advertised. Wonder why he... So that's it. Very interesting. Well, if that's the setup, I think I'll leave the examination of the safe till later. Now, the chair looks comfortable. I'll wait for my host there with my gun in hand, just in case. Now, let's see. It's been just 4 minutes since I came up from downstairs. If I can hold out here another 2 minutes at least before they... Oh. So you've come to welcome me at last, have you?
Well, Nick Carter, it's been some little time since we saw each other. Formally.
It's hardly my fault, Slug. I've done my best to find you any number of times in the past year or more.
Slug, let me take a shot.
Oh, yes, of course. You're here, too. Have you managed to avenge your brother yet, Mr. Lucky Warren?
What? How the devil do you
Quiet,
know?
Lucky. Come in and close the door. Don't forget you're only a guest at this party.
But look, Slug, let's get this over with. Fooling around with Nick Carter is dynamite.
I don't really see why you should feel that way, Lucky. Nobody knows where I am, so nobody's going to interfere with you.
You ain't telling us nothing, Carter.
We made sure of that ourselves. We had 2 men shadow you from the nightclub to the lunchroom where you talked to Lieutenant Riley. We had 2 men shadow Riley back to headquarters, and 2 more follow you when you came here to meet Lucky. No, Carter. We're sure there ain't no cops following you this time.
You've been to a great deal of trouble, Slug, seems to me, just to get me to walk into a death trap that was corny and as obvious as this one. Well, now that I'm here, what's going to happen?
Carter, I've been waiting 3 years to take care of you, and I'm going to see that you get
I see that you've cut the current off from the safe. If I hadn't heard the hum of the transformer a few minutes ago, I should probably have touched it and been knocked unconscious. Was that what you wanted?
If you'd have touched that safe, you would have been dead.
Oh. That's what happened to that headquarters cop they found on the 3rd rail of the elevator last winter. I thought it didn't look right at the time. You got him to touch this safe, and that electrocuted him. Then you dumped him in the 3rd rail where they found him. Very clever, Slug.
You're learning that a little late, ain't you, Carter?
Too bad it didn't work with me. Now you've got to find some other way to get rid of me. Some less clever way.
Are we going to stand around here all night chewing the rag, or are we going to take care of this guy and now?
Take it easy, Lucky. Now that we're all here together, there ain't no hurry. Carter ain't going nowhere.
And with the door closed the way it is, this room is soundproof, isn't it? Lovely room for a murder. And it probably won't be the first time it's been used for that either.
Let me take him, Slug. My finger's getting anxious.
All right, Lucky. But make it good.
I'll make it good, all right.
Sure, Lucky'll make it good. If he doesn't. Hold still.
Lucky,
hold still, Lucky.
What are you doing?
He's got me, Slug. I can't move.
Get out of the way, Lucky. I can't hit him with you standing in front of him.
That's the idea, Slug. And he's going to stay there for now.
Yeah, so you think you're safe as long as you got him held in front of you, do you, Carter? Well, you're crazy.
No, Slug, you can't shoot me. You can't do that.
No, watch me. I waited too long to get this gun. So long, Lucky.
No, Slug, no.
Slug, you killed him.
Yes. You killed him. And missed me. What now?
Lucky's body is pretty heavy for you, ain't it, Carter? Now that he's dead.
Not too heavy, Slug. He's better protection than nothing.
Yeah, but you got no gun. So how long you expect to last?
No, I have no gun, but I do have a weapon. You ever think of that?
Yeah, what is it?
It's Lucky's body. Here. Better body than you expected, isn't it, huh?
I'll show you.
All right, that's enough of that, Slug. Get your hands up. Let it out here. All right, you men, separate them 2 wildcats. All right, now, put the cuffs on that mug and guard him with your lives. Yeah. Take him down to the wagon.
Thanks, Riley. I'm about all in. Don't know why I feel so weak.
Are you hurt bad, Nick?
No. Just a scratch on the head. It's nothing.
Oh, nothing, is it? Sure, it's bleeding enough for 2 men. Hey, get the doc up here on the double.
Okay, sir.
How about that hole in your shoulder, Nick? I suppose that's nothing, too.
You almost did for me, Riley. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to hold him for you.
Hold him, did you say? Sure, Nick, you done noble. Nobody could have done better, or even half as good. I'm proud of you. I brought this old hurry-up wagon because I thought we might need to use it as an ambulance or as a hearse. Are you feeling better, Nick?
Oh, yes, Riley, thanks. Very much better.
Sure, Nick, you scared me out of 10 years' growth this night.
Oh, you got your killer, didn't you?
Oh, sure, I got him after he almost got you. Oh, what a fool you were to walk into a trap like that, Nick.
Perhaps you're right, Riley. Somebody had to get slugged. I hoped I'd be able to take care of myself once I got in the trap, but as it turned out, I was getting pretty weak from loss of blood. I'm darn glad that you didn't arrive any later than you did.
You're a lucky guy, Carter. I'd have killed you if those guys hadn't have butted in.
Well, you didn't. So that's that.
That's that, he says. Just like that. What a man.
Look, Carter, these guys didn't follow you up to this house. I know that. How did they know where you was?
Curious, huh? All right, I'll tell you. When I was talking to Riley last evening, some fire engines went by. They gave me an idea. We knew that this house of yours had to be in this district somewhere. And we knew that around here, everybody's so afraid of fire they'd report even a suspicion of one. So I had Riley wait with the fire chief at the nearest fire station for the alarm. When they got the alarm, they knew where I was, and they came a-running.
When they got what alarm?
The alarm one of your neighbors sent in when he saw the fire.
What fire? I don't know nothing about no fire.
It was a good fire, Slug, while it lasted. But the boys from the firehouse put it out as soon as they got there.
Where was this fire?
Well, Slug, it was like this. When I stopped in the living room on the first floor of your house tonight, I lighted 3 cigarettes. I put a pack of matches under the curtains in each of the 2 windows. I laid a cigarette across each pack of matches so that it would burn for a couple of minutes before it set off the matches. Then I did the same with a 3rd cigarette and a 3rd pack of matches, putting them under some dry stuff I piled up under the desk.
And when the matches went off, they set fire to the curtains and the other stuff and started a nice little conflagration. And within 2 minutes, somebody phoned in an alarm just as we figured they would. It was a grand scheme, and Nick here thought it up all by himself.
Look, Mr. Brains, why'd you just set fire to the house and not bother with all that trick stuff with the cigarettes and matches?
Oh, if I'd done that, Slug, you and your pals would have smelled the smoke and beat it before we could stop you. But I figured that by having the fire start after you and I got together, you'd be too busy to notice it until it was too late.
Of course, I wasn't there till it was all over, but judging by the results, that's exactly what happened.
Yeah? It's too bad the house didn't burn down with you in it, Carter.
That was one of the chances I had to take. But it was worth anything to get you out of circulation.
Which will be just as soon as we can get the electric chair dusted off for you, Slug, me boy.
Exactly. The murder trap you set for me turned out to be a death trap for you, which is certainly poetic justice.
This has been another of the strange adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, which are brought to you regularly at the same time by WOR Mutual.
Well, next week, I want to tell you about an adventure that we had in which Scubby was much more concerned than I was.
Well, that isn't quite true, Mr. Scott. What Nick really means is that while he was doing the detective work that finally solved the case, Scubby was having the real adventure.
You mean that in this case, the solution and the excitement were 2 different things?
Well, yes. We were up against a hijacking gang that stopped at nothing. Scubby set out to help me by getting some information from the inside. But all he succeeded in doing was to get himself in a real man-sized jam.
With Nick getting him out of it, of course.
Oh, of course. Well, if it's exciting, I'll be around listening.
You'll find it plenty exciting, I promise you. So until next week, so long.
So long.
So long to you both. In the strange adventure you have just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate, Lieutenant Riley by Humphrey Davis. Original music was played by Lou White. The entire production was written and directed by Jock McGregor. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter entitled
Death in the Pines, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Murdered Driver.
This story is a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The Return of Nick Carter is produced in the studios of WOR and is broadcast over most of these stations every Saturday evening at 7 o'clock Eastern War Time. And don't forget that the adventures of Nick's adopted son, Chick Carter, are broadcast over most of these stations Mondays through Fridays at 5:30 p.m. Eastern War Time. This is Mutual.
What is it?
Another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Tonight's curious adventure,
Death in the Pines. For Nick Carter and the mystery of the murdered driver.
Well, let's see. There's a truck coming up the grade now. It ought to be them.
Yeah. Just 1:30. That's a Tate truck, all right. Now, you guys know what to do. We've done it often enough before.
Sure.
All right. Get going. When the truck gets close enough, I'll put the searchlight in the driver's face like before. He'll stop fast enough. Here goes, guys.
Hey! What the blazes goes on here? What's the big idea?
Get those hands up, wise guy, and get down out of that cab.
You guys can't get away with
Shut
this.
up. You want to stay alive, get down out of that cab and keep quiet. And bring your helper down with you.
You're a bunch of crooks.
Don't,
And
Jack,
I'll
don't,
see-
don't. They got us. There ain't nothing we can do.
Okay, boys, get busy. Get up on that truck and get that stuff dumped out in the road.
Okay.
Shake it up, boys. We want to get out of here.
Hey, keep your boys moving, Jake. We got another one to take care of yet.
Hey, I know that voice. So you're the guy who's in back of all this hijacking. Now I know
Do
you.
ya? Well, I hope you enjoy it.
Oh!
What's the idea? What'd you have to kill him for?
Shut up, punk. You don't want to get bumped off, too.
But you didn't have to kill him.
Shut up!
Hey, that changes our plans a little, Jake. Get your men down off the truck. Pick these two stiffs up and put them back in the cab of the truck. Then put a hole in the gas tank and touch a match to it.
Okay, boys, come on down.
There won't be much left for the cops to work on when they get here, which is all right with me. I don't like to see them get killed, but when they know too much, it's the only way. I see, Coroner. Yes, thanks very much. Yes, thanks. So long.
Might as well let me know the worst, Mr. Carter. After what I've been through, a little more or less doesn't matter.
Mr. Tate, I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but your driver wasn't burned to death. He was shot, murdered before the truck was set on fire.
Yeah, I was afraid of that. Regan was my oldest and best driver. Been with me for 10 years.
You're having trouble with racketeers?
Yes, have been for the past year.
How do they work?
Well, I operate about 40 trucks, hauling vegetables and green stuff from South Jersey to the New York markets. It has to be done at night, so we get to New York market before morning. About a year ago, somebody called me on the phone and said he represented a protective agency. That he'd like to sell me protection at $25 a truck.
$25 a truck? Well, that's pretty steep, isn't it?
It's exorbitant. I told him I wouldn't pay it.
So what happened?
2 days later, one of my trucks was stopped and the drivers were beaten. The produce was dumped and destroyed. The next day, the guy called again. I told him I wouldn't pay.
Did you try getting protection from the state troopers?
Sure I did. And they did what they could. Whenever a trooper followed one of the trucks, or when one of their men rode on the truck as a helper, these trucks were never bothered. But the other trucks, it was the same old story.
I see. Well, how do you account for the fact that the trucks with the troopers on them were never touched?
I don't know. Unless the hijackers had spies at the loading points to watch if the trucks had their regular crews.
And what was the outcome this time?
In the end, I had to agree to pay the $25. And then, for 6 months, there was no more trouble. A week ago, this same guy called and said the ante had been raised from $25 to $40 a truck.
$40?
I told him I couldn't pay that because I didn't make that much. And you know what happened last night.
Yes, I know. Well, are you going to try to keep writing the stuff through?
If you can help me, I will.
I'll do it. And to begin with, I'd like to put my assistant, Patsy Bowen, in your office as a typist.
Sure.
Maybe she can learn something that will start us off in the right direction. Well, Patsy, did you have a nice eventful day in Tate's office?
I learned a few things, Nick, if that's what you mean.
Good. Let's have them.
Mr. Tate makes up the daily schedule of operations based on the orders he receives. Then he turns the completed schedule over to Al Leparo, who's the fleet foreman.
Mm-hmm.
Only Mr. Tate, Leparo, and Dave Morgan, who's Tate's assistant, know what the orders are, as far as I can find out.
I see. Any suspicions?
Not yet. Leparo's been with Tate 9 years and Morgan for about 4 years. When the trouble started about a year ago, both of them rode the trucks. Morgan was one of the drivers who got beaten up. Got knocked out cold before he could see anything.
Doesn't leave us much in the way of anything to go on, does it?
I'm sorry, Nick, but that's all I could get today.
I don't feel bad, Patsy. You did what you could.
And what's the next step?
I want to talk to the state trooper who found the truck in which Regan was killed. He may be able to tell me something that's been overlooked.
You say you read my report, Mr. Carter. I don't know that I can tell you anything else.
Were you on the state police force when Tate started having his trouble about a year ago?
Yes, I was.
Well, that business of the hijackers never picking in a truck guarded by state troopers needs explaining. Could there have been any leak from this end?
Absolutely not. I rode several of the trucks myself. None of us ever knew where we were going until Tate's office gave us our orders. Then we went out on the road just as soon as we got those orders.
Good. Then the leak must be on Tate's end. Now, the next thing. Your report gives the impression that the thug simply stopped Tate's truck, killed the driver in cold blood, and then burned the truck for good measure. Was that your personal impression?
Well, no.
Ah.
When I first got there, I was suspicious because the truck hadn't gone off the road or collided with anything that would cause a fire or a wreck. Then I remembered that Tate's trucks had been having trouble a while back, so I took another look around.
And the result of that second examination?
The truck was surrounded by crates which had been thrown off the truck. Crates that were smashed and broken, but not burned. Now, if the hijackers were going to burn the truck, why bother to throw all those crates off the truck first? It just didn't make sense.
That's what I wanted to know. I'd say the gang started out to do the usual job, smashing the cargo and manhandling the crew. But then something happened. Something that made them switch their tactics. And they did something they'd never done before. They killed the driver.
Yeah, that explanation would fit the facts as I saw them. But what do you suppose caused the change in plan?
Well, I could make a guess, maybe. Tate told me that Regan was his oldest driver.
Yeah?
Now, somebody in Tate's outfit must be in league with the hijackers. That's the only way they could know as much as they do. I believe that Regan recognized one of Tate's men in the hijack gang.
Sure. And that fits right in with the idea that somebody in Tate's outfit was crossing him. Yes, Mr. Carter, I believe you've hit something.
Have you arranged with Mr. Tate for me to go to work for him?
Oh, no, Scubby. I haven't said anything to him. I don't want him to know.
Well, then how do you know I can get the job?
Tate's lost so many men since Regan was killed a couple of nights ago that he'll be glad to hire anybody. Patsy will fix you up with the necessary papers, licenses, references, and so forth. Wear your old clothes and don't wash your neck, and you'll have no trouble getting hired.
And what do you want me to look for especially, Nick?
Well, according to what Patsy says, the leak either goes through Tate, which hardly seems likely, through Leparo or Morgan, or through somebody else we haven't found out about yet. So get a line on things in general, on anyone who may look suspicious. Oh, and if you're riding a truck that gets held up, don't try to shoot it out, Scubby. Just let things ride.
We'll see about that when the time comes.
It's a 40-to-1 shot against her getting stopped, but just the same, watch your step. These men, whoever they are, have 2 murders on their head, and they won't balk at a couple more.
Men looking for jobs, line up over here. New men over here.
Hey, buddy, who's the guy over there at the desk?
Oh, that's Al Leparo, the fleet foreman.
Oh, that's the guy. Looks like a tough egg.
Don't worry, fella. He ain't turning nobody down these days. This outfit's got the finger on it. They had 40 men walk out on him yesterday. And I got a hunch this new gang ain't gonna last long either.
Oh, you mean on account of the killings the other day?
Yeah, that and the beating up of a couple of other drivers.
Recently?
Yeah, night before last.
Hey, that ain't so good, is it?
Ah, what's the difference? A job, ain't it?
Hey, who's the other guy?
Huh? Oh, that's Dave Morgan, old man Tate's assistant.
All right. Report to the garage at once. Next?
Mike Clausen's the name, Mr. Leparo. Here are me papers.
Mm-hmm. You worked here before, ain't you?
Sure. I drove for you
Yeah, never mind that. You ain't working here no more. Right, Morgan?
Right, Leparo. Nothing doing on that guy.
Oh, but what's the matter? I got a good record. I ain't never had no trouble.
Maybe not, but you ain't wanted here. Get out. Next.
Ah, the big farmer.
Who's next?
Oh, me. The name's Wilson.
Where's your papers?
Oh, yeah. Here.
Mm-hmm. Wilson, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, you're hired.
Report to Matt Steiger on truck number 11. You start as helper at $23 a week. Satisfied?
Sure, boss. Okay by me.
Tell Steiger he picks up his load tonight at Freeman's Farm down South Jersey. He knows where it is. Get going.
Right. Thanks.
So they took you on, did they, Scubby? I thought they would.
Yes. I'm phoning from a lunchroom where I just ate.
Anything happened yet?
Well, just before they gave me a job, an old-timer named Mike Clausen was turned down. He used to work for Tate years ago. But LaPero wouldn't take him back.
I see. Maybe they didn't want to take on anyone who ever worked there before, or who has been there for long.
Well, maybe it doesn't mean anything, Nick, but it looks as if the...
What's the trouble, Scubby?
I'm not sure, Nick. But I just realized the guy in the booth next to me here isn't saying a word. He went into his booth as I came into this one, but he hasn't dialed a number or said anything yet.
Looks as if somebody's onto you already. Any idea who it could be?
No idea at all. Oh, but how could anybody know about me so soon?
There's always a chance that somebody's recognized you. Well, keep your eyes open, Scubby. Don't start anything.
Any orders?
No. Let me know at once if anything worthwhile happens. And good luck to you.
Thanks. Hey, what are you going to be doing?
I have several lines of investigation that I want to follow up here in the city. There are certain angles of this case that I want to clear up here before I do anything else. So long, Scubby. See you soon. I hope.
Gosh, Matt, driving one of these trucks is no cinch, is it?
How do you mean, kid?
Well, I've been driving the truck around in the city, and it ain't been like this at all. We spent the afternoon loading the stuff on the truck. Now we got to spend all night riding it back to town.
You don't like it, huh?
I'm beginning to think it wasn't such a bright idea, hiring on with this Tate outfit. Especially with a chance of getting beat up throwing in free.
Ah, cheer up. You might ride for weeks and never get stopped at all.
Gosh, this is a lonely section of the country, ain't it? Nothing but these scrub pines both sides of the road.
That's right.
Hey, I'm getting tired, Matt. You know, it's been a long time since I done so much weight. Mind if I take a little nap?
Ah, go ahead. About 1 o'clock now. I'll drive till 3, then you can take over. We'll be out in the main road by then.
Okay. Call me if you need me.
Yeah, sure, kid.
Hey, what's the matter? What you stopping for?
Somebody is signaling us with a flashlight to stop. I wonder
what...
No,
don't stop, Matt. It may be a holdup. Remember old man Tate's orders? No truck stop for nothing.
Oh, it's the state troopers. Nothing to worry about.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I can see the uniform now. Okay. I'll get out and see what he wants. Hey, what's the matter, officer? What... Hey, that's our phony uniform. You're no regular cop.
This is the guy, all right. One of you fellas take care of the driver.
Look out, Matt!
Come down out of that cab, fella, if you know what's good for you.
Matt, it's a trap!
Shut up, Dick, and don't move. I got you covered. Now, don't try to pull it.
No!
Hey, quit that. Cut it out.
There, that takes care of you, you rat. Now for the...
Here you are, copper.
Oh! Matt! Matt!
Not out yet. Here.
Oh.
You won't do no more fighting for a while. Okay, boys, come on.
Gosh, I'm tired, Patsy. I've done more of my own leg work today than I've done in years. I almost wish I'd kept Scubby here to do the walking around. Going out on the truck myself.
Did you find out anything, Nick?
Yes, Patsy, I think so. But I can't be sure for a little while yet. Not until I get some more answers to some of the thousands of questions I've asked today.
There have been several messages for you. I think this is probably the only one that's really important. Here.
Oh, thanks. I thought so. He's trying to borrow money. At least all that much of it. Makes me positive I'm on the right track. Any report from the state troopers, Patsy?
Yes, they think they've located the place. They're going to call you later this evening when they get the details.
Good. That'll give me time to join them before they make the raid. I don't want to miss being in at the kill.
awake, Wilson?
Yeah. Oh, who are you?
Matt Steiger, your driver.
Oh, yeah, I remember now. They stopped us. I tried to fight, and they knocked me out. How about you?
Yeah, they conked me, too.
Yeah?
I wonder why they didn't shoot us and be done with it.
Yeah, I wonder. Hey, where are we now? You any idea?
No, but I seem to remember taking a long ride last night after we left the truck. I wonder what time it is.
I don't know. It's still dark, though.
Yeah. Hey, Wilson, I've been wondering. I heard one of them thugs call you Dick and Copper when they were scrapping with you. Are you a copper?
Well, kind of one, yeah. Just trying to get a line on what's going on in this Tate outfit.
Yeah?
But how in heck did that guy know it was me?
Did Tate know what you are?
No. Nobody knew about me working for Tate but me and my boss. Hey, wait a minute.
What?
Right after I got the job, I phoned my boss, and somebody in the next phone booth overheard what I told him. Boy, they trapped me neat as you please.
They probably was afraid of you.
Looks like it. Well, the first thing to do is to get out of here.
Well, I've been working at the ropes that I got my hands tied together with, and I can't budge them at all. They're too tight for me.
Well, I think maybe I can get mine loose if I have time. I think my boss taught me several tricks to get out of ropes like this.
Yeah? Guess you'll have to get us out of this one, then. I can't.
Hold it, Matt.
Yeah.
Somebody's coming.
Time we got that red-headed punk waked up. Boss is due any minute now.
With pleasure. Come on, you. Leave me assist you to a chair. Sorry you can't walk by yourself tied up like that, but that wouldn't be etiquette.
Come on. Cut the comedy.
Wake up, you. Come on, copper. Get them eyes open.
Oh, hey. Hey, what's the matter? Hey, what you trying to do?
There you are, Mike. You want me to soften him up for you?
Let's see if he talks first. Maybe he'll talk without any persuading.
Well, okay, but I hope he needs some waking over. I enjoy that.
All right, punk. You gonna talk?
Talk about what?
There's no use stalling. We know you're Nick Carter's man.
Well, if you know that, what you want me to say?
We know you called Carter yesterday before you left New York. What'd you say to him? What'd you tell him?
Hey, I know you.
Huh?
You're the guy who wore the phony state trooper's uniform when you held us up last night.
Yeah? Well, knowing that ain't gonna help you none.
Ooh! Ow!
Come on, spill it. How much do you know?
Okay, he ain't gonna talk, Mike. It's gotta be a real job. I gotta go to work on him.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Jake.
Oh.
Go ahead, make it good.
Sure. Oh, let me take my coat off first so I don't feel cramped.
Let me have it. I'll put it on the back of the chair.
Thanks, Mike. Oh, you better put my gun in the pocket of my coat so it won't get in my way when I really get going.
Okay. Now, let's see some action.
All right, you red-headed stool pigeon. Now spill it. Spill it all around. What the...
Come on, Jake. There's trouble out there.
Well, that's a funny one.
Matt, do you see what I see?
What do you mean?
Jake left his coat hanging on the back of that chair there. There's a gun in the pocket of that coat.
Oh, boy, what a break if we can only get loose.
Just a minute. My hands are almost free.
Good.
Wait a minute. There. Now, get the feet loose. There. Yeah, that does it. Now the gun. Now let him come back.
Hey, what's...
Drop that gun, you're covered.
Oh, yeah? Well, this'll show. You...
How you would you? Here.
Oh, you killed me. You killed me.
You got him, Wilson. Get me loose and I'll give you a hand. They'll be back in here.
Right, but the gun is empty. Gee, we're in a spot.
He killed the boss. Come on.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, the boss is dead. I'm getting
What's
out
that?
of here.
Yeah, let's
Wait a
get
minute.
going.
Listen, Wilson. Listen. They're leaving.
Yeah. Wait a minute. There you are, Matt.
Oh, gee. Thanks, Wilson. Gosh, am I glad to get out of them ropes.
Hey, Matt, this is the screwiest thing I ever heard of.
Yeah. Why do you suppose they beat it off like that?
You got me. But come on, let's get out of this place. They might come back as fast as they went out.
Yeah. Okay, give me a chair. I'll break this door down for you.
Okay. Gosh, Matt. There he is on the floor, the boss. And 2 holes through his forehead.
You sure hit him square in the bullseye.
Wait till I take off his mask and see if I know.
Matt.
What? It's Mr. Tate.
Who?
The owner of the trucking company.
Mr. Tate?
Yeah.
Tate racketeering his own business? Attacking his own trucks?
But that doesn't make sense, Matt.
Boy, I'll say it doesn't. Why should he want to destroy his own business?
And why would he ask Nick to investigate the... Hey, we got to get out of here.
Yeah.
Or we're going to get out...
Maybe some more of them in there.
Can you see him?
Yeah. Oh, they're state troopers.
Oh,
It's
boy.
okay, Matt.
Open up in there. Come on with your hands up. Come on, you're surrounded and outnumbered.
Don't shoot. We're coming out.
Get that door open before they shoot.
We surrender.
Get your hands up. I got two here, men. Watch the back of the house.
Right, Sergeant.
Oh, gosh, are we glad to see you.
Yeah, keep your hands up.
Oh, yeah, sure. Look, I'm Scubby Wilson, and this is Matt Steiger. I'm Nick Carter's assistant.
You look it. Who's the dead man lying there?
Oh, that's Mr. Tate. I just shot him.
Oh, you did? Well, that'll send you to the chair, all right.
Oh, no. No, you don't understand. He's the chief of the hijackers. Well, he was holding us prisoners here.
That's a good one. Where's the gun you killed him with?
Well, it's in the other room.
Keep your hands up.
But, officer, you don't
I suppose you're going to tell me you shot him in self-defense, huh?
Yeah. That's just what I did. Well, look, you can ask Matt here.
That's right, officer. He was going to kill us both.
Yeah.
Sure. Where's the gun he was going to kill you with?
Well, it was in his hand when I saw it last.
Well, it ain't here now. You're a bum liar, feller. I suppose that after you shot him between the eyes, killing him instantly, he walked over to the window, threw his gun away, and then came back here, lay down, and died.
Oh, but gosh, officer, I saw him.
Put your hands out.
Huh? What?
Put your hands out.
Oh, but you can't put handcuffs on me.
No? Watch me.
Be sure they're on good and tight, Sergeant.
I will, that.
Nick!
Oh, hello, Scubby. Having a good time?
You know this guy, Mr. Carter?
Does he know me? Oh, tell him who I am, Nick.
Yes, Sergeant, I'm afraid I have to confess that I do know him. He's my assistant, although he hasn't been much of assistance in this case.
Shall I let him go, then?
Yes, I'll take charge of him.
Okay, if you say so.
Oh, gosh, Nick, am I glad to see you. Oh, this is Matt Steiger, the guy who was driving the truck I was on.
Hello, Mr. Carter.
Glad to know you.
Hey, look, I heard some shooting a few minutes ago. Did you get some of the gang?
Yes, Scubby. Morgan and 4 men. We ran that car off the road and caught them all. Morgan's pretty badly wounded, but he'll pull through.
So Morgan was in on it after all.
Morgan was the head of the gang.
Oh, no. No, Morgan wasn't the head of the gang, Nick. The head of the gang is lying there, dead. And I shot him. Put 2 bullets in him in self-defense.
Who is he? You know him?
Know him. It's Mr. Tate.
Mr. Tate? Why, he had nothing to do with this.
He sure did, Nick. Why, he was holding us prisoners here. Sure, Matt can tell you.
That's true, Mr. Carter. He tried to kill Wilson, and Wilson shot him.
I tell you, Tate had nothing to do with this gang, Scubby.
Oh, what makes you so sure, Nick?
I did a lot of investigating in town today, and I found that Morgan has been trying to borrow money anywhere and everywhere he could to take advantage of what he called a chance to get going a good business, dirt cheap. Well, that obviously meant Tate's business, especially since the $40 a truck the racketeers asked was unquestionably intended to drive Tate out of business rather than to get the money out of him.
But Morgan was one of the drivers who got beaten up, Nick.
Who said so? Morgan. Nobody else knew anything about it, and it gave him a swell alibi. I think that Regan, the driver who was killed the other day, probably was shot because he recognized Morgan.
But, Nick, everything you say about Morgan could have been true of Tate just as well.
Not quite, Scubby. I found out several other things during my investigation today that proved definitely that Morgan's the one.
But, Nick, I shot Tate not 5 minutes ago while he was trying to kill me.
I wonder. You shot him 5 minutes ago. How does it happen that he's been dead for at least 3 hours?
Dead for 3 hours?
No question about it. Rigor mortis has already begun to set in. Scubby, somebody's put one over on you.
Well, what do you mean, Nick?
Where's the gun you shot him with?
Oh, the trooper took it.
Yeah, that's right. Here it is, Mr. Carter.
Thanks. Mm-hmm. Look here. How does it happen that you shot him with blank cartridges?
Oh, Nick, now don't tell me...
Here are the shells I just took out of that gun you used. 4 of them have been fired previously. And you can see that the other 2, the 2 left for you to fire, have had the bullets pried out of them. Now, you see the mark on the edge of the shell?
Yeah.
So you couldn't have shot him.
But, Mr. Carter, I saw Wilson plug him. I saw him falling dead as the door closed behind him. There's no question about it.
There's no question but what you thought you saw that. But it was all planned, just that way.
Planned?
Certainly. How come you were able to get out of the ropes you were tied up with so fast? How come there was nobody in the room when you got hold of the gun? Why do you suppose that gun was left where you could get your hands on it? That is what happened, isn't it?
Yes, Nick. As right as if you'd been here to see it.
It couldn't have been any other way. Tate probably had a hunch Morgan was guilty and trailed him here. Morgan caught him, shot him with his gun. Then he wiped his prints off it, and he planted it where you could get at it. Then, at the psychological moment, Morgan, with a mask over his face, opened the door so you could see him and shot at you. Then you shot at him, as he knew you would, using the 2 shells he had left in the gun for you. The 2 shells with no bullets in them. Then he pretended to fall dead, carefully shutting the door as he did so that you couldn't see what happened next.
Oh, I see, Nick. And then he put Tate's body there by the door with a mask over his face.
Right.
Gosh.
When you opened the door, there was Tate's body, shot through the head with the very gun you held in your hand. A gun on which the police would find your fingerprints, and yours only. Morgan would have made sure they found it.
Boy, what a setup. It was perfect. Matt would have had to swear he saw me do it. And I was so completely fooled that... Why, I would have confessed to the murder in any court in the country.
Yes, Scubby. You still trust too much to what you hear and see. Before you can be a really first-class detective, you'll have to learn to distrust everything until you've analyzed it in the light of all the evidence.
This has been another of the strange adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, which are brought to you regularly at this time by WOR Mutual. Well, Nick, what about next week's story? Can you give us a hint?
Next week, my story concerns a murderer who killed his victims according to the sign of the zodiac under which they were born.
A very unpleasant and dangerous man, I might add.
Yes, definitely. Patsy and I got so close on his trail that he tried 2 different times to get rid of us.
But in his attempts to be very clever, he made a bad mistake, and Nick caught him.
And caught the murderer, too, I imagine.
Quite right. After a chase. I call the story The Horoscope Murders. So long. See you next week.
So long.
So long to you, Nick and Patsy. In the strange adventure you have just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate, Scubby by John Kane. Original music was played by Lou White. The entire production was written and directed by Jock McGregor. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter entitled
The Horoscope Murders. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Avenging Astrologer.
This story is a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The Return of Nick Carter is produced in the studios of WOR and is broadcast over most of these stations every Saturday evening at 7 o'clock Eastern War Time. And don't forget that the adventures of Nick Carter's adopted son, Chick Carter, are broadcast over most of these stations Mondays through Fridays at 5:30 p.m. Eastern War Time. This is Mutual.
Another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Tonight's curious adventure...
The Drums of Death. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the White Witch Doctor.
And And so, gentlemen, you will find enclosed a complete dossier on the criminal in question, plus all the evidence needed for a conviction. Yours very truly, et cetera, et cetera.
Wait a minute, Nick. Not so fast. Yours very truly. Okay, what now?
Well, what else do we have to take care of, Patsy?
The only unfinished business I know of right now is this bunch of letters from that Mrs. Galley.
Oh, yes. What was it this Mrs. Galley wanted me to do?
She's worried about her doctor, Nick, and she wants to consult you.
No, let her consult another doctor if she doesn't like the one she's got now. Throw her letters out, Patsy. Let's go celebrate having our old business all cleaned up.
Well, I would, Nick, except that the letter we got from her today throws a new light on her problem.
Oh, what did she have to say today that was so vital?
She says she's afraid of her doctor.
Afraid of him? Oh, hum. Mrs. Galley's that old, wealthy dowager I met at somebody's tea a few weeks ago, isn't she?
That's who she is, and she...
She's probably a crotchety old hypochondriac whose hobby is doctors.
That isn't it.
And now that she's seen every physician in town, she wants to start in collecting detectives. Does she say why she's afraid of whatever doctor she's going to now?
Yes, she does, Nick. She says he's a witch doctor.
It was very kind of you to come, Mr. Carter. I hoped you would.
I confess I wasn't too eager, Mrs. Galley, until Miss Bowen told me about your last letter.
Well, perhaps it's silly to believe in such things as voodoo and black magic nowadays, but I don't know what to say.
Suppose you tell your story and let me be the judge.
Well, there isn't much to tell, Mr. Carter. I was... What's that?
Only the wind, Mrs. Galley. It's nothing.
Oh, I'm so unnerved. Well, here's my story. Last week, my nephew, Walter Galley, told me about a wonderful new doctor he discovered, Dr. Congo. I wasn't feeling well, and the name interested me, so I went to see him. Good morning. Is Dr. Congo in?
Good morning, madam. Yes, the doctor is in.
Can't say I remember a doctor's office in Vanderbilt Square before. You're new here, aren't you?
Have you come to see Dr. Congo, madam?
Naturally. Do I look like an insurance salesman?
Have you an appointment, Mrs.
Galley is the name. Mrs. Galley. My nephew made an appointment for me.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Galley. Will you step this way, please? Dr. Congo's expecting you.
Thank you. Wait a moment. What's that noise?
Drums, madam.
Drums? What drums?
You'll step inside, Mrs. Galley. You'll find out for yourself.
Very well. Drums, indeed. What nonsense is this?
Good morning. Mrs. Galley, I presume. I'm Dr. Congo.
Good morning, Dr. Congo. I want... Golly, what a story.
Go on, Mrs. Galley. Why did you scream?
Because I saw...
Yes, what did you see?
A white savage.
What?
From his neck to his toes, Dr. Congo was an ordinary man. He was wearing striped trousers, formal cutaway jacket, wing collar ascot tie. He was beautifully dressed. But his face...
Yes?
His face was hideous. Shaven skull, a horrid, grinning mouth, showing his teeth, which had all been filed to a point. And he had a bone through his nose.
Like a cannibal.
Yes. At first I was stunned. And then I thought it might be a joke my nephew Walter was playing on me. I sat down while the drums throbbed. I'm sorry I screamed, Dr. Congo, but you gave me quite a start.
I usually do that to my clients, Mrs. Galley.
What kind of a doctor are you?
A witch doctor.
You're fooling, aren't you?
On the contrary.
But it's unbelievable. We only joke about things like witchcraft nowadays.
I am not joking, Mrs. Galley. I've spent 15 years in the heart of Africa studying voodoo. My face, the drums, the African witchcraft apparatus in this room, all are a necessary part of my profession.
Profession?
Yes. I am a professional witch doctor, and as such can guarantee miracles that modern medicine would never dream of.
Ridiculous. I don't believe you.
Really? Oye, Kahada. Oye, Kahada, Pardon me, Mrs. Galley. I was just ordering my men to begin the voodoo drum incantation. None of my clients believed me at first, Mrs. Galley, but I convinced them. Now, if you'll allow me...
What are you doing with those scissors?
I merely removed a lock of your hair. Now, in spite of yourself, you are officially one of my patients. And I warn you, my fee is high.
Well, you're wasting your time, sir. I don't want to be a patient of yours, and I won't pay any fee. I'm leaving. Good day, sir.
One moment, Mrs. Galley.
Dr. Congo, let go of my arm.
You don't understand me, Mrs. Galley, and I'm afraid you don't understand voodoo. This lock of your hair places your health in my hands. Your life or death are mine to do with as I desire. And my fee for this visit is $10,000.
Preposterous. Get out of my way.
$10,000, Mrs. Galley. Now listen closely. 3 times you will hear my Congo drums roll, no matter where you are. If you have not paid when you hear them for the 3rd time, you will die. Good morning, Mrs. Galley.
Then, Mr. Carter, I ran out of that office. I'm 65 and not as strong as I was, but I was frightened. I realized he was threatening to kill me with voodoo. And we don't believe in that nowadays, do we?
Not as a rule.
3 drum rolls, he told me. And if I don't pay by the 3rd one, I die. Stuff and nonsense, I said. And then, that very night, when I was alone in this room, I heard the distant roll of Congo drums.
Now, Mrs. Galley, you must calm yourself. I'm sure it's only your nerves. We don't believe in witchcraft today.
You've got to believe me, Mr. Carter. I've already heard Dr. Congo's drums beat once.
Perhaps you only think you did, Mrs. Galley. This Dr. Congo was playing on your nerves. Hysteria can make us think we hear anything.
Oh, no. I'm sure I heard them. Wait. There it is again. You heard?
Nick, that wasn't Mrs. Galley's imagination. I heard it, too.
And so did I, Patsy.
It's the 2nd time. It is not just my nerves. You must save me from Dr. Congo, Mr. Carter. If you can't, I'm lost. His voodoo will kill me. Help me. Help me.
Mrs. Galley, you mustn't let this get you.
I never believed in witchcraft before, but I do now. What a joke on me.
Mrs. Galley, please. Please, I beg you.
Mrs. Galley.
What a joke on me, voodoo. Witchcraft.
Slap her face, Patsy.
What?
Quick, snap her out of this.
Okay, if you say so.
Mrs. Galley, listen to me. I'll take over this case, so don't worry. Now, where can I find your nephew?
Walter. He's usually in the Bubble Bar Cafe at this hour. Oh, Mr. Carter, if that Dr. Congo gets me,
Nick, she's fainted.
Call her maid and tell her to put her to bed. We've got to get out of here. You go back to the office. I'm going to look for Mrs. Galley's nephew.
But, Nick, what about Dr. Congo? Isn't he the one you want to see?
No. I have a hunch this case hinges on Walter Galley. This Bubble Bar Cafe is a pretty tough-looking dive for a place with such a fancy name. Nobody here but the bartender and that piano player. Well, it must be too early in the evening. Good evening.
Hiya, pal. What'll it be?
Information.
Huh?
I'm looking for someone.
Who?
Walter Galley.
Oh, him. Walter ain't come in yet. Hang around. He's due any minute.
You live around here?
Yeah, across the street. River Apartments.
I see.
He owes you money, too, huh?
How's that?
Don't play dumb, pal. Galley's clipped us all. Somebody's always coming around looking for him. Pal, I'd give plenty to get back what he owes me. He's no good.
How's chances of collecting?
0, pal. 0. Galley claims he's got a rich old aunt who's going to leave him plenty when she kicks off, but I don't...
For the lover.
What is it? What's the matter, man?
Turn around and look.
Oh.
Good evening, Mr. Carter.
Ah. Dr. Congo, I presume?
Quite right.
What's that thing he's got for a face?
Don't you find it inconvenient walking around wearing a bone through your nose, Dr. Congo?
No, Mr. Carter, I don't. It's my business.
And what's your business with me?
You see this African spear I'm carrying?
Yes?
I'm going to present it to you.
And why?
Merely as a warning, my impulsive friend.
A warning?
Yes, a warning. Keep away from Walter Galley and his aunt, or the next time my drums roll, they'll beat for your death.
My dear witch doctor.
And just to punctuate my warning, here's the present I promise you. Take it! Look out!
He just missed you with that spear, mister.
Keep it for a souvenir, bartender. I'm going after that man. Hey, Dr. Congo! Dr. Congo! Look down that side street. If Congo thinks he can scare me off with that voodoo nonsense. Congo! Congo! He's cutting across the street. Well, let's see if he can outrun me. Hey, look out! Watch where you're driving! Look out!
Oh, Nick. Nick, are you all right?
Oh.
Nick.
Oh, what happened, huh? Oh, yes, I remember it now. Oh, is that you, Patsy?
It's me, all right.
Oh, that was close.
What happened? I got here just as that car almost ran you down.
Well, whoever it was, he tried his best to get rid of me.
But why?
Probably because I was chasing Dr. Congo.
Dr. Congo?
Yes. He paid me a visit when I was looking for Walter Galley.
At the Bubble Bar Cafe?
Yes. Congo threw an African spear at me. I chased him out into the street.
Good heavens.
Probably had an accomplice waiting with a car for just such an emergency.
Oh, Nick, they might have killed you.
Well, they certainly tried hard enough. Must have jumped a mile trying to dodge that car.
Nick, listen. I came down here looking for you.
What's happened?
Mrs. Galley's maid phoned the office just as I got there. She was hysterical. She could hardly talk.
What happened, Patsy?
Mrs. Galley has vanished.
Monsieur Carter, I'm so glad you came. Mrs. Galley has disappeared.
How do you mean, Mrs. Galley disappeared?
She was spirited away, monsieur, by witchcraft. It's horrible. She has simply vanished.
When did you see Mrs. Galley last?
After you leave, I put her to bed. She has the hysteria, you remember?
Yes, I remember.
She does not rest. She cannot sleep. She screams and laughs, so I tell her I will get her the oatmeal.
And?
I'm in the kitchen. When I hear her scream upstairs, and then of a sudden, she does not scream. She is, how you say, cut off. I enter the bedroom and...
And what?
You must look for yourself, monsieur. I do not go into this room again.
All right. Where is it?
I know. Come on.
Okay.
Oh, Nick, do you really think Dr. Congo made Mrs. Galley vanish?
I don't know what to think yet.
But those voodoo drums. We heard them when we were here before.
Yes, we heard them. Is this the bedroom?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. The room looks all right. Nothing upset. No sign of a struggle.
Nick.
What?
Look, on the bed.
The bed? Oh.
What is it, Nick?
Looks like dust. Dust forming the outline of a human figure.
Oh.
If there's any truth in voodoo, Patsy, that's what's left of Mrs. Galley.
Oh, Nick, this is awful.
Now, steady, Patsy, steady.
But this must be real witchcraft, Nick. No human agency could do this to Mrs. Galley. The drum. The Congo drum. Oh, let's get out of here. If I hear those drums again, I'll scream. They're horrible.
You better get ready to hear plenty more, Patsy. Right now, we're going to pay a visit to Dr. Congo. This is Vanderbilt Square, Patsy. Look for Dr. Congo's sign.
Do we have to come here, Nick?
We do, Patsy. I want to have a look at Dr. Congo's office. Nice old residential section.
It's awfully dark.
Yeah. No lights in the houses anywhere.
Nick, there it is.
The doctor's sign?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes. Congo, W.D. Probably stands for witch doctor. All right, Patsy, come on.
Oh, Nick, I'm scared.
Oh, certainly you don't believe in voodoo, Patsy.
Oh, I never did before, but Dr. Congo seems to have changed my mind. Maybe.
Would you rather wait in the car?
What? Desert you? I may be scared, but I'm no coward.
Ah, that's the girl, Patsy. Chin up.
Oh, I'm trying, but it makes my teeth chatter too loud.
Well, here we are. A nice side window.
Going to have a peek inside?
No, going to break in.
What's that?
Just a gadget, Patsy, for unlocking locked windows.
Oh.
Now we turn the catch, and... there we are. I'll go first, Patsy.
Okay.
All right. Let me give you a hand, Patsy. All right. Up.
See, Daisy? There. And here we are, in the den of the witch doctor.
What are you looking for?
Any clues that'll help us. Rather do it by daylight, but this flashlight will have to serve.
Hurry up, Nick. I want to get out of here.
Sorry to interrupt. Mr. Carter again, I believe.
Just paying a friendly call, Dr. Congo.
Interested in Mrs. Galley's unfortunate disappearance, eh?
You know about that, huh?
Naturally. My voodoo did it. Mrs. Galley was too stubborn to pay the fee she owed me. I would advise you to raise your hands, Mr. Carter. You see, the young lady understands. My native archer is eager to shoot. He'll not miss next time.
What do you want, Congo?
I thought it was obvious. Money. And I'm going to get it in spite of you. Because unfortunately, you're helpless, Carter. You cannot fight my voodoo, and no law court will convict me of murder by witchcraft. The police will laugh at your evidence.
At my evidence? I wonder.
You can wander on your way home, Mr. Carter. This way out. And let me warn you never to return, or you'll not go out alive.
Come on, Nick.
One last word. I've already spoken to Walter Galley on the phone. He refuses to pay the money his aunt owed me.
Walter has no money.
But he can raise plenty at a moment's notice on the inheritance he'll receive, now that his aunt is dead.
That's true, if his aunt is dead.
You had better use your influence on him, if you have any, and persuade him to pay before it's too late.
Another threat, Dr. Congo?
Listen, Mr. Carter. I do not make empty threats. You've already seen the power of my voodoo in the case of Mrs. Gailey. And I'm not joking now. My black magic is already cutting away Walter Galley's life. Unless he agrees to pay what I ask in a very short time, he too will rot to dust. Good night, Mr. Carter.
Nick, I can't believe it. He let us go alive.
Yes, Patsy. This time, Congo overplayed his hand, and I believe a visit to Walter Galley's apartment will prove it. Mr. Galley. Mr. Galley. Mr. Galley.
No one home.
Then we'll just go in and wait. This looks like an easy lock to open.
I'm almost afraid to go in yet.
Too late, Patsy. We're in already. Come on.
Radio's playing. All the lights are on. We must have just stepped out for a moment.
Yes, looks that way.
What do you think? About Dr. Congo's threat, I mean.
Let's look around.
Wait a minute. I ought to turn off that radio. There, that's better.
Wonder where Galley is.
Maybe he went to pay that money to Dr. Congo.
Perhaps. But I doubt it.
Nick, look.
What is it, Patsy?
Look at that couch beside the radio. It's covered with...
Dust. Yes, I see.
It's shaped like a human figure.
Exactly like the dust on Mrs. Galley's bed.
Then Congo's killed Walter Galley, too.
The evidence seems to point that way.
But how can Congo do this, Nick?
By voodoo. So Congo says. Beat a few drums, melt a wax figure, and your victim rots to dust. And there's the dust on the couch.
Then you believe it, too.
I didn't say that, Patsy. Listen.
The drum again. Oh, Nick, let's drop this case. We can't fight the supernatural. We don't understand it. It's like trying to stop the wind.
Trying to stop the wind? Of course, Patsy. That's the one last explanation I was looking for. I should have thought of that myself.
What?
I mean, this case is solved. Give me a moment to write a note here at Galley's desk.
A note? To whom?
Why, to Dr. Congo. My dear Dr. Congo, you are right. I have no case for the police. I have just discovered that both your victims committed suicide. Signed, Nick Carter.
That's a peculiar note. What does it mean?
Dr. Congo will understand it.
But, Nick, it couldn't be suicide. But Mrs. Galley and Walter vanished. No bodies were found.
Dr. Congo will understand what it means, Patsy.
Oh, Nick, you're just deliberately mystifying me.
No, Patsy, you'll understand, too, later. But right now, I want you to deliver this note to Mrs. Galley's maid.
Her maid? Who did she...
No questions now. Deliver it and hurry back to the office. Because
Nick,
very shortly, we're going to hear Dr. Congo's drums beating again. And this time, they'll be beating for us. Over here, Patsy. You deliver the note?
Yes. What in the world are you doing?
Just setting up my motion picture projector.
Oh, Nick, this is no time for movies. The police were at Mrs. Galley's. News about her disappearance is getting around. Why, I understand the whole social set's going crazy.
That's exactly what Congo wants.
If you fail on this case, Nick, everyone will be afraid not to pay Congo.
As I said, that's exactly what Congo wants. Said he was after money, didn't he?
Who do you think Congo will attack next? The drums. Congo's drums.
There's your answer, Patsy.
You mean he's after us?
Exactly. My note got a quicker response than I thought it would. Patsy, put out the lights quick.
Now what?
Now the projector. There. You see? I've got it set in the shade.
Why, that's wonderful. It makes it look as if we were standing in front of the window talking. Those shadows on the curtain look as natural as light.
Right. Now, get over to the side of the room, away from in front of the window.
But...
No buts. Follow instructions. We're playing against the killer, Patsy.
You mean Congo?
Get down on the floor. Lay flat.
Oh, I wish you...
Quiet.
What am I supposed to do here?
Wait. And when you hear shots, scream.
Scream?
You heard me.
But who's going to do the shooting?
Our old friend.
Nick, are you all right?
Quiet. Everything's all right. All they shot was the movie projector. In about 10 seconds now, they'll be coming in here to check up on the results.
Nick, did you say they?
Now listen. Just as soon as you hear the door slam, turn on the lights.
But Nick...
Don't argue, Patsy.
Okay.
Now quiet.
Yeah, that apparently took care of them.
Yes, I think that we could not...
Don't go, either of you. Light, Patsy. Okay. Now, as you see, you're covered with this gun I hold in my hand.
Nick Carter, I told you, Walter, he was...
Shut up. Put up that Tommy gun you have there laid on the table, Dr. Congo.
But, Nick, that's Mrs. Galley. I thought she was dead.
That's what you were supposed to think, Patsy. And the chap with her is her nephew, Walter.
But I don't understand, Nick.
Very simple, Patsy. This clever pair created Dr. Congo, a phony witch doctor played by Walter Galley. Their motive? Blackmail. And they pretended to be their own first two victims.
I see. So they could disappear and then spend their entire time playing Dr. Congo.
And also so that their fates would terrify future victims into paying Dr. Congo's exorbitant fees without any protest.
You are indeed clever, Mr. Carter. Very clever.
Then all that voodoo was make-believe. Phony.
Yes, Patsy. As phony as the shadows on our window shade, which this precious pair attacked. As phony as the makeup that turned Walter into a witch doctor. That's why I wrote that note, Patsy, about having learned that both disappearances were really suicides. They knew then that I'd seen through their whole scheme.
But those mysterious drum beats we heard, even outside our own window.
Let me show you how that was done. Let's see. Oh, yes, here it is. You see, Patsy? A simple gadget attached to the outer frame. A windmill connected to a small drum.
Mm-hmm.
When the wind blows hard enough, the drum beats. Watch, I'll spin it.
Oh, so that's what scared me.
That plus your imagination. It was imagination you two counted on most, wasn't it, Dr. Congo? You concocted the voodoo tale, planted your own clues, and then vanished. The rest you left to human nature, right?
So why did they call you in, Nick? Why didn't they let well enough alone?
They were playing for high stakes, Patsy. They thought they had a perfect racket, and if I failed to break it, their victims wouldn't fight back. But the phony Dr. Congo was far too eager to let us escape. That was the second important clue.
The second? What was the first?
Mrs. Galley claimed she was in Congo's power because he'd cut off a lock of her hair, remember?
Yes, but isn't that according to voodoo tradition?
Certainly. But it couldn't work with Mrs. Galley.
Well, why not?
No, Patsy, you disappoint me. Look at Mrs. Galley now. You're close enough.
I see. Mrs. Galley wears a wig.
Of course, Patsy. And a lock of hair cut from a wig would hardly put the wearer of the wig under the spell of even the best witch doctor in the world.
Well, for the love of...
Look here, Carter. We can't stand here all night with our hands in the air like this.
No. What are you going to do with us?
Oh, sorry to treat you two this way. But I don't like visitors who bring Tommy guns to my office.
I was a fool to let you go when I had you in my office, Carter.
You were all kinds of a fool, Galley. Or do you prefer to be called Dr. Congo? If you hadn't been in such a hurry, your plans might not have been quite so apparent. And if you hadn't been so obvious in sending me to see Walter Galley in the middle of the night when he hadn't had time to raise the money to pay you, even if he wanted to, I shouldn't have been quite so sure what your schemes were. Your eagerness to begin collecting from your victims was your downfall, my friend.
All right. But the next time...
That's what they all say, my friend. But there won't be any next time. Nick Carter plays for keeps.
This has been another of the strange adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, which are brought to you regularly at the same time by WOR Mutual.
And now Philip Clark, who played Dr. Congo in our story tonight, has a message from our government that I want you all to hear. Go ahead, Phil.
A friend of mine asked me the other day, why do we need to save waste paper? And how come the supply of paper is limited? Well, the answer to that is obvious. An army needs men, and lumberjacks, among others, join the army. Fewer trees are cut down. Consequently, there's less paper made, because there's less wood pulp available for making it. But that same war that cuts down the available supply of paper demands an ever-increasing quantity of paper for many vital war needs. Paper goes into cartons and containers for food, weapons and equipment needed by the armed forces. Paper is necessary for many of the actual weapons of war, such as incendiary bombs, bomb fins, wingtips, airplane signals, parachute flares, ration containers, and ammunition containers. And the American home is the greatest potential source of waste paper. Every kind is needed. Bags, wrapping paper, newspaper, magazines, old containers, and so on. So if you're not already doing so, start today salvaging all the waste paper you possibly can. Then sell it to your junk dealer or donate it to some charitable organization. But don't throw away a single scrap of paper. Make it help us win this war.
And now, Nick, what about your story for next week?
Well, it's about a gang of super crooks who had stolen a very valuable invention and kidnapped the old inventor and his beautiful daughter to hold them as hostages. And even though I accidentally knew in advance what was going to happen, I was too late to stop them due to an unfortunate accident.
But Nick more than made up for it the way he went after those crooks. Within 24 hours, he succeeded in capturing the gang and rescuing the professor and his daughter.
Yes, Patsy. But it was fast and furious while it lasted. Scubby and I were in hot water right up until the end of the chase.
What do you call the story, Nick?
I've called it The Professor's Secret.
Or The Mystery of the Z-Rays. And that's all until next week. So long.
So long, everybody.
So long to you both, Nick and Patsy. In the strange adventure you have just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate. The story was written for Nick Carter by Alfred Bester. Original music was played by Lou White. The entire production was under the direction of Jock McGregor. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter entitled
The Professor's Secret, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Z-Rays.
This story is a copyrighted feature of Street & Smith Publications, Incorporated. The Return of Nick Carter is produced in the studios of WOR and is broadcast over most of these stations every Saturday evening at 7 o'clock Eastern War Time. And don't forget that the adventures of Nick's adopted son, Chick Carter, are broadcast over most of these stations Mondays through Fridays at 5:30 p.m. Eastern War Time. This is Mutual.
Another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detection fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Today's strange adventure,
The Professor's Secret, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Z-Rays.
Working, Dad. Why, that wound in the guinea pig's shoulder is healing. Why, it's only about half the size as it was before.
Yes, Jean. It looks as if my new invention was a success. All that I need to do now is build a full-scale model, and I shall be ready to bring a new era of healing to the entire world.
Don't move either.
No,
what is it?
Just stand where you are and put your hands in the air.
What do you want? We have no money.
We don't want money. We want that Z-ray machine of yours. Shut it off.
But you can't.
Shut it off, I said.
All right.
Now fix that machine so we can take it with us. And no funny business either. Pack it up good, Pop.
Better do it, Dad. These men mean business.
Oh, very well, Jean. Just as you say.
Hurry up, Pop. We got a long way to go.
How did you know how to find this place?
That's our business, lady. Ready, Pop?
Yes, it's ready. But be careful of it.
Don't worry. We'll take good care of it. All right, Bill, you and Jake take it out to the car. And treat it gentle.
Okay, come on, Jake.
What are you going to do with it?
That machine heals cuts and bruises and things, don't it?
Yes.
If it'll do that, it'll heal holes made by guns, too. Save a lot of wear and tear on the boys.
You mean you're going to use that wonderful machine to help your gangsters?
Sure thing, kid. Now, you two get your hats and coats. You're going with us.
But that's kidnapping. You can't do that.
Get your hat, Pop. I ain't got all day.
Come on, Dad. It's no use arguing.
Oh, all right, Jean.
Get your hands up. You're surrounded.
Tony, I got Jake. But I got one of them, Tony. Any more of them, Bill?
I don't know. Maybe that guy was just bluffing.
We gotta get out of here. We'll leave Jake here. A dead man's no good to us. All right, in the car, you two. Hurry it up.
All right, in there. Make it.
Come on. Get going.
Let's go.
Scubby. Oh, there he is. Not dead, thank heaven. Nasty gash in his head, though. Come on, Scubby.
Oh.
Wake up, will you? Come on, Scubby.
Oh. That you, Nick?
Yes, Scubby, it's Nick. What happened?
Oh. Well, you said to meet you here. You didn't get here. Gang started off with the machine and the prof and his daughter. I tried to stop them. One of them shot me. But I got one of them first, I think.
Yes, you sure did, Scubby. They left his body here. You all right now?
Yeah, I guess so.
Good. Come on. Let's see if this dead gangster has any identifications on him. Probably not, but he might have. Let's see. No, doesn't seem to be a thing. Here. Wait a minute. He's wearing a money belt. Specially made. Made by Weaver Manufacturing Company, Brooklyn.
Well, it's a special kind of belt. Maybe they know who they made it for.
Yes, maybe. We'll find out anyway.
Oh, another thing, Nick. I got a good look at one of the gang just before I went down.
Good.
And his face was all covered with those peculiar dark-colored splotches that you told me about last winter, remember? That Asiatic skin disease.
Oh, yes. That's a real clue, Scubby. Very few doctors can treat that disease, and it requires regular treatment. When we get back to town, you make it your job to find the doctor who treats him and get his name and address.
Right, Nick. But how did you know this robbery was going to take place right here and at this time?
A very peculiar thing, Scubby. As you know, I've been on the trail of this gang for weeks.
Yeah.
Well, I finally found a restaurant where several of the gang eat. Had lunch there this noon. Two of the gang were there. I couldn't hear what they said, but I could read their lips enough to find out about their plan to rob the professor. So I called you back from your vacation in Connecticut, hoping that we could warn the professor and maybe block their plans and capture them.
But what happened to you? You were late getting here.
Oh, some drunken fool ran into me and locked his car into mine. So it took a wrecking crew to separate us. Just bad luck, that's all.
Yeah, we might have had them if you'd been here, too.
Well, too late for that. Let's get back to town and work on what clues we have. All right, Pop. Get that machine of yours going. I want to try it out and be sure it's okay.
Shall I untie him, Tony?
Sure. He's got to use his hands to make that thing work. But leave the girl tied up.
Okay. There you are, Pop. I'll get busy.
Jean, you think I'd better...
Better do as they say, Dad. If you don't, they may kill us.
The kid's right, Pop. Better do as we say and make it fast.
Very well. Give me the machine.
Yeah, Pop. Make it work.
Why, I can't make it work.
Huh?
The main adjuster coil is missing.
You mean it won't work without something that ain't there?
As long as that coil is missing, I can't demonstrate it for you. It won't work.
Look here, Pop. Are you trying to kid us?
No, I assure you, I'm quite serious. That machine won't work without the coil.
If Bill brought that thing down here just the way you gave it to him, you must have left it up there yourself.
Perhaps I did. I was very nervous.
Why, you old son of a dried-up mummy. I believe you did this on purpose. I believe you've tricked us.
What's the diff, Tony? If he's got to have the coil, he's got to have the coil. If it ain't here, we got to get it.
Yeah, you're right, I guess. What does it look like, you old goat?
It's a small coil of green-covered wire, about 4 inches across. Last time I saw it was lying on the bench near where the machine was.
Take a couple of the boys, Bill, and get it. First thing in the morning. And, Pop, you better pray they find it.
Yes, Nick, Scubby just called me. That special money belt was made for a man named Jake Shackley. Lives at 47 East Pitt Street. Yes, Scubby said he was going to try to...
Here it is. 47 East Pitt Street. Fine old dump. Wager Shackley's not the only crook who lives here. Oh, clerk.
Yes, sir.
What room's Jake Shackley in?
Shackley? Oh, I don't know anybody by that
See
name.
this, do you?
Oh, yes, sir. Shackley lives in number 42, but he's out just now.
Yes, I expect he is. I just want to look over his room. Any objections?
Oh, no, sir. Go right ahead. It's on the 4th floor, sir. Stairs over there. You want the key?
No, thank you. I've got one. I'll wait up there for a while. If anybody comes in looking for Shackley, send them up. I might like to talk to them.
Yes, the man you describe is one of my patients. He comes here twice a week for X-ray treatment. If you have the proper authority, I can give you his name and address. Yes. Yes, I see. That is quite satisfactory. Now here you are. James Duane, 47 East Pitch Street. Glad to help you. Good night.
Number 37. Yeah, this is the room. Wonder if anyone is in.
We better be leaving, Jim. It's a long way up there.
But, Bill, how come the coil wasn't with the rest of the stuff when you brought it down?
That old fathead of a professor left it behind on purpose.
Oh, when do we leave?
Just as soon as Trap gets here. Do right now.
Somebody else coming. Maybe I better get out of the...
Looking for somebody, Bud?
Oh, I was just trying to find room 9. I'm nearsighted.
Go on inside. We'll talk about it there. Go on inside.
Oh, sure. Sure.
Hey, Trap. Hey, where'd you get that guy?
He was listening outside your door. Know him?
Know him. I thought I killed him up at the professor's place.
You mean this is the dick who tried to stop you up there?
Yeah. That pretty bandage on his head covers up the place where I put my slug.
Well, he's here now anyway.
Yeah, and we better get rid of him so we can be on our way.
How about leaving him here and turning on the gas? Simple and efficient.
Not here. This is my room. But there is a small empty room across the hall. Only one window. We can stuff the cracks with newspaper and leave him in there, tied up.
That's a good idea. With the gas turned on, he won't last long. When they find him, we'll be miles from here. We won't be in the picture at all.
Well, Nick, this clue certainly turned out to be a total loss. Not a thing in the room that's of use. Nobody dropped in. Mr. Jake Shackley must have lived a very lonely and uninteresting life. Nick, you better try another lead. Let's start by walking down those 3 flights of stairs. I would pick a clue that leads me to a place without an elevator. Hey, wait. A strong smell of gas on this floor. Better look into this. It must be down this way. Now, the smell's stronger here. Yeah, this must be the room. Number 36. Didn't even lock the door when they left. Hope they don't take me for one of the uninvited. Might not like me.
Scubby, what in the... Where's that gas jet? There. Now for the window. Hey, Scubby, come on, Scubby. Now he's out cold, come on. He's all tied up. What's been going on here anyway? I'll have to get him out of this. You're heavier than I thought, old boy. There, he's ought to be all right. Now for artificial respiration. 1, 2, 3. Relax. Rest. 1, 2, 3.
Hey, what's going on here? I smell gas. Any trouble, Mr.
Man overcome. Gas. Turns out to be a friend of mine.
Oh, dear.
Don't know what happened. I just got here.
Oh.
I think he's coming around now. Yeah. He's opening his eyes. Scubby, can you hear me? Scubby.
Oh, Nick. Gang going back. Left something. Professor's house. Machine no good without it. Nick, hurry. Hurry, Nick. They can't get away.
Passed out again. Clerk, is our doctor around here?
Yes, right in the next room.
Get him.
Doc, hey, Doc, come on out. You wanted Doc.
All right, he'll be all right now. You and the doc take care of him. When he's okay, send him to my office at 3rd and 5th. I'll get back there as soon as I can. I've got a job to do that can't wait.
Are we nearly there, Nick?
Practically, Patsy. The entrance is just around the bend ahead. I'm going to run the car off the road into the bushes here so it can't be seen by anyone going by.
How far is the professor's house from here?
About 100 yards through the woods there.
You going to wait here?
No. I'm cutting across to see if the gang's car's there yet. Where's that kit of mine?
Now put it in the back, Nick. What's in it?
Oh, a little gadget. You wait here for me. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Oh, but, Nick, you're not going to try to catch the gang single-handed, are you?
No, Patsy, I don't expect to, but you never can tell. There. That ought to do it. Now. There, now, if I can get away from here before anybody sees me.
Hey, Tony, somebody's monkeying with our car.
I gotta get out of here.
What's going on, Trent? What? Oh, yeah.
Two can play at this game. There, I got him.
I can see you. Okay, here.
If I can get behind this bush. Oh, got me. After all, I did.
You get him, Bill?
I think so, but he got trapped first. Trap's dead.
Want me to finish off the dig?
No, we got the coil we come after. Nothing to keep us here any longer. I don't want to waste time hunting for a couple who's probably dead already.
What about Trap?
Leave him there. It's a long way back to town. I ain't particular about making the trip with a corpse.
Nick, where are you?
Oh, Patsy. Patsy.
Yes,
Over
Nick?
here. In the bush.
Oh, Nick. Nick, are you hurt?
No, not seriously, Patsy.
Oh, thank goodness.
They caught me off guard. Creased the back of my head with a shot.
Oh, Nick, I was so scared that you were dead.
No.
Heard all the shooting, and then when their car rode off down the road and you didn't come back, I didn't know what to think.
Oh.
So I waited a little and then came over here to find you. Come on, and let me help you up.
All right, thanks. Oh, how my head aches. Oof. You'll have to drive us back to town, Patsy. I don't feel up to it.
Well, a gangster's car got such a head start, we'll never find them now.
Oh, Patsy, you're wrong about that. We can follow them no matter how much of a start they got.
Who do you think you are, Dunninger? You're no mind reader or fortune teller either.
No? We'll see. Come on. Sure we're on the trail of the other car, Patsy?
Don't be funny, Nick. Of course we are. There hasn't been any crossroad or side road yet where they could have turned off.
Well, that's a great weight off my mind.
Nick, how can you be so sure we can follow them no matter what roads they take?
Wait until we get to a place where there's another road they might have taken. Then I'll answer your question.
Oh, you.
I think I better call Scubby on the short wave and give him some instructions. I left word for him to wait till he heard from me. KR calling YN. KR calling YN. Come in.
YN to KR. Ready here. Go ahead.
KR to YN. Pick up reinforcements according to plan previously arranged. Have men and machines ready in 1 hour. Stand by for further orders. We'll call you again 1 hour from now. That's all.
YN to KR. Okay. We'll wait your call in 1 hour. Signing off.
Nick, you never told me. What are the code letters you use for identification?
We use the last letter of our first name and the last letter of our last name. For instance, Nick Carter is KR.
And Scubby Wilson is YN.
Mm-hmm.
And mine would be... Well, mine would be YN, too. Patsy Bowen. Well, if Scubby is YN, what would my letters be?
Just add the first letter of your first name.
Oh, the first letter.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you mean my letters then would be PYN.
That's right. Simple, isn't it?
Look, Nick, we're coming to a crossroads. Which way, Maestro?
Well, if they're going where I think they're going, they'd take the right fork. So try that one. Now, slow down a little bit, though.
Okay. Now what?
Just a minute. Stop the car.
Well, what is it, Nick?
Look there, Patsy.
Looks like a firefly on the pavement.
That's the answer to your question.
Meaning what?
It's not a firefly. It's a drop of luminous paint.
Nick, you mean the other car is dropping those as they go along without knowing it?
Exactly. All right, you can go ahead now.
Oh, that's what you were doing when they shot you.
Yes, Patsy. I rigged it up before we left the office. Then when I left you to see if they'd arrived yet, I found their car. No one was in it, so I fastened it on the chassis.
Yeah.
They came out and found me just after I'd finished the job.
So that's why you weren't in any great rush. What is it, Nick?
A phosphorus solution in a metal can with an adjustable nipple. Enough to last for 100 miles. They can't lose us this time.
How much longer are you going to keep us here, tied up this way?
Until my men bring back the missing coil, and it works. They should be back here by now, if nothing's happened to prevent them. And for your sake, I hope... Here they are now.
Well, we got it.
Where's Trap?
We left him there.
You had a fight?
Yeah. Dick tried to put our car out of commission while we was in the lab. Trap spotted him. They shot it out. Trap lost.
And the Dick?
He's still up there, too. Dead as a doornail.
You fools! Bunglers! Can't you do anything without having trouble?
We got the coil, Tony. Is that what you wanted?
Of course. But trouble always spells danger. Where is the coil?
Here.
Pop, take a look at this. Is it the right one?
Yes, that is the coil.
Do you have to have anything else to make that machine of yours work?
No, it's all here now.
All right. There's the rest of it on the table there. Get it going. I want to see it work.
Very well. But it'll take time.
It better not take too long. Otherwise, your daughter might find things happening to us she wouldn't like.
Don't worry about me, Father.
I can't help worrying about you, my dear. I'll work as fast as I can.
It's just 9:30 now. I'll give you 15 minutes to get that thing working.
But that won't be...
Better not stop to talk. Time's going.
Do as he says, Father.
Very well, my dear.
1 minute gone. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. 15.
KR to YN. KR to YN. Come in.
YN to KR. Ready. Go ahead.
KR to YN. I am now parked near Hideout. It's center one of 3 old tenement houses, East Haviland Road. Come at once. Bring men as previously planned. Surround house. We'll wait for you to arrive if possible. Come at once. That is all.
YN to KR. Understood. Leaving immediately. Should be there in 20 minutes. Signing off.
55 seconds. 12 minutes. 5 seconds.
Father, can't you hurry?
I'm almost ready. Just a second
25
now.
seconds.
There. I think it'll work now.
Ready, Pop?
Yes. Turn on the current, please.
I'll get it.
Now then, what is it you wish to try?
Try it on me, Tony. That dig got me in the shoulder.
Very well. Try it on Jim's shoulder.
Stand in front of the machine. No, a little closer. Bring your shoulder a little lower so as to be directly in front of the rays.
This ain't going to hurt, is it?
You want your shoulder fixed up, don't you?
Sure.
Shut up, then.
Now, stay right there. Steady now.
Gee, feels good. Hey, Tony, look. The shoulder looks better already.
Yeah. This'll make us the tops of any gang in the whole world. How long will it take to fix him up as good as new, Pop?
Well, this is only a small demonstration machine. It'll take several hours to complete the healing process. With a larger output of the Z-ray, it'll be much quicker.
Hey, Tony, what's that?
What's what?
Them cars outside. Did you hear them?
Cars? Stopping here?
Yeah, there was two of them. See? There they are.
You fool! So you left that dick dead in the wood at the prof's lab, did you?
Tony, I was sure he was dead.
So Daddy's tracked us right here to our own hideout.
But, Tony,
Hey, boss, the cops, they surrounded the house.
How many of them are there?
Well, there wasn't enough. They're all over.
A dozen? We can take care of them. Bill, you and Jim go down and give the boys a hand.
Right.
5 of you ought to be a match for a dozen of them, but work fast. There may be more along any minute.
Yeah, sure, Tony. Come on, guys.
Come on, let's go get them. All right, come on back in.
Now, you two, I'm going to close this door and lock it. Now, let me hear a peep out of either of you, and you'll get a slug in your back. So long as I got you two here with me, I got something to bargain with. And it's going to be a good bargain. One that'll get me out of here free and clear.
They all accounted for, Scubby?
Yeah, Nick. Riley got them all. 1 dead and 4 wounded.
Oh, what fools they are. So busy defending the front and back doors that they forgot that little side window.
Yeah. Once we got a man in there, it was easy. Were they surprised to be attacked from the rear?
Did you find out where the head of the gang is?
No, Nick. We've searched every room in the house except this one. He and the old man and his daughter must be in here.
Well, I know they haven't gotten away. I watched the house from the time I called you until they got here. I'm positive nobody left the house. Now, let's find out. All right, you in there. You might as well come out. You can't get away?
Think so, Mr. Carter?
So you know me, do you?
Yes, I know you.
And you know that you can't get away.
I think you're wrong about that, Carter.
What do you mean?
I have a proposition to make.
All right, what is it?
If you let me go free and give me a half-hour's start without trying to stop me, I won't harm either the old man or his daughter. But if you refuse, if you try to break down the door to get me, they'll both die before you can save them.
Are they all right now?
They are. How long they stay that way depends on you.
Hey, what can we do, Nick? We can't let him kill the old man and the girl.
I have a plan, Scubby.
Yeah?
Miss Pender, are you all right?
I told you she was okay.
I want to hear it from her own lips. Miss Pender, are you all right?
Go ahead, you tell her.
Yes, Mr. Carter. We're all right.
Professor Pender, are you all right?
Oh, what's the idea of all the talk, Nick? Let's do something.
Quiet, Scubby. I'm running this.
Oh, okay, Nick, just as you say.
Professor Pender, are you all right?
Yes, Mr. Carter. Nothing's happened to me.
Your invention perfectly safe?
Yes, it's quite safe at present.
If you try to do anything except let me go, you'll find the machine wrecked and both of them dead.
Is your father all right, Miss Pender?
Nick, what in heaven's name are you trying to... Quiet.
Miss Pender, is your father all right?
Yes, he's all right.
Well, Carter, now that you're sure everything's all right, are you going to accept my proposition or not?
No, I'm not going to accept it.
Then I'm afraid I'm going to have to kill both of you.
But I can't understand it, Mr. Carter. Why, you couldn't see him through the door, and yet you shot him dead.
Yes, Mr. Carter, it's incredible. You killed him without even knowing where to shoot.
That's where you're wrong, Professor. I did know where to shoot.
Oh, Nick, you're not going to tell me that you have X-ray eyes or something.
No, Scubby, I won't tell you that.
But how in the name of all that's wonderful could you know where to shoot?
Use my ears, Scubby.
Your ears?
Yes. I made the 3 people in that room talk to me until I had a mental picture of just where each one of them was.
Yeah.
Then when I was sure in just what direction the crook's voice was coming from and was sure that neither the professor nor his daughter were near enough to be hurt, It was a simple matter to shoot right through the door at the crook's voice. And I was right. Sorry I had to kill him, but it was the only way I could see to get him without danger to either of them.
Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle. So you shot him by the sound of his voice.
Exactly, Scubby. If he'd kept his mouth shut, I'd have had to agree with his terms. But he talked. He talked himself right into the hereafter. And I wonder if he can talk himself out of whatever he finds waiting for him there.
This has been another of the strange adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, which are brought to you regularly at the same time by WOR Mutual. And now, let's ask Nick for a hint or two about a story for next week. How about it, Nick?
Okay. Well, next week's strange adventure was strange indeed. Scubby started for Philadelphia to get some information I wanted. But he ended up in another city under another name and occupying a body that wasn't his.
And then we found that somebody else had borrowed Scubby's body to kill a man.
I'm afraid I'm getting confused.
Well, that's nothing to what was happening to poor Scubby. He didn't know who he was or what he was doing. And yet all the time, he was perfectly sane.
And it wasn't until this boss crook, who called himself the Mystic, tried the same thing on Nick that we really got anywhere at all.
Well, it sounds like something out of the ordinary, to say the least. What do you call it?
Murder by magic.
Or the mystery of the missing identity. And that's all for now. So long.
So long, everybody.
And so long to you both, Nick and Patsy, until next week. In the strange adventure you have just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate, Scubby by John Kane. Original music was played by Lou White. The entire production was written and directed by Jock McGregor. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter entitled
Murder by Magic, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Identity.
And now, a very special announcement. Beginning next week, the return of Nick Carter will be brought to you at a new time, 10:15 p.m. Eastern Wartime on Saturday evenings. Remember, beginning next Saturday, April 8th, the strange adventures of Nick Carter will come to you at 10:15 p.m. Eastern Wartime, and at that same time each week thereafter. And don't forget that the adventures of Nick's adopted son, Chick Carter, are broadcast over most of these stations Mondays through Fridays at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime. This story is a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The return of Nick Carter is produced in the studios of WOR. This is Mutual.
Another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Tonight's curious adventure,
Murder by Magic, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Identity.
I wonder how Scubby's making out. Do you suppose that he had any trouble, Nick?
I doubt it, Patsy. Scubby knows Philadelphia well enough to get all the information I want without any difficulty.
Yes, but he's been gone 3 days now. He didn't plan to be gone that long, did he?
Well, no, Patsy, but it's not always possible to tell in advance how long it's going to take to find...
Nick Carter's office.
Nick there, Patsy?
Well, Scubby. Yes, he's here. How are you making out?
Oh, please put Nick on. I've got to talk to him and quick.
Well, sure, Scubby. Here he is. Nick, it's Scubby. It sounds as though there was something wrong.
Well, I hope not. Hello, Scubby. What's up?
Nick, can you come to Chicago right away?
Chicago? Thought you went to Philadelphia.
So did I, but I landed in Chicago.
What?
And am I in trouble?
What kind of trouble?
I seem to have killed a man.
Oh, now, don't try to be funny, Scubby. What's this all about?
I'm not being funny, Nick. I'm really in a jam. I apparently killed a man last night.
Oh, look here, Scubby. You certainly know whether you've killed somebody or not.
But I don't, Nick.
What makes you think you have?
It says so in the paper.
What paper?
The Chicago papers. Oh, please, Nick, will you come out here right away? I've got to have help and in a hurry.
All right, Scubby. Patsy and I'll leave at once. Where are you staying?
In a little hotel on the edge of town called Paradise Mansion. I haven't dared to stir out of here since I read about the murder.
Okay, Scubby, sit tight. We'll be there as soon as the plane can get us there.
Gosh, Nick, we were awfully lucky to get seats on this plane.
Yes, Patsy. Well, now that we're safely on our way, let's take a look at these Chicago papers I bought. See what they have to say about our friend Scubby.
Okay. Look, Nick, on the front page. Murderer of nightclub patron sought.
Yeah. And here's a snapshot of the killer taken at the nightclub. Wonder how they happened to get that.
It does look kind of like Scubby, doesn't it?
Yes, could be. Now look at these fingerprints. They're certainly Scubby's. I'd know them anywhere.
That's certainly Scubby's cigarette lighter. It's the one I gave him last Christmas.
So I see. It says here, a cold-blooded killing reminiscent of the gang wars of years ago.
Oh, Nick, do you think that Scubby could...
Oh, I wouldn't believe it if he admitted it. Scubby couldn't kill anybody. But it certainly looks as if he got himself into some real trouble this time. And what's he doing in Chicago?
Oh, Nick.
Hi, Scubby.
Oh, I never was so glad to see anyone in my whole life.
Scubby, are you...
Come in quick. Let me get this door closed.
Jittery, aren't you?
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad to see you're still out of jail.
Oh, Nick, don't joke about it. I'm just about crazy. Look, I'm in a jam.
Well, suppose you sit down and tell us just what happened.
And begin at the beginning. Don't leave out anything.
All right. Well, it's quite a story and pretty unbelievable, but I'll try to tell it the best I can. As you know, I started for Philadelphia, and I was sitting in the airport waiting room, waiting for my plane to be announced, when somebody stumbled over my feet. I looked up expecting them to say, excuse me, and then I heard a funny, shrill little voice say...
Stupid! Why don't you keep your feet where they belong?
Huh? Well, why don't you look where you're going?
You're too stupid to be allowed out in public.
Yeah, well, nobody asked you for your opinion. If you don't like my feet, just keep away from them.
Trying to insult me, are you? You're not even fit to speak to me, you stupid idiot.
Look here, Bud. That's 3 times you've used that word stupid about me. The 4th time might get you a skin nose. Come on your way.
You are attempting to divert my senses from the concentration of inner thought to the grosser contemplations of the external world.
Come again?
But you are as clumsy as a cow at doing it.
Look, fella, if you've got somewhere to go, just go ahead. Your room is better than your company.
You are being sarcastic. That is because you do not know who I am.
All right, I'll bite. Who are you? You tell me and see if I care.
It is useless to tell you. That thing you think is your mind is a rusted, worthless tool. A sponge too dried out to soak up anything.
Oh, dumb, you mean?
Exactly. You really want to know who I am?
Quite frankly, I don't give a tinker's damn.
I am Chi-Chi, the Omnipotent. In the Central Council of the Farthest Inward, I am the most completely self-equipped.
Brother, you don't make sense.
I am the mystic. In the whole council, I am the most honored. There has been, in 20 generations, no other great enough to be the mystic. But I am he.
Okay. Well, now that we've settled that, how's about some peace and quiet?
You have offended me grievously. I do not let such offenses go unpunished. I shall sit here beside you and decide what your punishment is going to be. I shall say no more until I have decided.
Okay. Well, happy thoughts, my mystical little pal. So he sat down beside me and didn't say another word. He was a funny, weaseled-up little man, and he amused me rather than worried me, so I forgot all about him.
Did he take the same plane you did?
Oh, don't get ahead of me, Patsy. I was tired from working all night and then the night before, and I guess I must have dozed off. Mm-hmm. The next thing I knew, somebody was shaking me by the shoulder.
Come on, Palsy. Snap out of it. This is as far as this camp goes. Hey, wake up, Palsy. This is where you get off.
Huh? Oh, sure. Sure, I'm awake.
Come on, Palsy. This is your hotel. Must have been some night you had last night, huh, Palsy?
Oh, stop calling me Palsy.
Sure. Whatever you say, Palsy.
What the deuce is the matter with me? Why does my head feel so foggy? What? Hey, where am I? Where's the plane?
Look, Palsy, I don't know who you're kidding, but this is where you live. Are you getting out or you going to stay in a cab?
Well, where's my baggage?
You're a great little kidder, Palsy. Now, come on, get out. You better get some sleep. There's nothing like it for a hangover.
Oh, all right. Oh, hey, you better give me a hand to get out of here.
Okay, Palsy. Here you go. All right, there you are. Now there.
Oh, what does the meter say?
Same as always, Palsy, 50 cents.
Yeah? Well, here's 6 bits. Keep the change.
Hey, look, Palsy, you generally give me $5 for hauling you.
I'll give you a knot on the head if you don't stop ribbing me.
Okay, Palsy. Yeah, now you sound more like yourself. See you later.
And he drove off, leaving me standing in front of the crummiest-looking hotel I ever hoped to stop at.
You mean you have no notion of how you got there?
No, not the faintest.
Oh, but Scubby, you just
Oh,
can't...
hold everything. Wait till I finish the story. Well, as I was apparently expected to go in the hotel, I did. As I approached the desk, the room clerk, a sad sack with a sourpuss, tossed me a key.
There you are, Mr. Gerson.
I picked up the key and started to ask the clerk a lot of questions. But my head was so dizzy that I couldn't think straight. So I went up to room 714, which was the number on the key.
What was it like, Scubby?
Oh, cheap and flashy. And it reeked of cheap perfume. I found some letter paper on the writing desk, and the letterhead said, Hotel Prince Royal, Chicago. Then I at least knew where I was. My head was aching so that I stumbled into the bathroom to bathe it. I got one look at myself in the mirror, and it almost finished me.
How do you mean, Scubby?
Well, it wasn't me I saw in the mirror.
But that's ridiculous. How could it be anyone else?
Well, that's what I wanted to know. What I saw was a typical cheap, pasty-faced gangster with red hair.
But your hair isn't red.
Well, it was then. And then I discovered that I was wearing a zoot suit.
What a sight you must have been.
Well, it didn't amuse me, Nick. By this time, I was scared sick. My head was so dizzy I couldn't think straight. I thought maybe I was still having some kind of nightmare. So I picked up the house phone, and when the operator answered, I asked her, What day is this?
It's Friday, Mr. Gerson.
Friday, March 24th?
Of course, Mr. Gerson.
Then it was yesterday that I left New York.
What's that, Mr. Gerson?
Oh, nothing. That's all, thanks.
Oh, Palsy.
Huh?
I just heard from the hospital. You just broke Betty's arm, that's all.
What? Oh, when was that?
Well, last night, you remember. But don't worry, Betty's a good kid. She won't say nothing to the cops.
Oh. Oh, yeah, thanks. Goodbye. And then I hung up the phone. Oh, it was getting worse and worse. I went back into the bathroom for another look at my new face. And then the room door opened, and I heard someone come in.
You here, Palsy?
Huh? Oh, hello.
Hi, Palsy. What's cooking, Snookins? Give me a match. Thanks, Tank.
Would you mind telling me who you are?
That's a new one on Dolly, Palsy. What's the rib?
Oh, I just want to find out who you are.
I'm Dolly, the spare rib, the girlfriend.
You're my girlfriend?
Say, Palsy, you're talking awful funny. What goes? Is this some new kind of a brush-off?
Oh, no, you misunderstand me.
Say, if you're trying to give me the air...
No. No, it's still love, Dove.
Well, that's more like it. For a minute, you had me guessing. See, by the way, Palsy, where was you last night? We had a date gate. Why'd you stand me up?
Huh? Did I?
I don't like that, Rat. You better explain and make it good.
Well, I had business.
Oh, I get it. You did a job you want me to cover for you. Okay, where do I say we went last night, you and me?
Oh, well, I think that we'd better say that...
I'll get that. There's something going on around here I ain't in on. Hello. Okay, thanks.
What was it?
She says there's 4 guys named Spike, Steve, Bernie, and Lucky coming up to see you. I got a blow. Them guys give me the chills, honey. They're real killers, and they ain't fussy who they kill. Be seeing you. I fly. Goodbye.
Gosh, Scubby, what happened then?
Were these 4 gentlemen up to expectations?
Oh, they were gangsters, all right. They came sliding into the room as if they were afraid of me. Well, I had already discovered I was supposed to be a guy named Palsy Gerson, a mug who broke girls' arms when I wanted to, and I was a no-good who gave $5 tips to taxi drivers, and I was a crook who had his girlfriend cover up for him when he did a job, and Now I seem to be buddies with this gang of hoodlums.
Gee whiz.
Well, one of them, the guy with a squint eye, did all the talking.
Hi, Palsy.
Look, you guys. Look me over carefully. Am I Palsy Gerson?
What's the matter, Palsy? Bad hangover?
Oh, let it go. What's cooking?
Look, Palsy, we're clean. There's not a rod on any of us. We come here for a peace talk.
Yeah?
Yeah. We've been pals working together for a long time now. We've been like that, right?
So what?
So everybody knows we're tied up with you. Even the cops know it. Now, if you get pulled in, we all get pulled in, because the cops will figure we're all in it together.
Oh, what are you getting at?
It's about this rub-out last night. We didn't know nothing about that, Palsy. You didn't tell us. So we want you to give us the lowdown so we'll know what to say if one of us gets picked up.
Oh, what are you talking about?
Now, look, Palsy, everybody knows about last night's killing. We know it was your job, even if you did hire someone else to do it for you. Why, it's in all the newspapers this morning.
Here, let me see that paper. Oh, there was the headline, all right. Murder in nightclub. And there was a picture of me. Not a picture of this Palsy Gerson, but of me, Scubby Wilson. Taken on the spot by the nightclub photographer, it said. And there were my fingerprints, Nick. Those prints that both of us know so well, found on the gun that was used. And a picture of the cigarette lighter Patsy gave me last Christmas. Look, you got me all wrong. I'm not Palsy Gerson. There's been a terrible mistake.
Palsy? You mean you ain't going to be straight with us?
I tell you, this is all a mistake.
Palsy, you trying to cross us up? We don't like it. We ain't going to take it.
Oh, listen a minute. You can't pin this...
Can't do it, Palsy? Come on, boys. Take him over. Watch out for his rod. You ain't crossing us and getting away with it.
Oh, I was so weak, I couldn't do a thing. And a minute later, they bent a blackjack over my left ear, and I went out cold.
Scubby, you poor guy. You certainly had a tough time.
Well, how did you get out of that Palsy Gerson role you were playing?
I don't know, Nick. When I came to again, I was on the bed in this room. I lay there a few minutes, getting my senses back, and then I jumped off the bed and raced to the mirror. I was myself again. I was Scubby Wilson once more, and in my own clothes, and my hair wasn't red anymore.
Yeah.
And my own luggage was on the rack at the foot of the bed.
But things like that just don't happen, Scubby.
Oh, so I've heard, Patsy, but you can't prove it by me.
So you went to sleep in the airport in New York. When you woke up, your mind was in the body of a local crook named Palsy Gerson. And some of Gerson's pals knocked you over the head. And when you woke up again, you were back in your own body in this hotel.
Yeah, that's right.
And while you were using Gerson's body, somebody was using your body to kill that guy in the nightclub, is that it?
Yeah. You know, I know it sounds insane, Nick, but that's the way I see it from here. And unless something happens, I'm slated for the electric chair.
Oh, gosh, Nick, we can't let anything happen to Scubby.
Don't worry, Patsy, we won't. Now, first we'll dye Scubby's hair, make him up so that he won't be too easily recognized in case the police are looking for him. Then I'll have the police pick up this Palsy Gerson, his girlfriend Dolly, and his 4 thugs, if they really exist. And somehow I think they do. I want to see what the body Scubby was using has to say for itself.
Well, Nick, these past 2 days haven't gotten us very far. We located Palsy Gerson, and he satisfied the police that he knows nothing about it. His girlfriend Dolly isn't the same girl who came to see me, and the telephone operator who called me Palsy has disappeared and can't be found. All of which adds up to a large round zero.
You're wrong, Scubby. It all adds up to proof that you were part of a well-laid plan.
But why, Nick? Why?
Look, Scubby, if the police discover that you're the one who apparently killed the man in the nightclub, they'll arrest you. And I, even with my reputation for being on the right side of the law, will be arrested with you as an accessory after the fact. The police couldn't do anything else. All of which would be an excellent way for somebody to commit a murder, and at the same time get someone he didn't like jailed for the said killing. Scubby, I think I'm the one they're after. And they used you to get me.
But how are we going to stop them, Nick? They got proof that I did that murder, and we can't prove that I didn't do it.
That's what I'm trying to do now, Scubby. Get that proof before the police catch up with us. So far, I haven't had... Oh, Patsy, see who that is, will you?
Sure, Nick.
Hold everything. Hold everything.
We have warrants for the arrest of Scubby Wilson and Nick Carter in connection with the murder of John Walters.
Why didn't they keep you in jail, too, Nick?
Because they were extremely decent about it, Patsy. They told me that although they had positive proof that Scubby committed the murder and that I'd been abetting him in defiance of the law, they were so impressed with my insistence that Scubby didn't murder him that, out of consideration for my past reputation, they were going to give me 10 days to prove his innocence, if I could. If I fail in that time, I give myself up, and they proceed with the charges against Scubby and me.
How did they find out about him, Nick?
Very simple, Patsy. They sent the fingerprints they found on the gun to Washington, to the FBI, and they identified them as Scubby's. You know, he and I are both on file there as law enforcement agents.
Mm-hmm.
Little investigation found Scubby was living here, and the rest was easy.
What's your next move, Nick?
Patsy, if my hunch is right, the man behind this wants to get at me for some reason or other. So he's going to be awful mad when he finds the police have let me go again. And he may try to do something himself about getting me out of the way.
And if he doesn't?
I have a couple of the boys keeping their eyes open for anyone who looks like that mystic Scubby was telling us about. I believe he's at the bottom of all this, Patsy. If I can lay my hands on him, I feel sure he can tell us all the answers.
But he might mystic you, too, Nick, the way he did Scubby.
He might. But I doubt it. Well, I'm going down to pick up a paper at the newsstand. I'll be right back, Patsy. Evening Journal, please. Thanks. Don't make any sudden moves, Bud. Looking for me? You Nick Carter? Yes. Then you're the one we want. What can I do for you? Keep your hands in plain sight so me and my two boys here don't have to do any sudden shooting. This ain't a water pistol I got here. I'll take your word for it. What do we do now? The mystic wants to talk to you. Come on. And come quiet. Friend, any idea why the mystic wants to talk to me?
I don't think he likes the idea of the cops letting you go after they took you to the jug. He thought you was out of the way for keeps.
So now he's going to do something himself about getting rid of me, huh?
No. Me and the boys are going to do it for him.
When?
Now. As soon as we get down to the pier.
Oh. An old abandoned pier, I suppose.
Yeah. One where there ain't nobody to bother us when we take care of you. Just around the corner.
What are you planning to do with me?
A couple of sash weights tied to your leg to do the trick. After putting a couple of bullets through your head. Lucky.
Yeah?
You get out the sash weights and the rope. They're in the back of the car.
Okay.
Barney. Right. You go get the girl. We'll take care of both the girl and Carter at the same time, like the boss suggested. All right, Carter. You and me will walk out on the pier together. But don't forget, I got this little persuader in my hand. It's getting dark, which is what we want. But even if you can't see this .38 of mine, it's still there pointing at you.
I have no doubt you're right. And I shan't forget. You know you can't hope to kill me and not pay for it.
I'll take my chances on that, Carter. You ain't the first guy I bumped off, and you ain't going to be the last. This'll be far enough.
Well, then, there's not much I can do about it, is there?
No.
Oh, is that the girl coming with your pal there?
Where? Oh, yeah.
Drop that gun. It'll break your arm. Drop it. No noise if you want to stay alive.
I'll drop it.
Thanks. Now, I'll take charge here. I'll do just as I say, and you won't get hurt. But try any funny business, you'll never see daylight again. You understand?
Yeah, I got you. Didn't need to break my arm off, though.
Here comes the girl and Bernie. Not a sound out of you.
Okay.
There she is, Spike. Got enough weight for the two of them?
Answer him. Answer him right.
Yeah. We got enough.
Tell him to bring her over here.
Bring her over here.
Yeah, we're coming. You didn't want to come, but I...
Drop your gun and get your hands up, Bernie, quick. Quick, I said, get those hands up. There. I'll take your gun, too. Now, Bernie, come over here. Just a little closer now.
What are you going to do?
It's getting dark now. It's time for bed. So I'm just going to put you to sleep. Like this.
Gee, you're wonderful.
You don't have to kill him, do you, Carter? I didn't kill him.
You Nick Carter?
Why, yes, I am.
Oh, I've been praying something like this had happened, but I didn't think it would.
Quiet. We're not out of the woods yet.
All right.
Hey,
Be quiet. Spike, keep your mouth shut if you want to keep on living. When he gets here, tell him to bring you the weights and stuff.
What'll I do with this stuff?
Now, tell him.
Bring this stuff over here, Lucky.
Okay.
Don't move, Lucky. I've got the gun this time. All right, young lady. Will you get the gun out of his pocket, please?
All right. Here it is.
I'll take it. Thanks. Now, Lucky, I want you to tie up your pal Bernie there. Then you can tie up Spike.
Yeah,
Then I'll tie you up. Give the finishing touches to all three of you and be on my way.
You mean you're going to leave us here?
That's exactly what I mean.
Why, you
All
dirt-
right, Lucky, get busy with those ropes. Time's getting short, and I've got a real score to settle with your boss.
Gee, Mr. Carter, you're wonderful. You sure these lugs ain't going to get out of these ropes?
I'm sure. I've had lots of practice in this sort of thing. There. All right, come on. We can leave them there safely now.
Say, look, I ain't told you who I am yet, have I?
Why, no. Who are you?
I'm Dolly.
Dolly.
Hmm.
You're not Gerson's friend.
No, I'm the other one. The one the mystic hired to visit your friend in the hotel.
So that's who you are.
Yes.
How much do you know about this racket?
Well, I didn't know nothing about it then, but since they snatched me and kept me locked up in their hideout, I learned a lot from listening to them talk.
Let's stop here a minute. What's this all about, Dolly? If that's your name.
Now, my real name's Ann. Did your friend really think he was pals with Gerson?
Yes, he certainly did, for a while. That's absurd, of course.
The mystic done it. He has an anesthetic gas that he gives you when you're asleep or knocked out. He doped your friend in the airport and brought him to Chicago. Then he had somebody make him up like a mobster, and he let him wake up in that taxi cab.
I suppose he paid all those people to put on the act that convinced Scubby he really was Palsy Gerson.
Only the taxi driver, the telephone girl, the hotel clerk, and me. The four thugs was already members of the gang.
And they beat him up so this mystic could give him another shot of the gas while he was unconscious and let him wake up as himself?
Yes. And he was so doped all the time we was putting on the act that he never could figure out what was going on.
Very clever. But how did you get in on this?
All I wanted to be an actress. They hired me to put on this act. They told me they were ribbing some friend of theirs. But when I saw all the publicity in the papers and I saw that you got arrested, too, I knew it wasn't no gag. I went to where their headquarters was one day to see if they were still there so I could go to the police. But somebody saw me there and grabbed me. I've been locked up ever since.
You know why they wanted to do all this?
The mystic knew your friend was going to Philadelphia to get some dope on a racket. The mystic was the head of the gang, and he wanted to scare your friend off. He hoped he'd scare you off, too. He's getting ready to work the same racket all over the country. And you was the only one who was getting hot on his trail.
I thought that was it. And when we didn't scare off, he had to take matters into his own hands. I suppose it was one of the Mystic's thugs who did the killing in the nightclub?
Yeah, it was Spike, made up to look like your pal. And he left the evidence that the cops found.
Who was the man he killed?
Some fella wouldn't play ball the way he wanted him to.
Look, you know where the headquarters of this gang is?
Sure. Just about a block from here. Want me to show you?
You bet I do. With your help, I'm going to get that Mystic, if he's there.
Come on. It's over this way. That's the place. That little house beside the warehouse.
Is there another entrance?
Yeah, round on the side. That's all.
How many in the gang?
5 besides the boss. You got 3 of them tied up on the pier.
Good. Can you handle a gun?
I don't know. I'll try it if you want me to.
Good. Take this one. Go around to the other door. When you hear me fire once, you shoot that gun 6 shots, fast. Can you do that?
Sure. What are you going to do?
When I pick the lock on this door, go in and try to trap them. If they try to make a getaway through the other door, the shots you fire will make them think they're surrounded. Okay?
Sure. Good luck, Mr. Carter. I'll be listening for you.
Now, Mr. Mystic, let's see how mystical you really are. First, I get this door open. There. That was easy. Guess they're not expecting trouble. Now to find them.
And with Spike taking care of Carter, and the cops taking care of that stooge of his, we'll have nothing to worry about any further. I guess we were too clever for the great Nick Carter.
Think so, do you? Up with your hands, all of you. Make it snappy.
Nick Carter, hey, boy.
No good. You're surrounded. You can't get away.
Got it, boss. We ain't got a chance.
Drop your guns if you want to stay alive.
Very well. You're too many for us this time. Drop your boys. Drop.
Thank you. Now turn and stand up against the wall with your hands in the air. That's it. Oh, Ann. Ann, it's all over now. You can come in. Fight's over.
You got him, Mr. Carter? Gee, you're a real detective, ain't you?
All right, Ann. Go to the nearest telephone and call police headquarters.
Yes.
Tell them we have the correct answer to the killing that Scubby's charged with. And
Yes.
tell them to send some cops down here after them right away.
Sure thing, Mr. Carter. Now, who's on top, Mr. Mystic? Why don't you try a little magic now?
All right, Ann, get going. Scubby will be very anxious to get this good news.
I'm on my way, Mr. Carter.
You mean you didn't have any police here with you?
No, my mystical friend. Just me and the girl. But using my own special brand of magic, you couldn't tell the difference. And that's the kind of magic worth using.
This has been another of the strange adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, which are brought to you regularly each week at the same time by WOR Mutual. Well, Nick, I'd like to hear a few of the high spots from next week's story.
Okay. Next week's story started with a cat.
But not a common, ordinary cat. This one was a lemon yellow Persian cat with a pedigree.
The chase started when I tried to find the said pedigreed Persian puss, which had been stolen from its rightful and very ultra owner. But before long, I found I was involved in theft, kidnapping, murder, and other varieties of lawbreaking.
Which included being hit over the head and being shot at in the dark. Not exactly an amusing case.
No, Patsy, it was a deadly serious case before it was finished. I call it A Cat Brings Death.
Or The Mystery of the Missing Persian.
And that's all for now. So long.
So long, everybody.
And so long to you both, Nick and Patsy. In the strange adventure you have just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate, Scubby by John Kane. Original music was played by Lou White. The entire production was written and directed by Jock McGregor. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter entitled
A Cat Brings Death, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Persian.
This story is a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The Return of Nick Carter is produced in the studios of WOR and is broadcast over most of these stations every Saturday evening at 10:15 Eastern War Time. This is Mutual.
What's the matter? What is it?
Another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Tonight's curious adventure.
A Cat Brings Death, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Persian.
Well, the confounded doggone things to have
Riley,
happen
you
to a
don't
man.
seem very happy to see me this morning.
I ain't.
Something I've done, or just things in general?
Things in particular.
Here's your glass of water, Lieutenant.
All right. What you get it so cold for?
Lieutenant, it ain't...
All right. Get out. Now, where'd I put them pills?
Taking your vitamins regularly, I see. Excellent idea for anyone inclined to be nervous.
Vitamins, nothing. Them's aspirin tablets for headaches.
Lieutenant Riley, do you mind if I sit down this lovely morning?
Sit down, but don't bother me. I've got too many troubles of my own to be bothered with yours.
But I have no troubles, Lieutenant. I feel free as a bird.
You would.
Care to tell old Uncle Nick what the trouble is?
In case you're interested, Mr. Nicholas Carter,
know I am.
Shut up if you want to hear this.
Oh, sorry. Please forgive me.
In case you're interested, I just had to release Scully Greer from his temporary residence in my jail.
Oh, too bad.
I couldn't get enough on him to hold him for a jury in spite of the fact that every cop in town knows he's guilty.
Oh, what a pity.
And we've been trailing his sidekick Sabin for more than a week steady without a sign of results. The same with that blonde, Reba Dawes. You're right back where we started. 3 smooth jobs pulled this month without a smell of a clue. 3 big jewel robberies, and my little Boy Scouts are still out chasing rainbows.
You know, Riley, I haven't been following this case very closely, but I have a hunch.
Hunch. You can't hold a crook on a hunch. There's been enough high-class sparkles lifted around here in the last 30 days to stock a pawn shop, and we can't put a finger on nobody. Now, you got a hunch. You can't
I know, Riley, I know. You can't hold a crook on a hunch. You got to pin something on him and make it stick. I've heard you say that before.
Well, it's true. Why, Nick, I ain't even
the phone, Lieutenant.
All right. Lieutenant Riley, Police Headquarters.
This is Commissioner Clark, Riley.
Yes, sir, Commissioner.
Now, look, if somebody doesn't turn up something on these jewel robberies pretty quick now, there's going to be some changes around here.
We've been working hard on it, Commissioner, and I ain't hardly been home long enough to eat, sir. That's a fact, sir.
The trouble with you, Riley, is in your head, not in your stomach. Maybe we need some new blood in that department.
Oh, now, Commissioner, we can't find clues when there ain't none to find. We're doing all we can, sir.
You'll have to do better. I expect results within 48 hours. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Commissioner.
I take it that was the commissioner.
You take it. Oh, look, Nick, couldn't you go someplace else for a while?
Why, Riley, your lack of hospitality amazes me. I only came down to... the buzzer, Lieutenant.
All right. Well, what is it now? More trouble?
There's a woman out here demanding to see you. And I mean demanding.
I ain't receiving visitors today.
You'd better be. It's Mrs. Dudley Banks herself.
Mrs. Dudley Banks?
You know, Commissioner's favorite aunt.
I know who she is. What does she want? Some more contributions
She says she's been robbed, Lieutenant.
Robbed? Oh, don't tell me we got another case to break. I can't stand much more of this. All right, send her in.
You know, Riley, I remember reading recently that Mrs. Dudley Banks had the finest collection of rubies in the country.
Oh, no, Nick. Not rubies.
You don't suppose that
Mrs. Dudley Banks, Lieutenant Riley.
Lieutenant Riley, I've come to you personally to report a most distressing thing. I've been robbed in broad daylight and under the most distressing circumstances.
You've been robbed?
I most certainly have, and I shall expect you to take immediate action.
You can depend on us, Mrs. Dudley Banks. Just what was the nature of your loss?
My cat.
Your cat? You said your cat?
Precisely, my cat. A lemon-colored Persian of the female sex. She's known as Fluffy. She disappeared from my upstairs living room sometime this morning.
Well, isn't it just possible that the cat just strayed off the premises like...
Fluffy was stolen, of that I am certain. She's not given to wandering away.
Yes, of course, ma'am. What do you expect me to do?
Do? Why do you suppose I came down here for sympathy?
Well,
I expect you to recover the animal, apprehend the criminal, and punish him.
Oh, sure.
I shall be home after 4 o'clock. At that time, you will be at liberty to inspect the premises. You have my address, of course. Good day.
Cat. A Persian cat. Of all the confounded nonsense!
But Riley, think how lucky you are that it wasn't her rubies.
Lucky, you call it.
Well, Lieutenant, what are you going to do about this, pardon my pun, catastrophe?
Do about it as if I didn't have enough troubles now. That old cluck may be the commissioner's favorite aunt, but if she thinks I'm going to assign anybody to round up a stray cat, she's a lot...
You know, Riley, this case interests me.
What?
Yes. Why, a case like this might develop some startling angles before we get through with it.
Oh, Nick, quit your kidding.
No, really, Riley, I'm serious. This, I feel sure, is a case worthy of my talents. It'll be a pleasure for me to turn from the pursuit of murderers and other such small-time criminals to the really important work of discovering who walked off with the lovely feline pet of Mrs. Dudley Banks.
Are you kidding, Nick?
Definitely not, Riley. At 4 o'clock this afternoon, I shall ring Mrs. Dudley Banks' bell, wipe my feet on a doormat, hand my hat to the butler, and see what I can uncover about the mystery of the missing Persian.
Go!
So long, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
I'm from police headquarters. Lieutenant Riley sent me to investigate the loss of Mrs. Dudley Banks' cat.
Oh, yes, sir. Mrs. Dudley Banks is expecting you. Come in, please.
Thank you.
This way, please. Mrs. Dudley Banks is in her sitting room.
Thank you.
A police person, madam.
A police person?
Yes, madam. About the cat, madam.
Oh, yes, of course. Come in. That will be all, Carrington.
Very good, madam.
My name is Carter, Mrs. Dudley Banks. Lieutenant Riley sent me here to see if I can find your cat.
To see if you can find her, you must find her.
That's what I mean, madam. Now, will you please tell me what you know about her disappearance?
There's very little to tell. I was obliged to be absent from the house this morning for about 2 hours. I left my poor Fluffy right here in her own little basket. It's that one there with the pink ribbons on it.
Yes. Now, who was here in the house while you were gone?
My butler and my maid were both here, but neither of them paid the slightest attention to poor Fluffy. It was not until I myself returned at noon that she was missed.
She was a lemon-yellow-colored Persian, I believe.
Yes, a beautiful little creature. Here, let me show you her picture.
Oh, I don't think that'll be necessary, Mrs. Dudley Banks.
Not necessary? That's absurd. Surely you can find her more easily when you know what she looks like.
Very well, madam, if you insist.
Of course I insist. Here. Now, this one was taken about 2 months ago.
Yes.
It's not a very good picture because the stupid photographer sent his assistant instead of coming himself.
Oh, I see. Well, a very pretty cat, isn't it? She?
She is. That picture doesn't do her justice.
Now, what happened when you discovered she was missing?
I was broken-hearted.
No, I mean, did you look for her?
What a silly question. Of course we looked for her. We searched the whole house thoroughly, but Fluffy was gone.
Has she ever run away before?
I should say not. She adored me.
I see. Madam, this is a very baffling case. There are a number of angles. Are you sure nothing else is missing beside the cat?
Nothing. We checked everything.
And there were no visitors this morning while you were out?
No one. No one, except the young woman from the ladies' auxiliary, of course.
What did she come here for?
Every Wednesday afternoon, my friends and I meet here to roll bandages. And this young woman comes the day before to bring us the materials.
She's been coming here regularly?
Every week.
Do you know her name?
I believe this young lady's name is Miss Conroy. She took over the job only last week.
Oh. She hasn't been here before last week, huh?
No, another girl did it before that. But, why are you asking all these questions about her? Surely you can't think she had anything to do with it.
Well, you never can be sure, madam.
Oh, but she's such a sweet girl. A blonde with beautiful green eyes, just like my poor dear Fluffy.
Yes. Thank you, Mrs. Dudley Banks. I'll be getting back to headquarters now.
You mean you've solved the mystery of dear Fluffy's disappearance?
Perhaps. Will you have your butler show me out, please?
Yes, of course. Carrington.
Yes, madam.
Show Mr. Carter out.
Yes, madam. This way, sir.
Good day, Mrs. Dudley Banks. Thank you, Carrington.
Not at all, sir. Good day.
Very interesting, Nick. This may produce results after all.
This is the headquarters of the Ladies' Auxiliary.
This is the office of Brown, White, and Brown, attorneys.
Yes?
Could you give us the address of a Miss Conroy who works with you? We have a legal communication for her.
Miss Conroy? One moment, please.
Stranger things have happened. I wonder if it's
Miss
possible.
Conroy lives at 76 East Dover Place.
Thank you.
Not at all.
Driver, Why are you stopping here?
Well, this is the address you give me, mister.
This is 76 East Dover Place?
Well, it's as near as I can get to it.
But this is an empty lot.
I can't help that, mister. It's 76 East Dover Place just the same.
Oh. Okay. Take me to the Mayflower restaurant at 56th and 34th.
Right.
You're a little early for dinner tonight, Mr. Carter. Nobody gets in here before 6 generally.
Now, never mind, Katie. Bring me a nice, thick slab of roast beef.
Oh, you're just fooling, Mr. Carter. This is Meatless Tuesday.
Oh, yes, so it is, Katie. I never seem to remember that. Well, what's on the menu?
Here, you can look for yourself. Thanks. If you had to buy meat for a family the way I do, you'd remember it. It's a job getting things these days.
Yeah, I suppose it is.
Why, just this afternoon, before I come to work, I went to the butcher shop to get some liver. My husband calls it cat food, but he eats it just the same. Well, I got some, and a nice piece it was, too, but I had to fight for it.
Fight for it?
Yeah, blonde little chit tried to get it away from me. Last piece there was, but I got it. I slapped her face, too, I did. And she didn't want it for herself at all. Wanted it for a cat. Imagine.
Her cat? What kind of cat?
What's the difference what kind of a cat it was? The idea of hard-working folks having to go without so some cat can eat the best there is.
This blonde. She wouldn't be young and pretty, would he? Lives in the neighborhood, maybe?
Oh, she's pretty to look at. But the language she used, it'll make your hair curl. Yeah, she lives around here. I seen her going in and out of the Mecca apartments across the park. She's a movie actress, maybe.
Mecca Apartments, huh? Well, I wonder if she's home now.
Here, don't you want any dinner? I thought you'd come in here to eat.
Oh, sorry, Katie. I'll be back later. Right now, I have to follow a hunch and see a girl about a cat. So long. Reba Dawes. Name on the door as big as life. Hey, that's the young lady Riley's been trying to pin something on for the past few weeks, if I recall correctly. Well, Nick, let's see what happens.
Well?
Very well, thanks.
Here, what's the idea of pushing into my apartment like that?
We just dropped in to say hello.
What do you want here?
Katie was right. You are good looking.
Listen, fella, if you don't clear out of here, I'll...
Pretty cat you got there, too. Persian, isn't it?
Never mind the cat. What's the game? Come on, talk up or get out.
All right, here it is. You call yourself Conroy, get to be a worker for the ladies' auxiliary, get chummy with Mrs. Dudley Banks, and then walk off with her pet Persian under your raincoat. What's the answer?
Oh, a dick, are you?
Could be. I think Lieutenant Riley would like to have a chat with you down at headquarters.
Lieutenant Riley had me down at headquarters and had to let me go. He's got nothing on me.
Then you won't have to worry, will you? We'll go down and confer with him anyway. We'll take Fluffy along with us.
You let that cat alone. I'm not leaving here for you or anyone else.
No? Mrs. Dudley Banks didn't like the idea of you taking her. You better answer that. It's somebody I'd like to see, and be yourself. I don't want to have to get rough. Watch yourself. I'll be right behind these curtains watching you.
Oh, Scully, it's you.
Sure, it's me, babe. Who'd you expect?
Oh, I don't know. I just...
What's the matter, babe? You look scared.
No, I'm not scared.
You ready to travel? We're rolling tonight.
Scully,
Say, you did a nice job getting us the layout of the old lady's place. I'm proud of you. You know, that lady's auxiliary racket worked out okay. Me and Sabin turned the trick in no time. The wall safe was a pipe to crack, and we cleaned it. We put the maid and the old lady to sleep and dumped them in the closet. They never got a squint at us at all. We had to get rough for the butler. The old coot tried to make a getaway. Yeah, we had to give him the works.
Scully,
Say, are you sick or something?
I got something to tell you. There's a dick behind the curtains.
Both of you. Turn around and keep your hands in sight. Get him up, Scully. Now, let's see if you're carrying a gun.
What the...
Just keep them up, Scully. And you too, Reba. I'm not pointing this gun of mine at you for exercise. Oh, no gun, huh? What's the matter?
Don't you wish I had one? Then you could pull me for carrying a concealed weapon. Nothing doing, copper. I don't carry any hardware outside of business hours, see? Hey, what are you doing here anyhow?
Just been waiting around for you to show up.
Hey, look, babe. How come this Dick's parked here in your place?
I tried to tell you, Scully. He just busted in on me just before you came.
Must have had some reason for busting in.
Well, never mind that now, Scully. Let's all go down and see Riley. He should have held you in jail a little longer today. It would have queered the job you just pulled at Mrs. Dudley Banks' residence. Well, that's the answer to my problem, anyhow. Now just stand there, you two, while I give Riley a ring. Life will be a great deal happier for him when I tell him who's coming down to see him.
Police headquarters. Lieutenant Riley speaking.
Oh, Riley, I have a surprise for you.
I already got one, Nick. You know what was pulled off not half an hour ago?
I do. You found Mrs. Dudley Banks and her maid bundled up in a closet, and the butler shot to death. Probably the wall safe had been cleaned out, and Mrs. Dudley Banks' prized collection of rubies is missing.
Nick, where did you... how
Very
come
simple, Riley. Katie had liver for supper tonight, see? And, hey, put on those lights again. Don't try anything.
Hey, Nick. Nick.
Okay, Reba. Turn the lights on.
What's going on there?
There's a gun, Scully.
Hey,
Now,
what's all that
Copper,
noise?
you stay put, right where you are.
Okay, Scully, just as you say.
Good work, babe. You turned these lights on just at the right time. You better pick up the table and put that phone back.
Okay. Light switch was just behind me. I figured we'd have a better chance in the dark. You're awful quick, Scully.
You're too quick for that copper. He didn't get a chance to spill anything to Riley. We ain't in the picture at all, and we won't be either.
I was pretty scared for a minute. Hey, where's Sabin?
We're meeting him. I had Jake bring me here to get you.
Oh.
He's waiting for us downstairs. Now, you ready to travel?
Sure, I've been ready for the past hour. Thought it was you at the door when this Dick knocked. That's why I opened it so quick.
Yeah, let's get going then.
Say, ain't you going to take care of the Flatfoot before we leave?
Not here. Don't want these dead dicks tie you up with it and maybe hook me in, too. Just take him along with us for a while. And keep Riley guessing, too.
How mighty nice of you to take me along to meet Sabin, Scully. Then I'll have all three of you together in one place where it'll be easier to take you in. You know, Riley'd hate to see you leave town now.
Cut the comedy, Copper. You're going along, but not far. So pick up your hat, big boy, and march yourself downstairs. And don't forget, I'll be right behind you, all the way.
Okay, Scully. You're the boss, now that you've got my gun. Oh, don't forget your cat, Reba.
Gosh, that's right. I almost did. Come on, Fluffy.
Hey, where'd that thing come from?
It's mine. Isn't she a dear? Picked her up today. Just couldn't resist her.
You gonna drag that along with you?
Sure, I can't leave her behind. She won't be any trouble.
Okay, let's get going. I don't want to keep Jake waiting. Anybody bother you while you was waiting, Jake?
Nah. Say, who's that with you, Scully?
Yeah, one of Riley's bloodhounds. Use that up in front with Jake, Reba.
Okay.
Right. Dick. Hey, what's happened, Scully?
It's
what's he
all
doing
right,
here?
Jake. Get going. Yeah, we're behind schedule now on account of this guy.
Okay, but I don't like it. You ought to get rid of him.
We will, when the time comes. Hey, look, Gumshoes. How come you happened to drop in on Reba tonight?
Just a hunch.
Yeah?
Yeah. Funny how things break, isn't it? You see, it all started when Katie had liver for supper.
You said that before. What about it?
So here we are, the three of us. Funny, isn't it?
Yeah, I can't stop laughing.
What's so funny, Scully?
Ask that Dick. He knows the answers.
I'll tell you when the time comes. But first, let's find Sabin.
Yeah, there's the place, Scully. That garage here.
Yeah, pull right inside. Sabin will be waiting there for us.
Right.
That's you, Scully?
Yeah.
Hey, where you been? If we don't get upstate before morning, we're gonna be... Hey, who's that with you?
Keep your shirt on and close the garage doors before some fool cop shows up and begins asking questions.
Yeah, okay.
Come over here, Sabin.
Yeah?
I want to show you a prize package I picked up tonight. A real live bloodhound straight from Riley's kennels.
Him? How'd he get into the picture?
Walked in on his own 2 feet.
Well, he won't go out that way. They'll have to carry him when we get through with him.
Yeah, that's what I've been telling him. But it don't seem to worry him none.
What's the use of worrying? I can't do anything about it. Yet.
Not yet or ever, Copper. You're a dead duck. Hey, give Jake the gun, Scully. He can stay here and hold it on the gumshoe. You and Reba come into the house with me a minute.
Okay, Sabin. Here, Jake. Keep this pointed at that Dick's heart.
Yeah.
I have to laugh when I think it's his own gun that's keeping him quiet.
He'll keep quiet, all right. Or something's gonna happen to him. Hey, how long are you gonna be gone?
Just a couple of minutes. We'll be right back. Everything's all set to go as soon as we finish what we gotta do.
Okay, but don't forget we got a long way to go yet tonight.
We ain't forgot. You just keep your eye on the copper till we get back.
It's a pleasure. Hey, can I knock him off?
Not yet. Wait till we get a ways out of town. Then you can finish him any way you like.
You hear that, copper? You and me is gonna have fun. I don't like cops, and I'm gonna take it all out on you.
I'm sure that'll be great fun, Jake.
Yeah? You won't think so. Hey, Dick, don't start moving. Stay where you are on that back seat now. One more move and I'll plug you.
Scully said not to shoot, Jake. There might be cops around.
You come any closer, I'll let you have it, cops or no cops.
Remember, Jake, cops.
I warn you.
You must have a gun of your own somewhere on you. Yeah, there it is. Now, my friend, to feel a little better, I'll just put this piece of wire around your wrists. And around your ankles. And slip this rag in your mouth. Tie it back here. There. Now, don't think you'll bother me any. And I'm going to have my hands full in a few minutes. I'm going to take you and your 3 pals back to Riley. Now, I'll just go over here and stand behind this door. And when they come back, I'll be a one-man welcoming party. Okay. Come on, you lugs. I'm waiting.
Well, Mr. Copper, you're about to take your last ride. I hope you... Sabin, look.
Huh? What is it?
Jake's out cold.
The dick's broken loose. Look out!
Up with your hands, all of you.
Hey,
Stop those bags and get your hands in the air. Maybe fast, Sabin, but not that fast.
Say, don't shoot, don't shoot. You know I ain't got no gun.
Let's have another look to make sure. Now, you're clean. I'll just take Sabin's gun. I'll make sure he doesn't have another one on him anyway. He's clean, too. I'll keep those hands where I can see them, Reba.
Just want to get a handkerchief out of my handbag.
All right, but no tricks.
Can't a girl use her own handkerchief when she has to blow?
Sorry to have to sock you in the jaw, lady. Suppose I might have known you'd have a gun in your handbag. All right, you two. Pick her up and put her in the back of the car, and then get in yourself. Scully, you drive. Sabin, you sit in back with Reba and me. Just push Jake over, Scully. He won't bother you. All right, get going.
Okay.
Then we'll all drive down and surprise Lieutenant Riley. Won't that be fun?
And after they left you alone with Jake, then what?
Well, Patsy, when the 3 of them went into the house, I knew the chance I'd been waiting for had come.
Mm-hmm.
I was in the back seat, and Jake was in the front seat, holding my gun on me.
Mm-hmm.
So I got up out of my seat, moved over to Jake, took the gun away from him, and punched him in the jaw. He went out like a light.
Nick, you moved up on a man holding a pistol on you? Why in the world didn't he kill you? Sounds to me like a hair-breadth Harry story.
He tried to kill me, all right, Patsy. But he didn't know what I knew. That's why I had the advantage on him.
Oh, stop teasing, Nick. Tell me, why in the world didn't he shoot you?
As I said, Patsy, he tried to. But the gun wasn't loaded.
Wasn't loaded?
No. That's why I felt perfectly safe in just taking it away from him. Patsy, you should have seen the look in his face when he pointed the gun at my heart and pulled the trigger 3 times.
But I thought you said it was your gun.
He did, Patsy.
And it wasn't loaded?
No, Patsy. With shame and remorse, I admit it wasn't loaded. You see, when Scully jumped on me in Reba's apartment, I tried to shoot him with it. But the trigger simply clicked. Then I suddenly remembered that I'd been cleaning it the night before when I got that long-distance phone call. And I just forgot to load it again.
That's a dangerous mistake to make, Nick, even if it did save your life this time.
Quite right, Patsy, quite right. Well, I certainly had a lot of fun watching Scully pointing that empty gun at me all the time we were going to meet Sabin. You know, I really enjoyed it. I wish all my mistakes could turn out as well.
This has been another of the strange adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, which are brought to you regularly by WOR Mutual. Well, Nick, what's next week's story going to be about?
Before I tell you that, John, there's something else I want to say.
something very special. And this is addressed to you, our audience. We've been with you every week for the past year now, bringing you the strange and exciting adventures of Nick Carter. And now I'm very happy to be able to announce that beginning next Monday, April 17th, we're going to have the pleasure of being with you 5 times a week. 5 quarter hours a week, Mondays through Fridays at 9:15 p.m. Eastern Wartime, over most of these stations. And I assure you that we're looking forward to these meetings with you very eagerly. So remember, we won't be back Saturday nights anymore. But we will be here every evening, Monday through Friday, at 9:15 Eastern Wartime, beginning this coming Monday, April 17th. And we hope you'll be with us as regularly in the future as you have been in the past.
Gee, Nick, that's swell, isn't it? 5 times a week. And do we have a lot of exciting stories to tell?
Oh, you bet we do, Patsy. A lot of really exciting cases. And I think we'll start next Monday with a story which I call Kidnapped for Sale.
Or the mystery of the missing babies.
Have you heard of the latest racket? Stealing young babies from their parents, not for ransom, but to sell them to people who want the baby for their own? Well, it's one of the dirtiest and lowest forms of kidnapping found in the underworld today.
And when a young mother who'd lost her baby came to Nick for help, he was glad of the chance to break up the kidnap ring and catch the fiends who stole innocent and helpless children and then sold them to the highest bidders.
So if you want to be in on the beginning of one of the most exciting chases I've ever had, listen next Monday evening at 9:15 Eastern Wartime to the story Kidnapped for Sale. So long, everybody.
So long.
And so long to both of you, Nick and Patsy. In the strange adventure you have just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate, Lieutenant Riley by Humphrey Davis. Original music was played by Lou White. The entire production was written and directed by Jock McGregor. Next Monday evening at 9:15 Eastern Wartime, listen to the beginning of another curious experience of Nick Carter entitled
Kidnapped for Sale, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Babies.
This story is a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. And beginning next Saturday night, the popular series True Detective Mysteries will be broadcast over most of these stations every Saturday night at 10:15 Eastern Wartime, in addition to Wednesday afternoons at 4:30 Eastern Wartime. This is Mutual.
It's a case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's a case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Beginning the curious adventure called Kidnapped for Sale, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Babies.
I must see Mr. Carter at once.
I'm sorry, but he isn't here just
now.
now.
I must see him. Isn't there any way you can get in touch with him?
No, but I expect him back any minute now. Wouldn't you care to wait, Mrs.
Anders, Mary Anders. He's got to help me. He's just got to.
Don't worry, Mrs. Anders. I'm sure he will. I'm Patsy Bowen, Mr. Carter's secretary. Don't you want to tell me what's wrong?
It's my baby.
Oh, there, Mrs. Anders, please don't cry. I'm sure everything will turn out all right. Now, why don't you start from the beginning and tell me what's happened?
All right. My husband is a defense worker in the South. A few weeks ago...
Oh, that must be Mr. Carter now. Oh, Nick?
Hello, Patsy. Oh, so you have a visitor.
This is Mrs. Anders, Nick. She's in trouble, and she's come to you for help.
Well, I'll be glad to help you if I can, Mrs. Anders. Just what is the trouble?
Well, as I told your secretary, my husband is a defense worker who has a temporary job in the Texas oil fields. Mm-hmm. A few weeks ago, I received a letter saying he was seriously ill. Naturally, I was frantic and wanted to go to him at once, but I couldn't take my baby with me. He's only 8 months old, and there wouldn't be any place for him in the town where my husband works.
I see. So what did you do?
Well, I had no relatives to leave the baby with, so I looked around for a nursing home that could take care of him while I was gone, but they were all jammed to overflowing and couldn't board my baby. When the fourth nursing home turned me down, I was ready to give up. But just as I was leaving the building, a man carrying a medical bag spoke to me.
Pardon me, I couldn't help overhearing your conversation with the clerk at the reception desk. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Dr. Arnold. I'm on the medical board of this nursing home, and
Well,
I saw how disappointed you were when the clerk told you that they had no room for your baby.
I'm at my wit's end, Doctor. I've simply got to find a place to leave him. My husband is seriously ill, and I must go to him.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, perhaps I can help you, Mrs. Anders. Have you ever thought of leaving your child in private care?
In private care? But I don't know anyone in this city.
Well, it just happens that I know a couple whom I'm sure would be glad to take care of your child.
Oh, but I wouldn't want to leave my baby with strangers.
Oh, I think that if you met this couple, you'd feel differently about it. Recently, they lost their own child, and I rather think they'd be very happy to take care of yours if you'd permit them to.
Well, if I could only be sure they'd give him the right kind of care.
Well, I'll tell you what we'll do. This couple's name is Gilbert. Mr. Gilbert has an office in the Stanley Building. Why don't you bring your child to his office tomorrow morning about 10 o'clock? I'll arrange to have his wife there at the same time. You can talk with them and then decide whether you'd like to let them take care of your baby.
It can't do any harm to talk to them, see what they're like.
Splendid. Here, now I'll write Mr. Gilbert's address on this card. There. Oh, I'm sure you'll like them, Mrs. Anders.
I hope so, Doctor, and thank you for your kindness.
Not at all, Mrs. Anders. These days, it's up to people to help each other. Well, I'll see you tomorrow morning at 10.
And did you keep the appointment, Mrs. Anders?
Yes, I did, Mr. Carter. Dr. Arnold and his friends were there waiting for me.
Ah, good morning, Mrs. Anders. Allow me to introduce Mrs. Gilbert and Mr. Gilbert.
How do you do?
Hello, Mrs. Anders.
My dear, I'm so happy to meet you. And I presume this is the baby?
Yes, Mrs. Gilbert.
Oh, he's beautiful.
Say, he is a good-looking baby, isn't he?
Martin, be careful. You wake him.
Oh, he's a very sound sleeper.
Do you think I might hold him?
Of course. Here you are, Mrs. Gilbert.
Thank you. Oh, it's like holding my own little boy. Will you let me take care of him while you're gone, Mrs. Anders? I promise I'll look after him just as though he were my own.
What, Mrs. Gilbert,
Please say you'll let me take care of him for you.
Well, when Dr. Arnold just spoke to me about leaving him with strangers, I didn't like the idea, but now that I've met you, I can see you're the kind of people who love children.
Oh, Mrs. Anders, I assure you he'll receive the very best of care.
Why, of course he will. We have a lovely nursery at home. We give him everything he wants.
Well, I was certain that you people would like each other. I'm glad to see that everything is settled.
Oh, but we've said nothing about paying for his board.
Oh, we wouldn't dream of asking anything for taking care of him. We're doing it just because we want to.
Why, of course. We won't hear of such a thing.
Oh, you're both very kind. I only hope that someday my husband and I will be able to repay you.
What train are you taking, Mrs. Anders?
Well, I want to make the train that leaves at noon.
Oh, you'll have to hurry then.
But I'm sure you want to kiss your son goodbye, Mrs. Anders.
Goodbye, darling. Mother's going to miss you dreadfully, but she'll soon be back for you, just as soon as she can. Then, Mr. Carter, I left for Texas. When I reached my husband, I found he was much better than I'd expected. I spent 2 weeks with him, and by that time he was well enough so I could come back. I got in just an hour ago.
I see.
Have you seen your baby yet?
No. I went to Mr. Gilbert's office the first thing to tell him I was back and wanted my baby. When I entered the office, Mr. Gilbert wasn't there, but Dr. Arnold was.
And what did Dr. Arnold say when you told him you'd come for your son?
He told me that he'd never seen me before, that he knew nothing whatever about my baby.
What?
At first I thought he was joking, but he wasn't. He denied ever having seen me or my baby.
And what happened then?
I asked to see Mr. Gilbert, but he said there wasn't anyone by that name there. I pleaded with him to give me back my baby, but he kept insisting he didn't know what I was talking about. Mr. Carter, what can I do? How can I get my baby back again?
Oh, there, Mrs. Anders, please. I'm sure everything's going to be all right.
Mrs. Anders, I'm afraid you've been made a victim of a new and vicious racket. That of selling babies.
Nick.
Yes.
Selling babies?
Yes, selling babies. You see, these days, a great number of people are eager to adopt babies. But there are comparatively few available for adoption. As a result, there are many people who are willing to pay $1,000 or more for a child.
This has brought into being a new type of criminal, one who deals in selling babies.
But, Nick, where do they get these babies? You mean they steal them?
Yes, Patsy, that's exactly what I mean. These unscrupulous men are all over town on the lookout for women who, under emotional stress, will part with their babies.
But, Mr. Carter, Dr. Arnold looked so respectable, and well, he said that he was connected with that nursing home.
Without going any further, Mrs. Anders, I can assure you that he isn't a doctor at all, but was merely posing as one.
What?
That's part of his scheme to get babies from their mothers. And the nursing home is one of the places where he makes his contacts.
Then you mean this man Arnold has sold my child to the Gilbert couple?
No, Mrs. Anders, not to them, as they're undoubtedly part of his gang. No, the Gilberts will pose as the legitimate parents of your baby and will sell it to another couple who are eager to adopt a child.
But, Mr. Carter, if this man Arnold gets away, I may never find my baby again.
No, Mrs. Anders. Don't worry, please. I'll do my best to recover your child for you. Up to now, I've been unable to take any action against these unscrupulous gangsters because I have never been able to get any really concrete evidence against them. But in your case, there's no question about it.
But what are you going to do, Mr. Carter?
Well, our first move will be to go down to that office and see this man, find out what he has to say for himself. And we better hurry, because he won't waste any time clearing out now that he knows you're back.
Shall I go with you, Mr. Carter?
No, Mrs. Anders, I want you to go home and rest.
All right. But you will let me hear from you soon.
Why, certainly I will. Just as soon as I can tell you something definite.
This building gives me the creeps, Nick. It's so old and dark.
Yes. The type building that houses mainly fly-by-nights and other shady enterprises. Only hope we aren't too late.
Fourth floor, please.
This is it, Patsy. Room 412.
Nick, there's a light in the office.
Yes. Well, here goes. Good evening.
Oh, I'm afraid you have the wrong office.
No, I don't think so, Mr. Arnold.
Nick, he's packing everything in that briefcase.
Yes, so I see.
What do you want?
Arnold, I represent Mary Anders, whose child you took a little more than 2 weeks ago.
Mary Anders? I don't know anyone by that name. And what would I want with a child?
I think you know what I'm talking about. And I want that baby back.
I don't know what you're talking about. Why are you staring at me like that?
Arnold, I never forget a face. And I'm sure I've seen your face somewhere before.
That's nonsense. I never saw you before in my life. Now, kindly get out of here and let me finish my...
Yes. Now I remember you. 10 years ago, September 1934, you were convicted of blackmail and sent up the river for 5 years. And I supplied the evidence that clinched the case.
So you're the guy I've got to thank for that stretch. Oh, then you must be Nick Carter. The cops told me he was the one that pinned it on me.
Right, Arnold. And if you don't turn the Anders baby over to me at once, I'll make it my business to see that you go back for a real stretch this time.
Oh, yeah? Carter, I've been waiting a long time to pay you back what I owe you. This is one time you ran into more than you bargained for. Okay, Dutch.
I'm right behind you, Carter, so you and your girlfriend better get your hands up fast.
Nick, look out.
Make a move for your gun, I'll blast you. Yeah, it's better.
This isn't going to help you any, Arnold.
No, we'll see about that. Got his gun, Dutch?
Yeah.
Now, Mr. Carter, you're going to get what you should have gotten years ago. It's too bad the girl has to be in on it, too.
Shall I let him have it, Arnold?
No. Gun might bring the night watchman. We want to do everything on a quiet basis.
Let my secretary go, Arnold. She had nothing to do with sending you up.
I'm afraid I couldn't do that. She knows too much now.
What are you going to do with us?
Do you see that vault in the wall over there?
Yes.
Well, up to now, I've never had anything that I wanted to put into it. Now, I think I have.
Say, that's a great idea, Doc.
Yes. It's a beautiful vault. Fireproof, waterproof, and airtight. You and your charming companion, Mr. Carter, won't last very long in there.
Nick.
Steady, Betsy.
All right. Start moving, you two. And no funny business, or you get it in the back. Go on. Get in that vault. Ladies first, Carter.
You know you'll have to pay for this, Arnold.
Maybe, and maybe not. Well, Mr. Carter, it's been most pleasant knowing you two. Goodbye.
Nick, there's not much room in here, is there?
No. Wait till I turn on my flashlight. There.
Well, this vault is hardly big enough to turn around in. Well, Nick, the oxygen will be gone in no time.
Now, Patsy, you mustn't get excited. Just uses up the oxygen that much faster.
We've got to get out of here quick. It'll only be a matter of minutes.
Take it easy, Patsy. Take it easy. Let's see how solid these walls are. Yeah, they're solid, all right. Must be a foot thick.
Even if we called for help, it wouldn't do any good. No one could hear us.
And the floor's solid, too. And the vault's completely empty. Nothing we could use to help us get out.
Nick, the air's getting close already. What are we going to do?
I don't know, Patsy. But there has to be some way out of this vault.
Well, if you don't find it soon, it'll be too late. Oh, Nick, I'm afraid. I'm scared. I feel as if I...
Now, easy, Patsy. Don't let it get you down, please.
But I can't get my breath, Nick. I can't breathe.
Having locked Nick and Patsy in a soundproof, airtight vault and left them there to suffocate, Arnold is sure that he has removed all threat to himself in this new and heartless racket. And it does look as if Nick has met a problem that would tax even his cleverness to the utmost to solve. With only minutes left to live, how is Nick Carter going to free himself and Patsy from the death trap they are in? Listen tomorrow and find out. In the strange adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, Nick Carter is played by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate. The stories are written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan. Original music is played by Lou White. The entire production is under the direction of Jock McGregor. Tomorrow night at the same time, listen to the further adventures of Nick Carter in the case entitled
Kidnapped for Sale. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Babies.
The Return of Nick Carter, a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated, is produced in the studios of WOR and is broadcast over most of these stations, Monday through Friday at 9:15 p.m. Eastern War Time. And don't forget that the adventures of Nick's adopted son, Chick Carter, are broadcast over most of these stations, Mondays through Fridays at 5:30 p.m. Eastern War Time. This is Mutual.
It's a case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's a case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Continuing the curious adventure called
Kidnapped for Sale. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Babies.
In an effort to recover a stolen baby, Nick Carter and his secretary, Patsy, call an office occupied by a crook named Arnold. Arnold, aided by Dutch, another member of the gang, overpowers them and locks them in an airtight vault built into the wall of the office. Knowing that suffocation threatens them in a very few minutes, Patsy becomes panicky.
Nick, I'm afraid. I'm scared. I feel as if
Now, easy, Patsy. Don't let it get you.
I can't get my breath, Nick. I can't breathe.
Patsy, listen to me. Breathe deeply.
All right, Nick.
That's it. You're more frightened than anything else. The air isn't going yet.
You're right, Nick. I'm sorry I let myself go that way.
That's the girl. Now, let's see. There must be some way out of this vault. There's got to be.
How much time have we got, Nick, before
I should say the air in here ought to last us about 10 minutes.
That isn't very long, is it?
No, it isn't. But I hope we'll be out by that time. Well, the walls are all solid. The floor's solid, too.
Look at the ceiling. It's solid, too. Patsy, look.
I don't see anything.
There's an automatic sprinkler nozzle set in the ceiling in case of fire.
Oh, yes, I see it now.
Patsy, that sprinkler may get us out of here.
Get us out?
Yes.
Nick, how?
If I hold a lighted match under the nozzle, the heat will set off the automatic sprinkler system in this vault. And someplace in the building, an alarm will go off, and it'll bring help in no time.
Oh, but, Nick, my new hat will get soaking wet.
Patsy, it's better than suffocating. Let's see, where are my matches?
You got them?
Yeah, no, strike one. There. Now, if I stand on my toes, I can just reach the sprinkler nozzle. Yeah, there. Just have to hold the match to it long enough for it to heat up.
How long will it take?
Oh, just a few seconds. And it should...
Oh, Nick, the water's cold.
Yes, Patsy, but listen. You can hear the alarm ringing somewhere in the building.
Yeah, I hear it. How long would it take for them to find it?
Only a few minutes, Patsy. The indicator on the sprinkler system will show them the troubles on this floor. They'll have no difficulty tracing us down from there.
Oh, Nick,
What is it, Patsy?
the water is up to my ankles.
I know. The vault's airtight. And that means it's also watertight.
But, Nick, it's rising so fast.
I know, Patsy, but it was either this or suffocation.
But, Nick, suppose nobody finds us until the water's over.
Steady, Patsy, steady. All we can do now is wait and hope.
Come in. Ah, it's you, Arnold.
Yes, Chief. I understand you wanted to see me.
Yes, I do. Sit down.
Thanks, Chief.
Listen, Arnold. During the past few months, I've built this baby-selling racket up to a point where we're making $1,000 out of it. And we've got customers for every baby we can lay our hands on.
I know, Chief. I've been doing my best to get more of them.
Yeah, so I understand. Weren't you instructed never to take a baby unless the mother signed it over to you, so the police would have nothing on us?
Well, that's what I've been doing, Chief.
Yes? And what's this I hear about the Anders woman? Huh? Did you get her to sign a release?
Well, no, Chief, but it wouldn't have worked in her case.
You fool. You should have let her alone then.
I know, Chief, but I had a customer who was willing to pay $3,000 for a baby boy like hers now. I couldn't pass up money like that, could I?
Do you know that the Anders woman went to Nick Carter for help?
Yes, I know that, but...
You crazy fool.
But, Chief...
Do you know what it'll mean if Carter decides to investigate our business?
But, Chief, Nick Carter isn't going to do any more investigating, ever.
What do you mean?
A little while ago, he came to my office in the Stanley building. Before he could start anything, Dutch and I took care of him.
You mean you got rid of him?
Sure. Dutch and I locked Carter and his secretary in the office vault. Oh, they couldn't have lasted more than 10 minutes in that vault. It's airtight.
You're sure they won't get out? Carter's no fool.
Oh, neither am I, Chief. That vault is fireproof and airtight.
Nick Carter dead. Sounds unbelievable.
He's dead, all right, Chief. And I cleaned everything out of the office, too. The police can't trace a thing to us. I didn't leave a thing behind.
Good. You better have your apartment cleaned out, too.
All right, Chief.
I only hope you're right about getting rid of Carter. He was the one man who could have ruined everything for us.
Of course I'm right, Chief. From now on, you can forget about Nick Carter. He finally walked into something that was more than he could handle.
Why doesn't someone come? The water's up to my waist.
I'm certain that by this time the alarm's been heard.
Then where are they? At the rate the water's rising, the vault will be full in a few minutes.
Steady, Patsy. You mustn't lose your nerve.
But, Nick...
Perhaps if I rap with my flashlight on the door, it'll attract somebody's attention.
If there's anyone out there to hear it...
Well, that's what I'm hoping, Patsy.
Oh, Nick, maybe there isn't anyone in the building. Maybe nobody heard the alarm.
Patsy, you're forgetting the elevator operator brought us up. And then I heard Arnold say there was a night watchman. I'll try rapping again.
Who's there?
Oh, Nick, thank heaven someone's out there.
Yes. Can you hear us?
Yes, I hear you. Where are you?
We're locked up in the vault.
Did you say locked in the vault?
Yes. See if you can open it.
What are you doing in there?
We're locked in. See if you can open the vault door.
Oh, all right. No, can't open it. It's locked, and I don't know the combination.
Oh, Nick.
Hold it, Patsy.
If you do what I say, I think you can get it open.
Yeah, but I don't know nothing about safe. I better call the police.
No, wait. By the time you get the police, we'll be dead.
What are you going to do, Nick?
If I were on the outside of the safe, Patsy, I could open it by turning the dial and listening to the clicks of the combination. I've done that often enough before. But locked in here the way we are, I'm going to let him turn the dial while I listen for the clicks of the tumblers.
Oh, Nick, that's a wonderful idea, but hurry.
What do you want me to do?
Now listen carefully. Turn the dial of the safe slowly to the right. When I hear the tumblers fall, I'll tell you to stop. You understand?
No. Don't make sense to me.
Will you please do as I say to save our lives?
Oh, yes, I guess so.
All right. Now start turning the dial slowly to the right.
To the right. All right. Yes, I'm doing it.
Keep turning. Keep turning.
Stop.
What do I do now?
Start turning the dial slowly to the left.
To the left, yes. All right. Here we are.
Stop.
Oh, hurry, Nick, hurry.
All right. What next?
Now start turning the dial slowly to the right.
Okay. I'm turning them.
A little more.
Oh, Nick.
Stop. All right. Now turn the handle of the vault.
What'd you say?
Try the handle of the safe.
Oh, all right.
Oh, Nick, he can't open it.
He's got to.
What do we do?
Maybe he's turning it the wrong way.
Listen. Turn the handle the other way and pull.
Yes, all right. The other way.
Oh, Nick, we're safe.
Yes, and not a minute too soon.
What are you two doing in that vault? Who are you?
I'm Nick Carter. Afraid we haven't got time to explain. Oh, by the way, have you seen Arnold, the man who rents this office?
Arnold?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Carter. I saw him and another man leave a little while ago. They had a couple of bags with them.
From the looks of things, he's cleaned out the office thoroughly.
I gotta go and turn off that sprinkler. It'll be flooding the place if I don't. If you folks want me, I'll be in the basement.
All right. Oh, and thanks for what you've done.
Oh, I should say so. You saved our lives.
Oh, that's all right, folks. But if I was you, I wouldn't go getting locked in that vault again.
Don't
Might
worry.
Get you in trouble.
We won't. All right, now, Patsy. Let's look over the office.
Oh, Nick, I'm
There's
soaked.
always a chance that Arnold may have left something behind.
All right, but there isn't much to look over.
Well, see if you can find anything at all. The most trivial object may give us a lead.
Well, there's nothing in this closet at all.
Hey, this looks as if it might give us a clue.
Oh, what's that, Nick?
This newspaper I found in the wastebasket.
How is that a clue?
You notice the top of the front page of this paper? See what's been written on it?
Why, it's just the number and the letter 3D written in pencil.
Exactly. Usually done by delivery clerks in apartment houses.
Mm-hmm.
Patsy, unless I'm mistaken, this paper is delivered every morning to someone who lives somewhere in apartment 3D.
Why, of course.
I have a hunch that we'll find Arnold lives in an apartment numbered 3D. All right, let's look through this desk. Perhaps you'll find something else.
Oh, there's nothing in this drawer.
No, nor in this one either.
There's nothing in this but some packs of matches.
Let's see what's... Did you say packs of matches?
Yes, Nick, here they are. 5 packs.
Let's see them. Uh-huh. All of them advertise the Edgewood Arms. That's an exclusive apartment house, not far from here.
Nick, you don't think that...
Patsy, I have a hunch that Arnold lives in apartment 3D at the Edgewood Arms. Come on. Let's find out if my hunch is right.
Well, this is 3D, Nick.
Yes. And here's Arnold's name on the door.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm. My hunch was right. All right, ring the bell, see if anyone's home.
Doesn't seem to be anyone in.
Well, this lock doesn't look as though it'll be too difficult to pick. Let's see. Mm-hmm. There we are. Come in, Patsy.
Okay.
I'll turn on the lights.
Looks as though he'd cleaned this place out, too. He's a fast worker, that guy.
Yeah. Afraid he's come and gone. Looks as if he burned some papers up before he cleared out.
Hmm.
There are ashes in the fireplace.
Do you think they're of any value?
It's hard to tell. I'll put them in this little box. I'll examine them later at my laboratory.
Well, there's nothing at all over here in this desk. It's been cleaned out completely.
Now, wait a minute. Let me turn on this table lamp. Perhaps you can see better.
Nick, what is it?
Patsy, this lamp is still warm. Someone was in this room just a few minutes ago.
Oh, you don't suppose he's still here, do you?
I don't know. There's only one way to find out.
Nick, did you hear that?
Yes. Someone's opened a window in the next room. Patsy, stay here. I'm going to find out who it is before he gets away.
Oh, but, Nick, you haven't got a gun.
I'll have to take my chances, Patsy.
Oh, but, Nick, you make... Nick!
This certainly is one case in which Nick is having difficulty finding clues. At every turn, someone seems to be ahead of him, destroying the evidence. The recovery of the missing baby, which was apparently stolen by a new and particularly vicious criminal gang, seems to be as far away as ever. And now, Nick, unarmed, is walking into the fire from a blazing gun in the hand of an unseen killer. The answer to the riddle may depend on who is doing the shooting and why. Listen tomorrow. In the strange adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, Nick Carter is impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate. The stories are written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan. Original music is played by Lou White. The entire production is under the direction of Jock McGregor. Tomorrow night at the same time, listen to the further adventures of Nick Carter in the case entitled
Kidnapped for Sale, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Babies.
The Return of Nick Carter, a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated, is produced in the studios of WOR and is broadcast over most of these stations, Mondays through Fridays at 9:15 p.m. Eastern War Time. And don't forget, the adventures of Nick's adopted son, Chick Carter, are broadcast over most of these stations, Monday through Friday at 5:30 p.m. Eastern War Time. This is Mutual.
It's a case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's a case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Continuing the case entitled
Kidnapped for Sale, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Babies.
On the trail of a ring that is stealing babies and selling them for adoption, Nick Carter and his secretary Patsy are searching for evidence in the apartment of Doc Arnold, a member of the gang who has tried to kill them. Nick hears someone moving about in the next room, and as he goes in to investigate, unarmed, he runs into a blaze of gunfire.
Oh, Nick! Nick, are you all right?
Yes, Patsy. I dropped to the floor and he missed me.
Where is he?
He went out the window and down the fire escape. Stay here. I'm going after him.
Oh, Nick, don't go out on that fire escape. You haven't got a chance without a gun.
Oh, no use anyway, Patsy. He's down on the street already, running toward that parked car.
Oh, Nick, he's turning around to shoot.
Hit the floor, Patsy. You all right?
Yes, are you?
Yeah. Well, you made a clean getaway.
Oh, Nick, how could you have been so foolish as to try to capture him unarmed? Why, he might have killed you.
I had to take the chance, Patsy. Those papers he was carrying away might have been valuable to us.
Did you recognize who he was?
Yes, it was Dutch.
Oh.
Arnold's gunman. The fellow who locked us in the safe.
Look, Nick, he ransacked this room thoroughly. Must have been packing up everything in here while we were in the next room.
I'm afraid you're right, Patsy, but let's look around anyway. Perhaps in his hurry, he may have left something behind that'll be valuable to us.
His writing table's been cleaned out.
Mm-hmm. Nothing in this bureau either.
He seems to have gotten everything.
Well, afraid we're wasting our time here. Not only is Dutch a fast worker, he's a thorough one.
Nick, where do you think Dutch will go from here?
I imagine he'll join Arnold somewhere.
Do you think they'll try to leave the city?
They may, now that they know I'm onto them. But we're not going to give them the chance if we can help it.
What do you mean?
We're going down to headquarters and have Riley send out an alarm for both Arnold and Dutch.
Gosh, Nick, this baby stealing racket's a dirty business.
It's worse than that, Betsy.
Well, Mrs. Anders said she wouldn't want to live if you couldn't get her baby back to her.
I'll do my best.
Nick, why do you keep watching your mirror like that?
I'm not certain, but I have a feeling we're being followed.
Followed?
Yes. Traffic's so heavy, though, it's difficult to tell.
No, but...
No, don't look back, Betsy. We are being followed. We don't want them to know we're aware of it.
Perhaps when you make the turn to headquarters at the next corner, you'll be able to tell.
Yes. I'm coming to it now. We'll soon know. Here goes.
Oh, were we followed?
Oh, 2 cars turned in after us. I still can't tell.
Here's headquarters.
Yes. When we stop, Patsy, watch those 2 cars when they go past. See if you recognize anybody in either of them.
Okay.
Now watch them as they go by.
Nobody in that car I ever saw before.
Look, Patsy, in that one.
That was Dutch.
Yes. And he must still have the papers he took from Arnold's apartment. He hasn't had time to get rid of them. We're going after him.
Oh, hurry, Nick, hurry. He's quite a way ahead.
I know, Patsy, I know, but there's too much traffic here to go much faster.
Nick, he knows he's being followed. He's speeding up.
Oh, if only traffic weren't so heavy. Can't get by the half-dozen cars between Dutch and us.
Oh, hurry. The light's changing to red.
No. Couldn't make it.
Oh, Nick, Dutch got through, too. If only those cars hadn't blocked us.
And by the time the light changes, it'll be too late. I'm afraid he's given us a slip again.
Yeah, and he's got all those papers he took from Arnold's room. We can kiss him goodbye now.
Seems like it.
Nick, after the way Dutch ran away from us when we were in Arnold's apartment, why do you think he followed us down here?
It's always a good point to know your enemy's next move. And Dutch wanted to know what ours would be.
The light's turned green now.
Yes. And our friend Dutch is completely out of sight. Well, Patsy, that leaves us nothing to do but go back and call on Lieutenant Riley. Oh, Riley.
Good evening, Lieutenant.
Well, hello, Nick and Patsy. What brings you down here?
Riley, what do you know about the baby selling racket that sprung up in town these past months?
Oh, plenty, Nick. We ain't been able to do anything about it.
What do you mean by that?
Nick, there's hardly a day goes by that some poor mother don't come to headquarters and tell me how she was persuaded to part with her baby.
Oh, how awful.
Usually she let the baby go because she couldn't afford to support it. But after the baby's been gone a few days, she realizes just how much it means to her. And then she comes down here and asks us to help her get it back again.
I see. Then what do you do, Lieutenant?
Well, sometimes she has the address of the men who took her baby. We bring them in.
Ever get anything on them?
Nothing. Nothing at all. These men always have a release signed by the mother giving them permission to take the baby.
You mean that there's nothing you can do about it, Lieutenant?
No, not as long as they have a release signed by the mother.
These men you bring in for questioning, have you ever seen any of them before?
Oh, sure, Nick. They all have records as swindlers and confidence men. They get into the baby-selling racket because it's easy money.
And you haven't been able to find out who's behind them?
No, but I can tell you this, Nick. It's somebody big. The minute one of these guys is brought in, a lawyer shows up to take care of them.
Seem to have built up quite an organization.
Yeah, it's growing all the time.
Isn't there any way you can break it up, Lieutenant?
We can't touch them until we get some concrete evidence that they're operating outside the law.
Well, Riley, I think I've got something on them this time.
You have, Nick? What's happened?
Earlier this evening, a woman by the name of Mrs. Anders came to my office. Seems a man named Arnold had induced her to leave her baby with some friends of his while she went away on a trip.
Mm-hmm.
When she came back, she found he wouldn't return the baby, denied ever having seen her before.
Nick, we can't hold these men because legally they're always in the clear.
Yes, But in Mrs. Anders' case, there was a slip-up. Arnold didn't get a release from Mrs. Anders.
He didn't, Nick.
No.
Nick, that's great. We can really get him for that.
We'll have to move fast, though, Riley. I suggest you send out a general alarm for him.
Sure, Nick. Have you got his description?
Well, you probably have his record and files.
Huh?
This isn't the first time I've run into him. In September 1934, I got the evidence on him on a blackmail charge, which sent him to prison for 5 years.
Do you remember what name he was convicted under?
Yes. That time, he was using the name of Edward Morelli.
Fine. I'll have one of the boys see if we have anything on him in the files.
Good.
Just a minute, Nick.
Yes, Lieutenant?
See if you can find anything in the files on a confidence man by the name of Arnold. He did a blackmail rap in 34 under the name of Edward Morelli.
Yes, sir. I'll look it up.
If we've got anything, Nick, it shouldn't take more than a few minutes to find it. Then we can really get going on this thing.
Come in.
Chief.
You look upset, Dutch. Is anything wrong?
Plenty, Chief.
Let's have it.
Nick Carter ain't dead.
Not dead. But he must be. Arnold locked him in an airtight vault earlier tonight.
Sure, Chief, and I saw him do it. But Nick Carter's still alive.
But Arnold said no one could last more than 10 minutes in that vault. And Arnold was the only one who knew the combination.
Oh, I don't know how he got out, but the main thing is he did. He came to Arnold's apartment while I was cleaning it out like you told me.
How did he get there so quickly?
I don't know, Chief. All I know is that just as I was finishing the joint, the doorbell rang. Actually, I didn't pay any attention to it, but then I heard somebody picking a lock.
And what happened?
And Nick Carter and his secretary came into the apartment. Somehow Carter got wise that I was there, too. I got all my stuff packed up, and I got out in a fire escape just as he came into the bedroom.
Did you let him have it?
I took a couple of shots at him, but I missed. Before he could pull a gun, I made my getaway.
That fool, Arnold. This is all his fault.
Chief, there's something else I think you ought to know.
You mean more blunders were made?
No. Oh, what I'm trying to tell you is that when Carter left Arnold's apartment, I trailed him, see? He went to police headquarters.
Headquarters?
Yeah.
That means Carter must know something. The police don't worry me. But with Carter on our trail, things aren't going to be so easy.
What are we going to do, Chief?
Call on Arnold for me.
Okay, he's right outside. Hey, Arnold. Chief wants to see you.
All right, Dutch. Oh, hello, Chief.
Come in, Arnold. Sit down. Well, Arnold, not only did you bungle in the matter of the Anders baby, but you failed when you tried to get rid of Nick Carter. Carter is still alive.
What? Why, he can't be. No one could have gotten out of that vault.
Carter did. Right at this moment, he's down at police headquarters.
Well, even so, Chief, what can he
You
possibly...
fool. If you hadn't blundered with the Anders woman in the first place, Carter wouldn't have a thing on us.
What can we do now, Chief?
We've got to find some way to make Carter drop his investigations.
Do you want me to see him?
Nah. Talking wouldn't do any good. It's got to be stopped. And I think I've got an idea. Yes. I'm going to give Carter a warning he'll never forget.
Lieutenant, here are the records on Arnold or Morelli.
Right, Sergeant. That's all.
Yes, sir.
Well, Nick, here's Arnold's record. And here's his picture, too.
Well, that's Arnold, all right. I can never forget his face, especially not after tonight.
That's quite a record.
And I'll have an alarm sent out for him right away. With any luck, we may be able to pick him up within 24 hours.
Fine. And the minute you do, Riley, give me a call.
Okay.
If we can bring him in, we can get enough out of him to round up the rest of the gang. Oh, now, where's my key?
Fine detective can't even find the key to his own house.
Quiet. Here it is. Well, Patsy, it's been quite an evening.
Quite a night. Being locked in a vault and then shot at later is too much for just an evening. Boy, I'll be glad when Riley gets Arnold behind bars. Perhaps then Mrs. Anders can get her baby back.
I hope so, Patsy.
Oh, by the way, Nick, you promised Mrs. Anders to let her know just as soon as we found out anything.
But we don't know anything positive yet.
Oh, I suppose you're right, but I keep thinking of poor Mrs. Anders sitting there alone waiting for word about the baby.
All right, Patsy. I'll go into the office and phone her and tell her how we're getting along anyway.
Yes, Nick, she must be awfully anxious to hear from you.
Afraid I can't offer her much encouragement. Now, wait till I put on the lights.
Nick, there's somebody sitting at your desk.
So I see.
Who is it?
I don't know. I only see his back from here.
Nick, why is he sitting in that funny position? He looks so awkward.
It's very simple. He's dead.
Dead?
Obviously. Wonder if I know him.
Nick, it's Arnold.
Yes, it's Arnold. With a bullet hole between his eyes.
And look, there's a note pinned to his coat.
It says, if you don't drop your investigation, the same thing will happen to you.
Well, Nick's hunt for Arnold is over. But with Arnold's death, Nick's hope of making him tell what has become of Mrs. Anders' baby seems to be gone forever, because dead men tell no tales. Or do they? Perhaps Nick can make this particular dead man tell him what he needs to know. Listen tomorrow. In the strange adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, Nick Carter is played by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate. The stories are written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan. Original music is played by Lou White. The entire production is under the direction of Jock McGregor. Tomorrow night at the same time, listen to the further adventures of Nick Carter in the case entitled
Kidnapped for Sale, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Babies.
Don't forget that the adventures of Nick's adopted son, Chick Carter, are broadcast over most of these stations Monday through Friday at 5:30 p.m. Eastern War Time. The Return of Nick Carter, a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated, is produced in the studios of WOR and is broadcast over most of these same stations Monday through Friday at 9:15 Eastern War Time. This is Mutual.
It's a case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's a case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Continuing the curious adventure called
Kidnapped for Sale, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Babies.
To help Nick Carter smash a new and vicious racket, that of baby selling, Patsy and Scubby, Nick's assistants, are posing as a couple seeking to adopt a baby. They get into the headquarters of the baby-selling ring, but there Patsy's disguise is ripped off by the man known as the Chief. Patsy and Scubby turn to flee, but...
Stand back, chumps. If you're trying to get near this door, I'll let you have it.
And we wouldn't want to lose either of you. As long as we've got you two, we've got Nick Carter himself, just where we want him.
Oh, you better not try to hold us here, Barnes. Nick knows where we are.
Of course he does. When you brought us here, you led Nick right to your hideout. We planned it that way.
Say, Chief, maybe that's right. Maybe this is all a plan.
Don't be a fool, Joe.
Yeah, but, Chief, if Nick Carter did send him out to trap us, you can bet he ain't far away right now.
You fool. The one thing I want is to have Nick Carter walk in here and try to rescue them. That's what I've been waiting for.
What do you mean, Chief?
Take a look at that window, Joe. I'll hold my gun on these two while you do it.
Okay, Chief. What do I look for?
You see any sign of cops out there?
No, not a one. Hey, well, what are you getting at, Chief?
Just this. If Carter was tailing these two, he's working alone. He always works alone.
Oh, yeah, I get you. You mean if he does come up here, he'll come alone with no cops backing him up?
That's exactly what I mean. And that's what we want, because when he does come, we'll be ready for him.
You can't fool Nick. He'll figure on that.
Since when do you think a couple of cheap crooks like you can outthink Nick Carter?
Keep your mouth shut, Wilson. Well, next time you'll get something permanent.
Okay. All right, go ahead. Have your fun while you can. It's not going to last long.
That's where you're wrong. Oh, Joe.
Yeah, Chief?
You're just about the same size as this fellow Wilson.
Yeah, so what?
If you were wearing that hick suit he's got on and had your hat pulled down over your face, you'd look enough like him to fool anybody for a few seconds.
I don't get you.
Take Wilson into the back room and change clothes with him.
You mean you want me to put on his duds and make him put on mine?
That's just what I mean. All right, Wilson, get going.
Sure, just as you say. Don't worry, Patsy. They can't put anything over on Nick.
After you've changed clothes, Joe, tie him up. If he tries anything funny, you know what to do.
Yeah, I got you.
And send Dutch out here. You'll find him in that back room. I've been keeping him under cover there. Cops are looking for him.
Right, Chief.
All right, I'm going. Don't push me.
Now, Miss Patsy Bourne, maybe you'd like to do a little talking.
I really can't think of anything I want to say to you.
What does Carter know about Mrs. Anders' baby?
I haven't the slightest idea, except that he knows where it is.
You're lying.
Well, if you don't believe me, why ask me?
You wanted me, Chief?
Oh, yes, Dutch. He's an old friend of yours.
Ah. How'd she get here?
Never mind questions. You had one chance to get rid of her and Carter, and you bungled it. Now you're going to have another chance. And the last one.
It's okay by me. What do I do?
I'll tell you in a moment. Joe, aren't you finished in there yet?
Yeah, Chief. I just got finished. I got Wilson tied up like one of these Egyptian mummies. How do I look in his duds, huh?
Just what I want. Now put Wilson's hat on.
Okay, there's that.
Yeah, pull it down over your face more.
All right, yeah.
That's better.
All right, what now?
You two stay by the window and watch the street. See if you can spot Nick Carter. Dutch knows what he looks like.
Sure. I know him like he was my brother. And I don't like him.
And now, Miss Bourne,
Yes?
since you don't feel like talking, I'm going to let you join your pal in the next room, where you'll be out of the way.
It'll be a pleasure. I enjoy his company much more than I do yours.
I'll tie you up, and then the two of you can wait for Nick Carter to come and rescue you. But if I were you, I'd spend my time thinking up some suitable last words. You're going to need them soon.
Scubby,
Yeah, Patsy?
does this floor seem as hard to you as it does to me?
Harder. I've been lying on it longer.
My hands are tied so tight my fingers feel numb. I can't seem to budge the knots in this rope, not even using all the tricks Nick taught me.
No, neither can I. I can't seem to get even a bit of slack.
I guess we'll just have to wait. What do you suppose they're up to?
Old Barnes has some trick in mind to trap Nick, obviously.
Do you think Nick was really following us?
Gosh, Patsy, I don't know. He didn't say he would.
Oh, Scubby, if only I'd kept my own hair pushed up under that wig.
Oh, wait. Yeah, I think one of these knots is starting to give, Patsy. Wait a minute. No,
Oh,
it's still tight.
gosh, I wish we knew what they're up to.
I wish Nick knew. Uh-oh.
Oh, what is it?
I heard footsteps. Someone's just come into the outer office. Listen.
All right, where are they?
That's Nick's voice. Listen.
They're in this room, Carter. I'll show them to you. Open the door, Dutch.
Sure, Chief.
If you found them, you'll regret it. There they are, and no damage done.
Oh, Nick.
You all right, Patsy?
Yes, Nick, yes.
Oh, Nick, I was never gladder to see anybody in my whole life.
All right, Barnes, untie them.
Untie them? Why, what do you mean, Carter?
Gee, the Carter's sure acting goofy, ain't he?
Yeah, it sounded just like he said to untie him.
You heard me. Untie them. He said if I let you capture me, you let them go.
Oh, Nick, you didn't make any bargain with these men, did
Under
you?
the circumstances, Miss Bowen, your friend Carter had little choice.
Oh, Nick.
Sorry, Patsy. Afraid I was a dud as a rescuer.
Well, really, Carter, you might give us credit for being just a little too clever for you, don't you think? It isn't everyone who can trick Nick Carter with a borrowed suit of clothes and some red ink on a handkerchief.
Put it any way you like. But you said you were going to release them. So go ahead and do it.
I didn't say so. Dutch said so. I'm afraid I can't let Dutch make up my mind for me.
It was just a slip of my tongue, Carter.
Yeah, Dutch didn't know what he was saying. He was excited.
Oh, that's how it is, huh? Well, I'm excited, too.
Dutch, grab him. I got him. Nick, the other one's got a gun.
All right, fire your pole out into him.
Chief, he's getting my gun out of my hand.
I'll fix it.
Nick, look out! Oh, Scubby, he broke that chair right over Nick's head.
Yeah, knocked him out cold.
Yes, he asked for it. Now, tie him up, Dutch.
Yeah, bet I will, Chief. Come near busting my wrist. Hey, give me a hand, Joe.
Yeah, sure, Dutch. You almost broke my jaw, too.
I'll let him keep you company until this evening, Miss Bowen and Mr. Wilson. At that time, I have some very interesting plans for all three of you.
Nick, can you hear me, Nick?
Hello, Betsy. Oh, what hit me? The ceiling fall in?
Barnes hit you with a chair.
Is that all? Oh. Phew. How long was I out?
About half an hour.
Nick, what happened? How did they trap you?
Oh, it was so simple, Patsy. I'm ashamed of myself. As I was walking toward the building, I saw Scubby stagger out the door with a bloody handkerchief to his face.
Well, that was the cab driver in my clothes using a handkerchief dipped in red ink.
Yes, I found that out afterward. But I was down the street a few yards, and from that distance, he fooled me completely. Staggered to the cab and collapsed inside. I thought it was Scubby, hurt and trying to get away, so I ran up. When I opened the door of the cab...
He was waiting with a gun.
Exactly. And just then, Dutch shoved another gun in my back.
What did you do?
Well, I knew it was almost hopeless to make a fight for it. And Dutch said that if I'd come along quietly, they'd turn you two loose.
Oh, you didn't believe a crook like that, Nick, did you?
Oh, no, of course not, Scubby. I knew he was lying. But I pretended to believe him. I figured that if they took me to where you were being kept prisoners, I might be able to save all three of us and maybe capture some of them.
Oh, gosh, that was swell of you, Nick.
Well, I haven't given up hope yet. I think these knots they tied me with are getting looser. If I can get my hands free.
Oh, you better hurry, Nick. They may come back any minute.
Yes, I know, Scubby. There. Yeah, they're free.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Now, as soon as I can untie my feet, yeah, we'll...
Going someplace, Carter?
Oh, Nick.
We wouldn't want to lose you. Just lie back the way you were. That's it. All the way back.
As long as you have that gun, I don't have much choice, do I?
You must have been watching through the keyhole.
Yeah. Carter, I've heard of your little tricks, and I wanted to see how good you were. But this time, you'll find out what a real knot is like. Over on your face, Carter. Hands behind your back. That's it. Dutch, give me a hand here.
Sure, Chief.
Carter, I'm going to tie you with a very special knot. A vaudeville magician once taught it to me. You can't untie it because the harder you pull, the tighter it gets. There. I put the end of the rope through this loop like this, and pull, and there you are. Now, get out of that one.
Say, that's pretty neat. Shall I answer?
No, I'll take it. You stay here and keep both eyes on them.
Okay, Chief.
Hello? Yes, speaking. Yes? Yes, I got all three of them here now. Wrapped up like Christmas presents.
Nick.
Quiet, Betsy. I want to hear this.
Yes, as soon as they get dark. The old warehouse down the street. What's that? Dutch? Oh, yeah, I see. Yes, that's smart. No, there won't be any slip-ups this time.
They're going to kill us, aren't they?
Steady, Betsy. They may try to, but we're not dead yet.
Oh, I see. Going to mid-bail yourself. Going to ship them out of the state. Yes, that'll be safer. Okay. Well, it's all set. As soon as it's dark enough, you three are going for a little ride to an old warehouse down the street. I hope you won't mind the fact that the ride will be strictly one way.
All right, you three. Go on in.
Line them up against the far wall, Dutch.
Right. Go on, you. Over against that wall.
Nick, what should we do?
Obey their orders, but move as slowly as you can.
Right.
Okay.
Come on, move.
All right, turn around now.
Shall I give it to him now?
Just a minute. I'm going out and make sure the street's clear.
Oh, I get it.
Wait till you hear me knock 3 times on the door. That'll mean everything's okay.
Trust me, Chief.
When you hear me knock 3 times, bump them off. But wait for the knocks. You understand?
Gotcha, Chief. Well, folks, any last words?
You can't get away with this, Dutch.
No? Gosh, Carter, you get me all nervous. Maybe I better let you have it now before my hand begins to shake so bad I can't aim straight, huh?
Nick, he's really going to shoot us.
Nick, he's not fooling.
You're right. I'm not fooling.
You kill me, Dutch, you'll have every cop in the country on your neck.
Yeah. But if they can't find your body, Carter, they can't prove you've been killed, can they? And they ain't gonna find it. Because just as soon as you're dead, the chief and I are gonna light a candle and set it up in the middle of a pile of this old waste paper that's all around here, see? And when we're a long, long way from here, the candle's gonna set the paper on fire, and this old warehouse is gonna burn up like a box of matches. A 3-alarm fire.
Oh, Nick.
Why, you
But
dirty...
you folks won't mind by that time, huh? Ah, there's the chief's signal. Well, Carter, I got a feeling this gun is gonna go off just as soon as I count 3. Like this. 1, 2...
With his hands tied securely behind him and Dutch's anxious fingers squeezing the trigger of a gun aimed at his heart, Nick has only an instant longer to live, unless he can think faster than Dutch can shoot. And what stratagem can Nick possibly devise on the spur of the moment that can save the lives of himself and his 2 assistants? Listen Monday. In the Strange Adventures of Nick Carter. Nick Carter is played by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate. The stories are written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan. Original music is played by Lou White. The entire production is under the direction of Jock McGregor. Monday night at the same time, listen to the further adventures of Nick Carter in the case entitled
Kidnapped for Sale, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Babies.
Don't forget that the adventures of Nick's adopted son, Chick Carter, broadcast over most of these stations Monday through Friday at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime.
This is Mutual.
In their effort to smash a criminal ring that's stealing babies and selling them for adoption, Nick Carter, his secretary Patsy, and his assistant Scubby have been captured by the gang and taken to a deserted warehouse. Dutch, one of the gang's gunmen, has orders to kill all 3 of them as soon as he receives a signal from the chief, one of the leaders of the gang. With his gun ready, Dutch waits for the signal.
There's the chief's signal that it's all clear. You know what, Carter? I got a funny feeling this gun I'm pointing at you is going to go off when I count 3. Like this. 1, 2...
Dutch, did you know the cops are looking for you already?
Huh? What do you mean they're looking for me?
There's a dragnet out for you right now. Why do you suppose the chief kept you in that back office all day?
Why,
Just so the cops wouldn't find you.
It's a lie. Cops got nothing on me.
Oh, yes, they have. They want you for Arnold's murder.
I didn't have nothing to do with that.
Yes, you did, Dutch. You left a clue on Arnold's body that will send you to the chair.
Oh, you're trying to pull a fast one, Carter. But you're not gonna. When I count 3...
Give me 1 minute, and I'll prove what I'm saying.
Prove it? How?
Dutch, you helped carry Arnold's body into my office, didn't you?
What if I did? That don't prove
You
that
carried Arnold's feet, and you left a fingerprint on this polished shoe.
That's a lie, Carter.
I said I'd prove it, and the proof is in my pocket. A photograph of that print.
I don't believe it.
Look for yourself. It's here in my breast pocket.
You're lying, Carter. It's just a trick to get me to...
Look for yourself, I said. I can't do anything to you while I'm tied up this way, can I?
Well, in this pocket, you say?
Yes.
Yeah, there's a picture in here, all right?
Take it out, and you'll see if I'm lying.
Picture of a fingerprint, all right.
Your print. See that cross-shaped scar? That's the print of your left thumb.
Hey, you're right. It is my thumb.
And that's what the cops have on you.
They won't get me. When I finish with you, I'm going to leave town.
That'll be too late. Your biggest danger isn't from the police, Dutch.
What do you mean? Who else is after me?
The chief.
The chief? I don't get it.
Why did the chief kill Arnold?
To shut him up before the cops could get him.
Now the cops are after you. How long do you think the chief will let you live?
He wouldn't bump me off.
No? As soon as you've killed us, he's going to put you out of the way. Didn't you hear him get his orders over the telephone back in the office?
Yeah, I did hear him mention my name.
Unless you do something quick, you're as good as dead, Dutch.
Yeah, let me think.
Scubby, Nick's got me scared.
I'll trust Nick to think of something.
I don't believe you, Carter. This is just a trick.
If it's just a trick, why did the chief lock the warehouse door when he went out just now?
He didn't.
If you think I'm wrong, try it and see.
All right, I will.
Scubby, quick. Turn your back to me and try to get hold of the loose end of the rope around my wrists.
Yeah, okay. I got it.
Good. Pull it.
Harder. Okay.
I did it. It's loose.
Pull it, all right. Why? Why'd he lock it?
So there'd be no chance of you making a getaway after shooting us.
What a 30 double cross. I'll take care of him.
Here he comes now.
He can't do that to me.
Well, Dutch, have you finished? They're still alive.
Yeah, I ain't plugged him yet.
Why not, you fool? I gave you the signal 3 minutes ago.
I got to thinking.
Thinking? Who told you to think? I see you need a lesson in obeying orders.
Carter was right. Yeah. So you were gonna bump me off, were you?
The chief's dead.
Yeah. He's dead, all right.
And you better be making your getaway. Somebody may have heard those shots.
Yeah. First, I got something else to tend to. I'm gonna carry out the same plan. Only it's the chief who's gonna stay here with you and not me. Hey, where's Carter?
Right behind you, Dutch.
What the...
Nick, you've knocked him out cold.
Yes, and I think he'll stay out for a while. Now I'll get you two untied.
Oh, Nick, you're wonderful.
No, Patsy, just try to think faster and farther than the other fellow, that's all.
The way you got loose and sneaked around behind him that way. Oh, Nick.
Oh, if that knot hadn't come loose the way it
But
did,
it did,
well, we'd...
Scubby, and that's all that matters now. There you are, Patsy. Now I'll get you loose, Scubby.
Okay.
But how did you get the knock untied, Nick? The chief said it was a special knot that no one could untie.
That was his mistake. Remember he said a magician taught it to him? Well, he was right. It was a magician's knot. Holds tight forever unless you know the trick. But I know something about magic myself in an amateur way, and I knew that knot would come loose with one pull.
Oh, I see.
But I couldn't pull it myself because he didn't leave the end long enough. There you go, Scubby.
Oh, thanks. Boy, it sure feels good to be able to stretch again.
What about the chief, Nick? Is he really...
Dead? Yes. He'll never answer any questions for us. Dutch got him through the heart.
Well, what'll we do now, Nick?
Scubby, you take Patsy back to the office and wait for me there.
Yeah.
I'm going to take Dutch to police headquarters. As soon as he comes to, I'm going to ask him a few questions.
Who hit me? Oh, where am I?
You're at police headquarters.
Yeah, and if you know what's good for you, you're going to talk.
I don't know nothing.
Listen, Dutch. You're booked for murder. Your only chance to beat the chair is to tell us everything you know.
The chair's too good for the likes of you. But if you talk, you'll maybe get off with only a life sentence.
Oh, look, I don't know nothing, I tell you. If I did, I'd spill it, but I don't.
Come on now, tell us. Who's the real head of the gang? The one who gave the chief orders.
Oh, I don't know. Nobody knew him but the chief. All the rest of us got our orders from the chief.
Lying ain't going to get you anywhere.
I don't think he is lying, Riley. I was afraid he wouldn't know. The real leader's too clever to have any dealings with a small fry.
Well, then we're no better off than we were before, Nick.
I haven't finished questioning him yet. Dutch, where's Mrs. Anders' baby now?
Oh, I don't know that either.
You must have heard them talking about it.
No, not enough to learn nothing.
You worked with Arnold. Didn't he mention the name of the couple he sold the baby to?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe he did. I can't remember.
You better remember if you know what's good for you.
Wait a minute. Wait. Yeah, I think I got it. Yeah, Smith. That's it. Mr. and Mrs. Smith.
And the first name?
Oh, I don't know. Arnold never said.
That's no good to us. There's a million Smiths.
There may be a million Smiths, Riley, but I think I can find the particular Smiths who have Mrs. Anders' baby.
Glory be, how can you find the right Smith out of so many of them?
I haven't time to explain. See what you can get out of Dutch. I'm going to find Mr. and Mrs. Smith.
Hello?
Mrs. Anders?
Yes, this is Mrs. Anders. Who's this?
Mrs. Anders, can anyone overhear you?
No, they can't.
Good. Now, Mrs. Anders, I want you to keep quite calm until you've heard what I have to say.
Keep calm, but what is it? Is it about my baby? He's not...
Your baby is perfectly all right, Mrs. Anders.
Oh, thank heaven.
Naturally, you want him to keep on being all right, don't you?
Oh, yes, of course I do.
In that case, you must get hold of yourself and listen to me.
Yes. All right. I'll be calm. Really, I will.
Very well. Now, Mrs. Anders, I'm sure you'll be pleased to know your baby has been adopted by a very fine couple who love him as if he were their own.
Yes, but he's mine. He's my baby. They can't
You
take
mustn't interrupt. I haven't much time. This couple are able to give the baby the best of everything. More, I'm sure, than you and your husband ever could.
But that's not important. He's my baby. It doesn't matter if we're rich or not. We can take care of him. He belongs to us, not somebody else.
You should have thought of that before you agreed to let him be adopted.
But I didn't agree to let him be adopted. I didn't. They were going to take care of him for a month just while I was away. They stole him from me.
Mrs. Anders, I warn you that if you can't be calm, I'll hang up.
Yes, I'm calm now. Please don't hang up.
No matter how you came to part with him, the fact is he's safe and happy where he is. Unless you want to risk his life, you'll agree to leave him where he is and make no more effort to find him.
But I couldn't do that.
If you persist in trying to find him, Mrs. Anders, you may regret it the rest of your life.
Oh, no.
I'm speaking as a friend. If you love your baby...
Oh, I do. That's why I want him back.
I say if you love your baby, you'll go straight to Nick Carter and make him withdraw from the case.
Go to Nick Carter and tell him I don't want him to find my baby.
Exactly. And you'll make sure he does what you ask.
But then I'd never see my baby again.
Which is more important? Knowing your child is alive and growing up well and strong, or seeing him again dead?
Oh, no.
You have to make the choice. Now, quickly. What do you say?
No, I can't.
Hurry, Mrs. Anders. It's life or death for your baby.
All right. I'll tell Mr. Carter.
That's a very wise decision. But you mustn't tell him why you're asking him to give up the case. You understand?
No,
Tell him that you've been thinking it over, and that you've decided the baby would be too much of a burden for you and your husband. That you want the people who have him to keep him.
All right. I'll tell him.
And see to it that he believes you. Goodbye, Miss Anders.
Nick, what did you learn from Dutch?
You learned something, I can tell that.
I didn't learn much, but I think it may be enough. Patsy, hand me the suburban telephone book, will you?
Telephone
No,
book?
of course, Nick. Here it is.
Thank you. Now, let's see. O-R-S. Sampson, Simpkins, Smith. Huh. 2 columns of Smith.
Oh, what Smiths are you looking for?
The ones who have Mrs. Anders' baby. Who else?
Huh? Oh, sure, yeah. Who else?
Let's see. Aha, here we are. It's either the Howard Smiths or the Richard Smiths.
But how do you know, Nick?
Dutch said a couple named Smith took the baby.
But out of all the Smiths in the world, how could you
Just
possibly...
by putting the clues together, Patsy.
But...
Stop and think. You know them as well as I do.
Maybe I do, but I'm afraid you'll have to tell me just the same.
All right, Patsy, I will. Later.
Oh, Nick.
Right now, Scubby and I are going after the baby. And every minute counts.
Oh, that's swell, Nick. Hey, will it take long?
An hour, perhaps. I have to drive about 15 miles. Patsy, you take care of the office while we're gone.
Why can't I come, too?
2 of us are enough. You can do more good here.
Oh, all right, but I'll be on pins and needles until you get back.
Right. Now, Scubby,
I'll answer it. Yes? Oh, it's Mrs. Anders. Come in, dear. Come in, Miss Bowen.
I must speak to Mr. Carter at once.
Yes, of course. He's right here.
Good evening, Mrs. Anders.
Mr. Carter,
I've only got a moment now, Mrs. Anders, but I think I can promise you that I'll have good news for you very soon.
Good news?
Mm-hmm.
You mean you know where my baby is?
Yes, Mrs. Anders. You may have it back before the night's over.
No, I don't want it back.
You don't want your baby back.
Say, what is this?
I've been thinking it over. Baby is too much of a burden for me. I want the people who have it to keep it.
You want them to keep it? Mrs. Anders.
Yes, I never want to see it again. Mr. Carter, you've got to stop trying to find it.
Mrs. Anders, you can't be serious.
But I am. I mean every word of it. You've got to drop the case. Promise me you will.
But Mrs. Anders...
No, Patsy, no. There's no use arguing with her. She may...
No, I do. Promise me you won't go any further, Mr. Carter. Please promise me.
All right, Mrs. Anders. I promise.
So Nick has promised to drop the case, to stop trying to get back the baby for whose sake he and Patsy and Scubby have just risked their lives. And just as it seemed he was about to find it, he can't be going to let the baby-stealing gang get away with it. He must have something else in mind. But what? Listen tomorrow. In The Strange Adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, Nick Carter is played by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate. The stories are written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan. Original music is played by Lew White. The entire production is under the direction of Jock McGregor. Tomorrow night at the same time, listen to the further adventures of Nick Carter in the case entitled
Kidnapped for Sale, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Babies.
Don't forget that the adventures of Nick's adopted son, Chick Carter, are broadcast over most of these stations Monday through Friday at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime. Nick's own show, The Return of Nick Carter, is a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. It is a mutual presentation produced in the New York studios and is broadcast over most of these stations Monday through Friday evenings at 9:15 Eastern Wartime. This is Mutual.
What's the matter? What is it?
It's in the case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's a case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Continuing the curious adventure called
Kidnapped for Sale, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Babies.
Searching for the baby stolen from Mrs. Mary Anders by a gang that specializes in getting hold of babies any way they can and then selling them to couples eager to adopt them, Nick, Patsy, and Scubby were captured by the gang and turned over to Dutch for execution. Dutch is in an argument with the chief, turned on him and killed him. During the battle, Nick got free and captured Dutch, who confessed that the baby was being held by a Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Later, as Nick was leaving his office, Mrs. Anders came to him and begged him to drop the case. Nick reluctantly agreed and sent Mrs. Anders home. Now, Nick and Scubby are in Nick's car. Scubby is driving.
But, Nick, where are we going? You haven't told me where to drive to yet.
We're going to Midvale, Scubby. Know how to get there?
Oh, sure, that's about 15 miles north of here. Oh, we are going after Mrs. Anders' baby, aren't we?
Yes, Scubby. And every second counts.
But, Nick, what about your promise to Mrs. Anders that you'd stop trying to find her baby?
I had to make that promise for her sake, Scubby. She was trying hard to control her feelings, but she was obviously on the verge of hysterics. I'm sure she was terrified by something.
Yeah, she sure was upset, all right.
She couldn't have changed her mind about wanting to give her baby up. She loved it too much. No, Scubby, the gang undoubtedly threatened to harm her child unless she made me give up the search for it.
So that's it?
Yes. And if they're going to harm it, they'll do it whether I give up the case or not. That's why I'm going ahead in spite of my promise to Mrs. Anders. There's too much at stake to quit now.
Right, Nick. I'll have you in Midvale in 15 minutes. Only, why Midvale?
Because that's where all the clues point to.
What clues, Nick? I didn't know he had any yet.
You're just not putting them together, Scubby. Start with the clue Patsy and I found in Arnold's apartment.
Oh, you mean the burnt piece of paper with the words Main Street and $3,000 on it?
That's one of the clues. It told us that the baby had probably been sold to some couple living on Main Street.
Yeah, but it didn't say what Main Street, Nick. And there are thousands of them.
I know. But Dutch Jennings told us the couple's last name was Smith.
Yeah, but there must be an awful lot of Smiths living on all the different main streets in this country.
Right. However, luckily enough, though, we have another clue you haven't mentioned.
Huh? Oh, have we? I didn't know about it.
Oh, yes, you do, Scubby. That telephone call the chief got while we were tied up in his office. Remember it?
Oh, sure, I remember it. Well, what about it?
During the conversation, the chief mentioned Midvale. Then said, "Oh, you're going to pick it up yourself and ship it out of the state. That'll be safer."
I get it. They must have been talking about the baby. So that gives us Main Street, Midvale, Smith, 3 different little clues put together to make one big one.
Exactly.
Right?
And the telephone directory lists only 2 Smiths on Main Street in Midvale. A Howard Smith at 517 Main Street and a Richard Smith at 921 Main.
Then one of them must be the Smith we want.
Right, Scubby. And in 10 minutes, I expect to find out which one it is.
Well, here's the 500 block on Main Street, Nick. 517 must be one of those houses right there.
Don't stop directly in front of it, Scubby. Pull up a couple of houses beyond.
Right, Nick. Yeah, that's 517. That little frame house with the porch light on. Look, I'll park up by the street light and then you can get
never
up.
mind stopping. Never mind. This isn't the place.
It isn't?
No.
Well, for Pete's sake, how do you know it isn't?
Just by looking at it. That porch light told me enough to be positive Mrs. Ander's baby isn't there.
Oh, detecting is nice work if you can get it. But I don't get it, Nick.
Well, think, Scubby. It's a small house, badly in need of paint.
Yeah?
And on the porch, there were 3 bicycles and a tricycle.
Yeah?
Well, what does that mean to you?
Huh? 3 bicycles. Well, I suppose that means 3 kids in the house.
Mm-hmm.
And the tricycle probably means another one, not big enough for a bicycle yet, huh?
Right, Scubby. A family with 4 children, at least, in a small house that needs repairs. So?
Oh, sure. Those Smiths don't have much dough. With 4 kids to take care of, they aren't going to adopt another one. They got their hands full now.
Exactly. So let's try the Richard Smiths at 921 Main.
Okay. Well, that must be 921 up there in the middle of the next block. Yeah, and it's a new house, too.
Mm-hmm. New and expensive. The lights are on, which means they're at home.
Uh-huh. Oh, do you want me to drive by and stop?
No, stop right in front of the house.
Okay.
Good. Come on.
Yeah. Think we'll have any trouble, Nick?
I doubt it. These people must know they got the baby the wrong way. They should be only too glad to give it up to avoid trouble.
Well, I'll ring. Hey, you're positive that these are the people who've got Mrs. Anders' baby, Nick?
I'd stake my reputation on it, Scubby. You see those muddy wheel marks on that walk up the side of the house?
Oh, yeah. A baby buggy made those, all right.
Mm-hmm. Which means that they have
Yes? What is it?
Mr. Smith?
Yes, I'm Mr. Smith.
My name's Nick Carter.
Oh.
This is my assistant, Mr. Wilson.
How do you do?
I'd like to talk to you. May we come in?
Is there any reason you can't talk here?
Not if you prefer.
I do. What is it?
Mr. Smith, we've come for that baby you and your wife adopted about 2 weeks ago.
Baby? What are you talking about?
You know very well what I'm talking about. There's no use trying to bluff us.
I don't know what you're talking about. You're either crazy or making a bad mistake. There's no baby in this house, Mr. Carter. There never has been a baby in this house. And as far as I'm concerned, there never will be a baby here. Good night, sir.
Gosh, Nick, what are we going to do now? That wasn't the right place after all.
Scubby, I couldn't have been mistaken.
Well, that Smith guy certainly was positive about it.
Yes, Scubby, a little too positive. As if he had his answer ready even before we arrived.
Oh, you mean you think that he...
Oh, Scubby, stop in front of this drugstore we're coming to.
The drugstore? Okay, Nick. Oh, what are you going to do in here?
I noticed the only drugstore in the neighborhood. I'd like to ask the druggist some questions. Wait for me, will you?
Yeah, sure.
Evening. Something I can do for you?
I wonder if you could tell me how to reach 917 Main Street, Mr. Richard Smith's house.
The Smiths? Straight down the street, about 2 blocks. Big new house on your right.
Thanks very much. Oh, I wonder if you could tell me how old the baby they've adopted is. I'd like to buy a present for it.
How old?
Yes.
Well, I'm afraid I can't say. It must be pretty small, though.
That's so?
Yes, they bought special baby food about 10 days ago. The other day, they got some Castile soap and some baby powder.
I see.
Can't be a very old baby.
Well, thanks. Then I guess I'll take a chance and buy it a teddy bear. I think that one on the counter there will do very nicely.
This one?
Yes.
$2.98, mister.
Here's a $5. Keep the change.
Why, thanks. Thanks.
Well, did you find out anything, Nick?
Yes. Back to the Smith, Scubby.
Yeah?
This time they're going to talk if we have to make them do it.
Now, listen here. You can't force your way into my house like this. Get out. And get out at once.
Not until you've done a little talking. Close the door, Scubby.
Right, Nick.
This is an outrage. Richard, I'm going to call the police.
Go right ahead, Mrs. Smith. We'll wait here till they come.
I'll handle this, my dear. Mr. Carter, for the last time, I order you to leave this house.
And for the last time, I refuse. Now, suppose we step into the living room and talk more comfortably here.
We have nothing to talk about. We've already told you there's no baby in this house.
There certainly is not.
I believe there's no baby here now, Mrs. Smith, but I'm positive that until a few hours ago you had a baby here. Now, where is it gone?
But we didn't. I tell you, we didn't.
Then how do you explain this?
Oh.
It's a baby's rattle.
Yes, I spotted it under the sofa a second ago. You overlooked it, Mr. Smith, when you and your wife tried to get rid of all the signs that there had been a baby here.
Oh, tell them, Richard. Go on, tell them.
Dorothy?
No, Richard, I can't lie any longer. Yes, we did adopt a baby, but now they've taken it away again.
That's better. Who took it?
Well, a man called for it only an hour ago. He told us we'd get into serious legal trouble if we didn't give it up.
That's right, Mr. Carter. The man who came for it said there'd been a mix-up, and the baby's mother was threatening legal action. He told us that if we denied ever having had the baby, we could stay in the clear.
It was such a sweet baby. I couldn't understand the mother ever being willing to give it up in the first place. But I suppose the $3,000 meant more to her than the baby did.
You paid $3,000 for that baby?
Yes. We tried hard to adopt one the usual way, but we were told we'd have to wait and wait. So when this Mr. Arnold got in touch with us, we talked it over, and then...
And you got mixed up in one of the newest and dirtiest rackets in existence.
Well, what do you mean?
Arnold was a member of a gang specializing in getting hold of babies and selling them to people like you. People anxious to adopt a child. The baby you adopted was stolen from its mother.
Oh, no.
We never dreamed that
No, of course not. Never mind that now. The baby's life's in danger. We've got to find fast. Now tell me all you can about the man who came for the baby.
Well, he was no one we'd ever seen before. But he knew all about the baby and said Arnold had sent him.
Yes?
He gave us our money back and said he was going to take the baby back to its mother. And if we'd keep our mouths shut, there wouldn't be any trouble.
What did he look like?
He was about 30 and thin. He had dark hair and eyes, and he talked with a slight foreign accent.
How was he dressed?
He had a dark coat and vest that didn't fit quite right. He was wearing dark slacks of a different material. Whipcord, I think.
Coat that didn't fit and whipcord slacks, huh? That isn't the way I should have expected the head of this gang to dress. Is that all you can tell us?
I'm afraid it is. We wrapped the baby up well, and this man took it away in a car.
What kind of car?
It was a dark sedan. I couldn't see it very well from the window.
Dark sedan, huh? Was anyone else in it?
I think there was. I got the impression there was someone sitting in the back seat.
But the man who got the baby was the one who drove the car away.
Yes, that's right.
I see. Anything else?
I'm afraid not.
Oh, gosh, Nick, that doesn't give us much of a clue as to where they've taken the baby.
No, Scubby, it doesn't. And yet I have a hunch that somewhere there must
Is
be...
that... I'll answer, Richard. Hello? Yes, this is Mrs. Smith. Mr. Carter? Oh, yes, he's here. Just a moment. It's for you, Mr. Carter.
For you, Nick? Well, who knows you're here?
Patsy, probably. She knew we were coming in. Hello?
Nick, is that you?
Yes, Patsy, what's up?
Nick, Mr. Randolph Phelps just phoned the office.
Phelps? What about?
He didn't say. Just said it was very important and he wanted you to get in touch with him the minute you came in.
I see. Did he leave his number?
Yes. Rivertown 312.
Rivertown? Well, that's about 20 miles from here. I'll call him right away. Thanks, Patsy. See you later.
Well, what is it, Nick? Anything important?
Yes, Scubby. It may be the break we need. Mr. Smith, you mind if I make a call on your phone?
Well, of course not. Go right ahead.
Thanks. Operator, I'd like Rivertown 312, please.
Is that the Phelps who's connected with the infant's hospital, Nick? The one who wants to help find the baby?
Yes, Scubby. Maybe he's got...
Hello?
Oh, hello. Hello, Mr. Phelps?
Yes, speaking.
This is Nick Carter, Mr. Phelps.
Oh, yes, Mr. Carter. I'm certainly glad to hear from you. I want your advice.
Advice?
About half an hour ago, I had a phone call from someone who wouldn't give me his name. He spoke with a slight accent.
Accent?
Yes. He said he wanted to speak to me privately, that he had a proposition for me.
What kind of proposition?
He wouldn't come straight out with it, but he intimated that if I'd use my connection with the infant's hospital to supply him certain information, he would pay me $50,000 a year.
I see.
I thought he was probably a member of the baby selling ring, maybe the head of it. So I pretended to be interested.
Go on.
I told him I'd talk to him, and he insisted on seeing me at once. He said he'd be here inside of an hour. I thought perhaps you'd like to be here when I talk to him.
Good. I'll come at once. If he shows up before I get there, stall him along. I'll be there inside of 30 minutes.
So just when it seemed that Nick and Scubby had at last uncovered the whereabouts of the Anders baby, an unknown man with an accent got away with the baby almost under their very noses. Once again, it looks as if the baby-selling gang has beaten Nick to it. But now that man with an accent has made an appointment to talk to Randolph Phelps, the head of the infants hospital, and Phelps has invited Nick to be present at the interview. Will this prove to be the break that Nick has been looking for? Is he about to meet the head of the gang? Listen tomorrow. The Strange Adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, features Lon Clark as Nick Carter. Patsy is played by Helen Choate. The stories are written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan, and original music is played by Lou White. The entire production is under the direction of Jock McGregor. Tomorrow night at the same time, listen to the further adventures of Nick Carter in the case entitled
Kidnapped for Sale, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Babies.
The adventures of Nick's adopted son, Chick Carter, boy detective, are broadcast over most of these stations Monday through Fridays at 5:30 p.m. Eastern War Time. Nick's own show, The Return of Nick Carter, a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated, is presented by the Mutual Broadcasting System and is broadcast from our New York studios over most of these stations every evening, Monday through Friday at 9:15 Eastern War Time. This is Mutual.
What is it?
It's a case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's a case for the most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Continuing the curious adventure called
Kidnapped for Sale, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Babies.
Putting together several clues he had uncovered, Nick Carter learned that Mrs. Anders' baby, stolen by the baby ring that has been acquiring babies in any way it can and selling them to couples eager to adopt them, had been sold to a Mr. and Mrs. Smith living on Main Street in Midvale. Hurrying to Midvale with Scubby, Nick got there just too late. A man with a foreign accent had gotten the baby back from the Smiths and disappeared with it again. Nick, uncertain of his next move, gets a phone call from Randolph Phelps, the head of the board of the infants hospital, who says he is eager to help stamp out the gang. Phelps says that the man with the accent has made an appointment to call on him in about an hour. So Nick and Scubby start immediately for the Phelps estate.
Gosh, Nick, that phone call from Phelps was a break, wasn't it?
Yes, Scubby. It looks as if things are coming our way at last.
Well, it's sure about time. So far, the gang has been one jump ahead of us all the way.
But we're catching up with them, though. I'm only worried about one thing, Scubby.
Oh, you mean the baby?
Yes, Scubby. I've got to get that baby back safe and sound. After promising Mrs. Anders to stop hunting for it, I can't let anything happen to it.
Yeah, you're right, Nick.
I was staking everything on finding the baby with Mr. and Mrs. Smith, but since the gang's one jump ahead of us, we've got to catch up with them, and quickly.
Oh, Nick.
Yes, what is it?
If that man who took the baby is on his way now to talk to Phelps, maybe he'll have the baby with him. He only got it from the Smiths an hour ago.
No, Scubby, I'm afraid not. He's probably left it in some safe hiding place. But if my hunch is right, it won't be too far away.
Gosh, I hope you're right. Hey, why do you suppose he wants to talk to Phelps?
Well, as a member of the board of directors of the Infants Hospital, Phelps is in a position to obtain a lot of information that would be helpful to the gang.
Oh, sure, Nick. If they could get Phelps to help them, they'd be sitting pretty.
Yes, Phelps would be a big asset to that gang, Scubby. Oh, that crossroad just ahead will save us a mile in getting to Riverton. You better turn there.
Okay, Nick. I sure hope we can reach Phelps' place before the man with the accent does. Nick, that must be the Phelps place up there ahead of us on the hill.
Oh, yes. He said it was the first estate on River Road after we turned off the highway, so that's the place, all right.
And that must be the drive leading up to the house. Oh, shall I turn in?
Yes, but take it slowly, Scubby. Take it slowly.
Yeah.
And turn off the headlights.
Right. Gosh, it's dark with the lights off.
Well, there's light enough if you take it easy. Follow the drive all the way around behind the house to the garage. Our man hasn't come yet. We don't want him to see our car when he does get here. Ah, that must be the Phelps car outside the garage. Pull up beside it.
Right, Nick. Well, there's no other car here yet. So I guess we did get here before the guy with the accent.
I hope so. I want to talk to Phelps first, if possible. Let's see now. Phelps said to come to the back door.
Yeah?
Oh, let's see where. Oh, yes, there it is. Come on.
Hey, we really are out in the country. Listen to those crickets.
There they are. And the doorbell. Scubby, let me have your gun.
My gun?
Yes. You brought one along, didn't you?
Oh, sure. Wait a minute. Here it is.
Thanks.
But, Nick, don't you have
Quiet. Here comes someone.
Yes? Who is it?
Nick Carter. Mr. Phelps is expecting me. This is my assistant.
Oh, of course. Come in, please. Mr. Phelps is in the study. Right this way, please.
Thank you.
Mr. Carter and his assistant are here, Mr. Phelps.
Good. Come in, Mr. Carter. I'm certainly glad to see you.
And I'm glad we could get here in time. This is my assistant, Scubby Wilson.
How do you do, Mr. Wilson?
How do you do?
Please sit down, both of you. And, Harry,
Yes, Mr. Phelps?
wait in the front hall until the caller we're expecting gets here. Warn me on the communicator before you show him in, though.
Certainly, Mr. Phelps.
Now, Mr. Carter, I want your advice. Should we try to capture this man the minute he gets here, or should we hear what he has to say first?
I'd like to hear what he has to say, and the more he talks about himself and his gang, the better I'll like it.
That's my idea, exactly.
But, Nick, suppose he brings some of his gunmen with him.
We have to take that chance, Scubby. But I have a hunch he's traveling practically alone tonight. Oh. When he got Mrs. Anders' baby from the Smiths, we know he didn't have more than one man with him.
You say he got Mrs. Anders' baby?
Yes, Mr. Phelps. We almost got it back, but he beat us to it again.
I'm very sorry to hear that. You have some clue as to where it's gone, I hope?
No, not a sign of
Well,
one.
that is nothing very tangible. But we have enough to keep us going.
I see. However, I understand you have had some success in rounding up some of the less important members of the ring. I suppose with what you've learned from them, you have a pretty good line on the rest of the gang.
Oh, we don't really
yes,
have...
Yes, indeed, Mr. Phelps. Riley's working on that now, although he hasn't completely analyzed all the information yet.
Oh, I see. Well, I hope we can stamp out the entire gang soon. I agreed to talk to this fellow with the accent in the hope that we could learn something from him.
I'm very glad you did, and I'm glad you got in touch with me. I hope to find out a great deal tonight.
But, Nick, how are we going to get him to talk? If he sees us, he's
we'll
probably...
have to hide someplace where we can overhear you, Mr. Phelps. Let's see. What about that alcove there where the windows are?
Oh, yes, of course. That should be just the thing.
Oh, I see. And when the time comes, we can jump out and take him by surprise.
Mm-hmm. And I think it'll work. Get as much out of him as you can, Mr. Phelps.
Trust me for that. Now, there's just one other thing.
Yes? What?
The butler and the maids are out tonight. Besides yourselves, there's just me and my secretary here now. You think we ought to send for any help?
You mean the cops?
I was thinking of the state police, just to be on the safe side.
All right. Can't do any harm.
It'll just take a second. Hello, operator. Operator, give me the state police barracks on Meridian Road. Yes, that's right. We can be sure now that he won't get away.
Yes.
Hello? State Police? This is Mr. Randolph Phelps speaking. Can you send 2 of your men over at once? Yes, it's urgent. You know where I live, don't you? On River Road? Good. I'll expect them inside of 20 minutes. Thank you. There. Now I think we're prepared. Our visitor should be here at any minute. You're armed, of course.
Yes, I have a gun. You engage him in conversation. When I think the right time has come, I'll step out and cover him. He won't get away.
Excellent, Mr. Carter. Now,
He's here.
Yes? Hello?
Your caller is here, Mr. Phelps.
Thank you. Show him in.
Yes, sir.
You'd better get set.
Yes, come on, Scubby. Let's get behind those drapes.
Sure, Nick.
The gentleman to see you, Mr. Phelps.
Thank you, Harry. See that we aren't disturbed.
Yes, sir. Well, Mr. Phelps, this is a pleasure. It's quite a few years since we met last.
We never have met, to my knowledge. And I like to know a man's name when I'm speaking to him.
Oh, too bad, Mr. Phelps. I like to keep my name a secret. But let's sit down, shall we? I think I have something to say that you'll be most interested in.
That's what you said on the phone. I cannot imagine what you can have to say that will interest me.
Nick,
But we might as
that's
well
the
sit
guy
down.
who's got the baby, all right.
I'll certainly
Yes,
explain.
and he's still wearing the whipcord slacks Mrs. Smith mentioned.
Nick, I've got a funny idea. I've seen him before, but I don't know where. Maybe I saw a picture of him in the paper sometime.
Yes, Scubby, you probably did. Oh, I place him now. 15 years ago, he drove a truck for a rum-running gang. He used the name of Danny the Frenchman.
But, Nick, what are we going to...
Quiet, Scubby. I want to hear this.
Down to business and say what you have to say. My time is limited.
All right, Mr. Phelps. Here it is. You're on the board of the Infants Hospital. You have connections with other nursing homes.
What of it?
Well, just this. We want you to give us the names of people coming to the hospital to adopt babies. Also, the names of all mothers in the hospital records who are in financial difficulty.
That's perfectly preposterous.
Oh, is it? Not for $50,000 a year, it is.
$50,000?
Whatever made you think I'd
Quiet,
agree to
Scubby.
such a proposition?
Because, Mr. Phelps, that's quite a bit of money. And think how easy it is to earn it. And in a way, you will be a public benefactor. Think of all these well-fixed people who desire to adopt fine little babies, who will be just making things easier for them, and you will be being well paid for it. Nobody will be hurt. Everybody will benefit.
Hear that, Nick?
Well, maybe, and maybe not. But I certainly wouldn't dream of associating with you unless I knew more about you. How does your organization work?
Oh, very simply, Mr. Phelps. We have men constantly on the lookout for mothers who wish to part with their babies, and also for couples who want babies to adopt. We, shall I say, we act as middlemen for a fee, of course, a large fee.
That doesn't tell me much, I'm afraid.
You will learn more later when you have joined us, sir. You see, with your contacts, Mr. Phelps, we will be able to dispense with many of these other men, and the profits will be that much greater.
But what about the risk? Suppose Nick Carter and the police catch up with you. Then what?
Nick Carter. Ah, yes, yes. He's been a little bothersome of late.
And how?
I have lost 3 of my best men because of him. One of them, my chief lieutenant.
To me, it seems very important.
Very soon now, I shall take care of Nick Carter. And the police are much too stupid to be of danger.
Suppose I turn down your offer.
Well, that would be very unwise, Mr. Phelps. Very unwise.
Yes, I see what you mean. But you've got to give me a little time to think.
Oh, as long as you wish, Mr. Phelps. Up to 2 minutes.
Phelps is sure doing a good job of acting, Nick.
Yes, Scubby, a very good job of acting.
I'll say so. Hey, Nick, I think I heard a car stop outside the house then.
So did I.
Must be the state troopers that Phelps sent for.
Probably. Well, Scubby, I think the time has come for action.
Up with your hands, Danny. I've got you covered.
What the...
Don't reach for that gun or I'll let you have it.
Good work, Carter.
Nick Carter?
Yes, Danny. Nick Carter. Now stand up. That's right. And keep your hands up.
Say, what is this?
Get his gun, Scubby.
I'll get it.
Never mind, Mr. Phelps. Scubby will take it.
Yeah. Okay, I got it, Nick. Now what?
Give me the gun.
Yeah, here.
Now, we'll tie him up first, and then he's going to do a little more talking.
You will regret this, Phelps.
Mr. Phelps, you put in a call for some state troopers?
Yes, I did. Come in.
Come in, Lefty.
Hey, those are 2 of the toughest-looking state troopers I ever saw. Hey, one of them's got a Tommy gun.
Yes, Scubby.
All right, Carter. You and your chum put up your hands or I'll cut you both in half with this gun I got here.
But, hey, you don't want us. You want him.
That's what you think. Put up your hands quick. You too, Phelps.
But I don't understand.
Never mind what you understand. Put up your hands. That's right. Now, if one of you moves, you're a dead duck.
This is ridiculous. Mr. Carter,
Hey,
can't
you're making a mistake.
I don't think so, Scubby. I've been afraid of something like this happening. He seems to mean what he says.
You bet we do. Get the guns, Danny.
Of course. I'll take my gun back again, if you please, Mr. Carter. And yours. Ah, thank you.
Let it go.
And yours, Wilson?
I don't have one.
No? Well, let me see, huh? No, you're right. Mr. Phelps doesn't carry one, I'm sure.
You'll suffer for this.
Oh, yes, someone will suffer, but not me. Well, Mr. Carter, you are not talking much for a man who is about to die.
That doesn't seem to be much to say.
I'm glad you appreciate that. Words are no good to you now, you know. You escaped from my men, but I'm not as stupid as they were. This time there's going to be no slip-up. You're going to die, Nick Carter. But it's going to be done so cleverly that nobody is even going to guess you were murdered.
So the plan that Nick and Scubby and Phelps made backfired on them. They laid a trap for Danny, the man with the accent, but he outsmarted them, and it was they themselves who were caught in it. Danny has planned cleverly so far, but can he carry his plan through to its intended finish and eliminate Nick Carter forever? Listen tomorrow. The Strange Adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, features Lon Clark as Nick Carter. Patsy is played by Helen Choate. The stories are written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan, and original music is played by Lou White. The entire production is under the direction of Jock McGregor. Tomorrow night at the same time, listen to the further adventures of Nick Carter in the case entitled
Kidnapped for Sale, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Babies.
The adventures of Nick's adopted son, Chick Carter, boy detective, are broadcast over most of these stations Monday through Fridays at 5:30 p.m. Eastern War Time. Nick's own show, The Return of Nick Carter, a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated, is presented by the Mutual Broadcasting Company and is broadcast from our New York studios over most of these stations every evening, Monday through Friday, at 9:15 Eastern War Time. This is Mutual.
It's a case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's a case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Continuing the curious adventure called
Kidnapped for Sale, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Babies.
After considerable difficulty, Nick Carter finally discovered that Mrs. Mary Anders' stolen baby had been sold to a couple named Smith. But he arrived at the Smiths' home to find that a man with an accent had just been there and had taken the baby away. Uncertain of his next move, Nick received a phone call from Randolph Phelps, who said that the man with an accent had made an appointment to see him and invited Nick to be present at the interview. After hearing the man invite Phelps to become a member of the baby-selling ring, Nick and Scubby take him prisoner. They're about to tie him up when two men, dressed as state troopers, burst into the room, armed with a submachine gun. But they ignore the man with the accent and instead train the gun on Nick and Scubby.
All right, get up your hands, all of you, or I'll cut you in two with this gun.
But you don't want us. You want him, that man there.
We know who we want. Get your hands up. You too, Phelps. That's better.
But you're making a mistake. I'll say you are.
I don't think so, Scubby. I've been afraid of something like this all along. These men mean what they say.
You bet we do. Danny, collect that gun.
It will be a pleasure. I'll take my gun back again, Mr. Carter. And your own gun. Thank you. Have you any other weapons? No, you're clean. You have no gun, Wilson?
No.
No, you're clean also. And you don't carry one, do you, Mr. Phelps?
I don't know what this means, but if you harm us, you'll have every cop in the state after you by morning.
The police. With Nick Carter dead, the police do not worry me.
I'm not dead yet, Danny.
No? That's a very nice point. Hardly worth considering. Trigger, tie these three up.
Yeah, sure thing, Danny. Who'll I tie up first?
Tie Phelps first, Trigger.
Okay, Danny. All right, boss, turn around and put your hands behind you.
Boss, so I was right. You are the head of the gang.
That's absurd.
Oh, no, it isn't. This gunman of yours gave you away when he called you boss. I suspected you all along, Phelps, but I couldn't prove it until now.
Trigger, you're a fool.
Oh, gee, boss, I forgot.
Well, Phelps, what have you got to say?
Very well, Carter. You're right. But it's a little late, don't you think? Tie them up, Trigger.
Boss.
Yes, what's the matter?
I just remembered I left the rope in the car.
You fool. Go get it.
Yeah, boss, right away. I'll only be a minute.
Well, Phelps, since it seems we have to wait, I hope we can at least sit down. It's been rather an unexpected evening.
Of course, Carter. Sit down by all means. I don't wonder your knees are feeling a little weak about now.
Thanks.
You too, Wilson. Sit down. No, over there, farther away from Carter.
Okay, you're the boss.
I'm glad you realize that.
I suppose that you're going to kill us in such a way that it'll look like an accident, huh?
Yes, Carter, and such an unfortunate accident, too. You recall as you came down the river road that spot just at the turn where there's a sheer 50-foot drop into the river?
Oh, yes, I remember.
That is going to be the scene of your death. Your car, Carter, is going to go off the highway right there and roll down the bank into the river. You and Wilson will be in it, of course. You'll drown, and that will be that.
You're overlooking something, Phelps. Riley knows we came here.
Yeah, and so does Patsy. They'll never believe it was an accident.
I think they will. Every sign will point to the fact that on your way here, you ran off the road into the river. As for your Miss Bowen, I think I'll take care of that right now. Hello, operator.
Hey, what's he up to now, Nick?
I think I can guess, Scubby. Let's see if I'm right.
Operator, give me downtown 1137.
Nick, that's your office number.
I know, Scubby.
Shut up, you two.
Hello? Miss Bowen? Miss Bowen, this is Randolph Phelps. I'm rather worried about Mr. Carter. Yes. You see, an hour ago, he phoned me that he was on his way here, and he hasn't shown up yet. You haven't heard from him? Well, if you do, let me know. And you might get in touch with Lieutenant Riley. Perhaps he'll know something. Yes, I'll have Mr. Carter call if he gets here. Good night. Now, Carter, in the morning when your secretary hears you have had an accident, it will seem quite natural, both to her and to Riley.
You're forgetting one important thing, Phelps.
And what is that?
Riley is already suspicious of you.
Indeed. Why should he be?
Remember that first time you came down to headquarters to ask about Mrs. Anders' baby? That was a bad slip, Phelps. Nobody knew anything about the baby except myself and the police, and we hadn't talked. You could only have known about it if you yourself were connected with the gang.
If you suspected me then, why didn't you do something about it?
I couldn't just then. I was principally interested in getting the baby back. And I knew if you were part of the gang, I'd round you up when I got the rest of them.
And you've rounded me up by getting yourself into a death trap from which there's no escape. Brilliant, Carter.
Say, I don't get it, Phelps. If you were planning all along to grab us, why all the hocus pocus? Why didn't you just nab us the minute we came in the house?
Frankly, Wilson, because I didn't want to try anything with Nick Carter until I could have enough of my own men here to make sure we would win. I couldn't risk any slip-up.
So that call to the state police was a fake, huh?
Of course. I simply held the hook down and talked into a dead phone. Lefty and Trigger were already on the way from town. But I had to play you along until they arrived.
Okay, boss, I got the rope.
What took you so long?
Well, Harry and me, we was figuring out the best place to run the car into the river.
You were figuring out. I do the thinking around here. Now get busy and tie Carter up.
Sure, boss. All right, stand up, Carter. I got a special treat for you. A silk rope. It's an old Chinese trick. Once it's tied, nobody can untie it. It's got to be cut loose.
And suppose I don't stand up.
Then you'll get a load of lead and you won't be able to stand up.
I see. Phelps, you have a nice plan. But suppose I don't cooperate. Suppose I make you shoot me now instead of letting you drown me later. And your whole accident story will be out the window.
I could change it if I had to. But I'm warning you, Carter. You're going to die anyway, so you'd better take it my way. Give us any trouble, and we'll kill the Anders baby immediately.
So you have the Anders baby here?
Yes, right upstairs in this house. And its life depends on your good behavior. If you give us no trouble, we'll see that the baby gets back to Mrs. Anders safe and sound.
That's the one thing I wanted to know. All right, Trigger, I'll stand up.
Stand up! There. Stand still with you in front of me like this, Trigger. I don't think your pals will shoot. If they do, they'll get you first.
Get him, Lefty. He's got a gun. That Trigger so I can get a shot at him.
I can't, Lefty. He's holding me too tight.
Then I'll have to shoot it.
That takes care of you, Lefty. You better drop your gun, Danny.
Not till I kill you.
You got Trigger, Danny, but not me. But I'll get you good.
You got him, Nick. Right through the shoulder. Nick, Phelps got away. And he's locked us in here.
Step back, Scotty. This Tommy gun of Lefty's will take care of the door. There goes the lock, and here goes the door. All right, come on, Scubby.
Nick, the car. They're going to get away.
We'll see about that.
Oh, they're halfway down the drive, Nick.
Maybe we can still stop them.
No, you missed them, Nick. You missed them.
I don't think so. What, Scubby? The curve. They're not taking it.
Golly, Nick, you stopped them all right.
Yes. That was the secretary at the wheel. I think I winged him.
Hey, we better go down and see if there's anything left of them. Gosh, Nick, with Trigger dead and Lefty and Danny and they're ready for the hospital, and now Phelps and the secretary down there in the wreck, why, it's practically bingo.
Yes, Scubby, I think the gang's finished now. We can phone the state troopers to come take them off our hands. But before I give those rats any first aid, I'm going to make sure Mrs. Anders' baby is all right.
Oh, gosh, the baby. I was almost forgetting him. I wonder if he's okay.
What's that?
Hey, Nick. There he is now. Oh, listen to those yells. I'll say he's all right. He couldn't yell like that if he wasn't.
Didn't like the shooting, Scubby, so he's letting us know about it.
Isn't that just like a baby? He waits till everything is over, and then he starts yelling.
Home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where never is heard a
What's the matter, Nick? Your voice give out?
No. He's asleep at last.
Oh, and it's about time, too. He's been yelling ever since we left Phelps' place.
Yes. I certainly hope Patsy has Mrs. Anders at the office when we get there. I'll be glad to give him back to her.
Yeah. Hey, Nick, when Trigger started to tie you up, where'd you get that gun? All of a sudden, it was in your hand, and you were using Trigger for a shield, and bang, 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 well, it was just like in the movies.
That gun, Scubby, was my ace in the hole. I planted it behind the cushion of the chair I was sitting in when I first entered the room. It was your gun. The one I got from you before we entered the Phelps house.
Well, may I be kissed by a whale.
Oh, try the baby.
But, Nick, what made you plant the gun anyway?
Well, Scubby, I was suspicious of Phelps from the first. His visit to headquarters the other day put me on guard, but I had no proof. And besides, my main purpose was to learn where the baby was. I was afraid we were stepping into a trap tonight, but I had to take that chance in order to find out exactly what had become of the baby.
Oh, yeah, of course, Nick.
Planting your gun in the chair when we first sat down was a safety precaution.
Well, it sure saved our bacon, Nick, and cooked Mr. Phelps' goose.
Well, I'll certainly be glad when I turn this kid over to its mother. You know, Scubby, it's funny. I almost break my neck trying to find the baby, and then when I do find it, I can't wait until I can get rid of it. Oh, am I glad to be rid of that baby. I don't mind tackling a few gunmen, but I hope I never again have to hold a crying baby for an hour.
Maybe he didn't like home on the range, Nick. You should have tried something else.
That's the only tune Nick knows. Now, Nick, you're not going to get away with it.
Get away with what?
With acting as if you're too tired to talk. You're going to tell me what happened or else.
Yeah, Nick. There's still some things I want to know, too.
Oh, have a heart. Well, yeah, it's 1 a.m.
All right, Nick, I'll be easy on you. Just give me the gist of it, and I'll save my questions until morning.
All right, Patsy. Well, first of all, Phelps was the head of the baby-selling gang, of course.
I'd gathered that.
As a member of the board of the infants' hospital, he got wind of the racket some months ago.
Mm-hmm.
He needed money badly, so he took it over and organized it. The hospital records were a great help in locating unwanted babies and in contacting couples seeking to adopt babies.
Of course.
Yeah, Patsy, we got all that from Danny, the Frenchman, before the state police came to take him to the state hospital. Phelps and his secretary were both killed outright when their car crashed.
Oh, I see. And, of course, Phelps always worked through someone else.
Yes. Up to the end, practically none of the gang knew his identity because he always gave his orders over the phone. It was only desperation that made him go after Mrs. Anders' baby himself. The same desperation that made him set his trap for us.
And what a trap. Phelps was one smooth article, believe you me.
Yes, you bet he was. Of course, all the elaborate interview between Danny and Phelps was for the purpose of keeping me interested until Lefty and Trigger could get there. Oh, Phelps did have another reason for it, too.
What was that, Nick?
Wanted to draw me out. Find out just how much the police and I knew. so that after he killed us, he'd know just what kind of a story to tell Riley to fool him. Yes, from his standpoint, it was a good plan, perfectly worked out. There was only one thing wrong with it.
Well, what was that, Nick?
It didn't work.
Nick.
Oh, now, please let me stop talking. I want to make a suggestion. What do you say we all take a vacation?
Oh, a vacation is just what I need after tonight. Hey, how about you, Patsy?
You took the words right out of my mouth, Scubby. Where would we go, Nick?
Well, how about Greensboro? It's a tiny little town up in the mountains, fishing, hiking, and horseback riding.
Greensboro sounds like another name for heaven.
Mm-hmm. All but that part about hiking and horseback riding. I like to vacation sitting down.
And we can sleep all day and never lift a finger. And there'll be no robberies, no murders, nobody shooting at us. In fact, for a whole week, we'll be able to forget there is such a thing as crime. Well, what do you say?
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The motion is carried.
Good. We'll leave for Greensboro the first thing in the morning.
So Nick and his two associates are going to take a vacation in a little town of Greensboro where there's no crime and no criminals. All they're going to do there is loaf. I wonder what they'd think if they knew that in Greensboro they were going to meet a magician who walks out of locked prison cells at will, and a dead man whose body disappears into thin air the instant after he's murdered. No excitement? Well, for the beginning of a new and thrilling adventure with Nick Carter, listen tomorrow. The Strange Adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, features Lon Clark as Nick Carter. Patsy is played by Helen Choate. The stories are written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan, and original music is played by Lou White. The entire production is under the direction of Jock McGregor. Tomorrow night at the same time, listen to the opening chapter of a new and exciting adventure of Nick Carter entitled
Death by Magic, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Vanishing Corpse.
The adventures of Nick's adopted son, Chick Carter, boy detective, are broadcast over most of these stations Monday through Fridays at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime. Nick's own show, The Return of Nick Carter, a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated, is presented by the Mutual Broadcasting System and is broadcast from our New York studios over most of these stations every evening, Monday through Friday, at 9:15 Eastern Wartime. This is Mutual.
It's a case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's a case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective. Beginning the curious adventure called
Murder by Magic, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Vanishing Corpse.
Having successfully solved the case of the missing baby, Nick with his two assistants, Patsy and Scubby, have come to Greensboro for a short but well-earned vacation.
Well, Greensboro hasn't changed, and neither has this hotel lobby. It looks exactly the same as it did last summer.
I only hope we have half as nice a vacation this time. Last summer was wonderful.
It certainly was. Oh, Scubby, it's too bad you weren't with us.
Well, I could... Carter.
Well, hello,
And
Joe. I'm glad to
Patsy.
see you.
How are you, Joe?
This
This is a surprise. Well, you folks come up pretty early in the season for a vacation, didn't you?
Yes, we felt we needed one. Oh, Joe, I want you to meet my assistant, Scubby Wilson. Scubby, this is Joe Hill, Greensboro's deputy sheriff.
Hello, Joe. I'm mighty pleased to meet you. How long do you intend to stay with us, Nick?
Oh, about a week, I hope.
Well, Nick, I think I've left my purse in the car. Will you excuse me? I'll be back in just a
Sure.
minute.
Say, Nick, I was just reading in the papers the way you busted up that baby selling racket. What about telling me about it?
No, nothing doing, Joe. I want to forget business for a few days. I came to Greensboro because it's the most peaceful village in the state.
Oh, we have some excitement now and then. In this town? Yep. Why, this past week there's been quite a bit of excitement here.
Uh-huh.
What happened? Well, the main subject of conversation right now is the great Carlos.
The great Carlos, not the famous magician.
Yes, sir.
Wow,
He come to Greensboro a week ago.
Well, a famous magician sure must be slipping if he has to play spots like this.
Yeah. Well, what would you say if I told you he's settling down here?
Here in Greensboro?
Yes, sir. One day last week, he drove up to the town hall in one of the best-looking cars I ever saw. And you should have seen him in his long flowing cape, top hat and cane when he come into Nelson's office. You remember Nelson, Nick?
Yes, Nelson's the village judge, isn't he?
Yeah, judge, justice of the peace, and village treasurer, too.
Oh, yes.
Well, like I was saying, Carlos comes into Nelson's office and says he heard that the Drake Mansion was for sale.
The Drake Mansion?
Mm-hmm.
Say, isn't that the place the village owns and tried to unload on me last summer?
Yeah, that's right. Well, Nelson almost fell over when Carlos asked him the price of the place. And then, right before our eyes, Carlos takes out his wallet and counts out 20 $1,000 bills. Mm-hmm.
20 $1,000 bills?
Yes, sir. You could have knocked us over with a feather. Mm-hmm. Well, that was the first time I'd ever seen a $1,000 bill.
Now I know what you mean when you said there was quite a bit of excitement in the village.
Imagine his carrying that much money around. Let me tell you, Nelson didn't waste any time having the sheriff take the money at the bank.
So the great Carlos is now a resident of Greensboro.
Yeah, but that ain't all.
Nick, you should have seen what I just saw. That is, if I really saw it.
What are you talking about, Patsy?
While I was getting my purse out of the car, I saw a man coming toward the hotel. He was wearing a black cape, a top hat, and a cane.
Well, that was Carlos, the magician.
Oh, but that isn't all. Following him like a dog was a half-grown black panther.
A black panther?
Yes, and this man and the panther entered the lounge of this hotel. Oh, Nick, you don't think I'm seeing things, do you?
Oh, you ain't, Patsy. The panther is Carlos' pet.
Oh.
A panther for a pet? Yeah, it's got half the town scared to death.
I should imagine so.
Well, sounds like a sight worth seeing. What do you say if we drop into the lounge and take a look at Carlos and his panther?
Sure, that's something I don't want to miss.
Well, all right, if you folks want to. The lounge is this way.
Okay.
Nick, isn't it rather dangerous having a panther loose like that?
Yes, Patsy, it might be.
I can tell you right now it's going to cause trouble. Why, only yesterday the sheriff and Carlos had a run-in about it. Well, here we are.
And now, gentlemen, I shall perform a trick for you that no other man in the world but Houdini could perform.
Oh, Nick, there's the panther lying at his feet.
Yes, and a beautiful specimen it is, too. Must weigh all of 200 pounds.
You will note, gentlemen, that I have taken this man's watch, though he's not aware of it as yet. And now I place the watch, a duplicate of which I couldn't possibly have, on this table. And then I smash it. Thus.
Hey! You broke my watch!
Patience, my friend, patience. I now take this handkerchief, which, as you can see, is nothing more than a handkerchief, and I cover the remains of the watch with it. Thus.
Nick, he can't really get that watch together again, can he?
He's one of the world's greatest magicians, Patsy, and it's his trick.
And having covered the remains of the watch with this handkerchief, I now remove it with one quick motion. Presto!
Hey! My watch, it's gone.
Ah, yes, it is, but only for a moment, sir. Now, if you will be so good as to look in the pocket of the man standing next to you, I think you will find your watch.
You mean it's in Fred's pocket?
Yes, you'll find it in his left coat pocket, I believe.
Hey, let me look, Fred.
Sure.
Say, it is my watch, and it's working okay.
Hey, what are you talking about there? Nick, how in the world did he do that?
Patsy, that's one trick even I can't explain.
And now, gentlemen, if I may have your full attention, I shall demonstrate a trick that was performed before the crowned heads of Europe.
Uh-oh, trouble. Here comes the sheriff.
Now, if one of you gentlemen will be good enough to volunteer his
Just
services...
a moment, Carlos. Remember what I told you yesterday?
Gentlemen, your worthy sheriff would have a word with me. Forgive this little interruption.
I warned you yesterday about that panther. You got to keep him caged.
My dear sheriff, my panther Ebony has roamed freely wherever I've traveled, even in the courts of Europe.
That don't make no difference. He ain't roaming free in Greensboro.
Why, you country bumpkin, in intelligence and behavior, this beautiful animal is by far your superior.
Now, just a minute. I don't want no trouble to you, Carlos, but I'm warning you. I'll shoot that panther on sight if he ain't caged.
Did you hear that, Ebony? Yes. This oaf will kill you on sight unless I put you in a cage. Just listen to him, Sheriff. You can see that he doesn't like the idea.
What I said goes, Carlos, and don't forget it.
I'm afraid, Ebony, that the sheriff doesn't understand that you dislike being caged. Yes, you'll have to explain to him in your own way.
Oh, Nick, look at the way his tail's flashing back and forth.
Yes, I don't like this.
Carlos, you better control that panther.
My dear sheriff, Ebony knows exactly what he's doing.
If he comes any closer, I'll shoot him. Keep him away, I tell you.
Sheriff, he's going to spring. Look out. Ebony. Why, you've killed him.
It was him or me, Carlos. I told you I'd shoot him.
You fool. That animal was worth 5 of you. I'll teach you to kill my pet. Sheriff, look out for his cane. Take that for you. Wait a minute. Ow. Let go of my wrist.
Drop that cane, Carlos.
Drop it or I'll break your wrist.
That's better.
Sheriff, Are you all right?
Yeah. Yeah, Joe. Carlos, you're under arrest.
What? Under arrest? For what, may I inquire?
For assault and battery.
Why, this is ridiculous. Do you think that I, Carlos...
Are you coming along peaceful to jail, or do I have to use force?
You fool. The jail hasn't been built that can hold the great Carlos against his will. You'll be wasting your time trying to keep me in prison.
All right, that's enough talk, Carlos. Thanks for taking the cane away from him, Nick.
It's quite all right, Sheriff.
Oh, just a moment. You look familiar. Aren't you Nick Carter?
Yes, I am.
Well, I've heard quite a bit about you, Mr. Carter. Not only as a detective, but as a fellow magician.
Thanks.
Not at all. Now, I will overlook your having disarmed me this time. But please, don't interfere again, or you may regret doing so.
Thanks. I'll remember that.
All right, come along, Carlos. I'm going to lock you up in one jail that you won't ever be able to escape from.
Well, Sheriff, it looks as though the whole village has turned out this morning for Carlos' trial.
Yeah, Nick. Well, better get the prisoner, Joe. Judge Nelson will be coming in any minute now.
Okay, Sheriff.
See you later, Nick.
Yes, Sheriff.
Did you take a look at Carlos this morning, Joe?
Yep, a little after dawn.
Yeah?
I offered to get him some breakfast, but he said he was going out for it.
He was going out for it?
Yeah. He's some magician if he can do that.
Oh, I'll be glad when we've seen the last of Carlos. There's something about that man I don't like.
You want me to put the handcuffs on him, Sheriff?
No, that won't be necessary, Joe. Not with the two of us to... Joe.
Yeah?
Where is he?
What?
He's gone.
Well, he must be here. He was in that cell just a couple hours ago.
But he's gone now, and the cell door is still locked.
Well, how could he have gotten out?
Oh, I don't know. Come on, we better get back to the courtroom and tell Judge Nelson. Oh, this is going to make us look like the biggest fools in the village.
Oh, gosh, Sheriff, it wasn't our fault.
I'd like to know how we're going to explain it.
Say, Sheriff, you think that guy really can break out of jail? Him being a magician and all?
Oh, gosh, Joe, I don't know what to believe. Hey, Judge! Judge! The prisoner's escaped!
Silence in the courtroom. You say the prisoner's escaped, Sheriff?
Yes, sir.
How did that happen?
Oh, I can't figure it out, Judge. We searched Carlos before we locked him in the cell last night. Now he's gone.
He couldn't have just walked out of there. Who had the keys to the jail?
I've had them on me every minute since we locked Carlos up, and there ain't any duplicate.
Nick, how could he have gotten out?
Well, maybe a great magician like Carlos can break out of jail. What do you think, Nick?
Oh, I doubt it, Scubby. It'd be quite a feat for anyone to
Good
accomplish.
morning, gentlemen. I understand you're looking for me.
Nick, it's Carlos.
First he escapes, then he comes back.
Silence in the courtroom. Is the prisoner aware that he can be severely punished for escaping from his cell?
But, Your Honor, I did so with the deputy sheriff's permission.
What? That's a lie, Judge.
It's the truth, Your Honor. Early this morning, when the deputy came to my cell to see if I wanted my breakfast, I told him I was going to have my breakfast outside. He laughed and said that if I could get out of my cell, it was all right with him.
And how, may I inquire, did you manage to get out?
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor, but that is the professional secret.
The fact remains, Judge, the prisoner did escape from his cell. I demand to know how he did it.
It can hardly be called escape, Your Honor, as I've returned of my own free will.
We'll pass over that for the moment and proceed with the charge against you. The charge is assault and battery. How do you plead?
Well, it is true, Your Honor, that I struck the sheriff, but it was entirely justified. He killed a pet of mine, which was worth 5 like himself.
I'm afraid that hasn't any bearing on the charge. How do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty, Your Honor.
Due to the fact that the prisoner has pleaded guilty and has saved the village the expense of trial, the court is inclined to be lenient with him. However, the prisoner's escape can't be overlooked. The verdict of the court is a $600 fine or 60 days in jail.
$600? Why, that's robbery.
Under the law, I could sentence you to as much as 3 years in the state penitentiary.
Why, you country lout, do you know who I am? I am the great Carlos. The laws of ordinary men don't concern me.
I'm afraid in this case they do. You have your choice of paying the fine or going to prison.
Well, I'll pay my fine, but mark my words. You will regret this day as long as you live. Here's your money, and with it is the curse of Carlos.
Nick, I've never seen anyone so furious.
Sheriff, he's coming over this way.
Yeah, don't start anything, Joe.
Well, Sheriff, this seems to have been your day. But I'm afraid your triumph will be short-lived.
Yeah, what do you mean by that?
I mean that within 24 hours, you will be dead. dead. Yes, Sheriff.
Gosh, Nick, I'm sure glad you're here.
Mr. Carter's presence won't save the Sheriff. And I warn you, Mr. Carter, don't interfere in that which doesn't concern you. It might be fatal. The Sheriff will die within 24 hours. Nothing can prevent it.
Well, it seems as though Nick has run into an adversary who's no ordinary man. The great Carlos has predicted that the sheriff will die in 24 hours and has warned Nick not to interfere. We know Nick will not heed the warning, but will he be able to prevent Carlos from carrying out his threat? Listen Monday. The Strange Adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, features Lon Clark as Nick Carter. Patsy is played by Helen Choate. The stories are written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan, and original music is played by Lou White. The entire production is under the direction of Jock McGregor. Monday night at the same time, listen to the further adventures of Nick Carter in the case entitled
Murder by Magic. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Vanishing Corpse.
The adventures of Nick's adopted son, Chick Carter, boy detective, are broadcast over most of these stations Monday through Fridays at 5:30 p.m. Eastern War Time. Nick's own show, The Return of Nick Carter, a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications Incorporated, is presented by the Mutual Broadcasting System and is broadcast from our New York studios over most of these stations every evening, Monday through Friday, at 9:15 Eastern War Time. This is Mutual.
Yes, it's a case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Continuing the curious adventure called
The House of Death. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Grave.
Jonathan Drake, an eccentric millionaire, tells Nick Carter that his brother Philip Drake is trying to prove him insane so he can get control of the Drake fortune. Nick finds evidence to support Jonathan's story and agrees to protect Jonathan against Philip in spite of Philip's warning that Jonathan really is crazy. Spending the night at the Drake mansion, Nick and Scubby are wakened in the middle of the night by Jonathan, who is wandering through the halls calling for someone named Louise. And when they try to quiet him, he draws a gun and threatens to kill them.
You're keeping her from me. You've taken Louise away. I'm going to kill you. All
right, Scubby, quick. Pick up his gun. I'll take care of it, man.
Right, Nick. Louise.
Are you all right, Mr. Drake?
Nick, he doesn't even hear you. Say, he must be nuts after all.
Yeah, let's take him back to his room, Scubby. I'll give him a sedative. He should be asleep in a few minutes.
Do you think he's all right now, Nick?
Yes, Scubby. He's sleeping like a baby at last.
If you hadn't kicked your slipper at him, we might have been dead pigeons. Well, he never even recognized us. Just kept talking about Louise. I wonder who she could be.
His wife, Scubby. I saw a painting of her downstairs in the library with her name inscribed on it. What do you say we go down and have a look at it?
Well, that suits me, Nick. I don't feel sleepy anymore.
All right, come on.
Gosh, Nick. You know, for a while I thought Philip was trying to railroad Jonathan into an insane asylum. Now it looks as though Jonathan is crazy.
I wonder, Scubby. Jonathan seemed perfectly sane earlier this evening. Seemed to be telling the truth.
Oh, but gosh, Nick, you yourself have told me plenty of times that insane people can act perfectly normal for long periods of time and then will suddenly go haywire. Maybe that's what Jonathan did.
Could be, Scubby, but
Hey, Nick, someone's unlocking the front door.
Quiet, we'll see who it is.
I thought Jonathan lived here alone.
He does, Scubby, except for...
Oh, Nick, it's Hawkins.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Carter. Perhaps I should say good morning.
Good morning. Tell me, Hawkins, is Mr. Drake in the habit of prowling around the house late at night?
Oh, did you find Mr. Drake wandering through the house looking for his wife, Louise?
Yes. Is that a habit of his?
He does that now and again, sir, but he's perfectly harmless.
That's what you think.
Would you say that Mr. Drake is insane, Hawkins?
Oh, no, sir. Except for such occasions as this, he's just as sane as you or I.
Tell me, Hawkins, have you ever seen a coffin in Mr. Drake's room?
Oh, yes, sir. It's been there for years. Mr. Drake sleeps in it every night. He says he feels that when he's in his coffin, he's closer to his dear departed wife.
But, Nick, you said...
Quiet, Scubby. Thank you, Hawkins.
Will there be anything else, sir?
No, Hawkins, that's all.
Very good, sir.
Good night.
Good night, gentlemen.
Hey, I don't get it, Nick. Just a little while ago, you told me the coffin had been placed in Jonathan's bedroom recently. But Hawkins says it's been there for years.
He's lying, Scubby. The fresh scratches on the coffin and on the doorway to Jonathan's room proves it.
But, Nick, why should Hawkins lie about it?
Hawkins is obviously working with Philip and not with Jonathan.
But, Nick, Hawkins wasn't lying about Jonathan prowling around the house at night. We saw that for ourselves.
Yes, Scubby, and that's the strange thing about this case. If Philip knows that his brother Jonathan has these irrational moments, why bother to place a coffin in his bedroom?
Well, maybe he's just trying to build up a stronger case against Jonathan.
Perhaps, Scubby. But I think there's some other reason, and I'm determined to find out what it is.
Well, good morning, Nick.
Oh, hello, Scubby. You get up, finally.
You shouldn't have let me sleep so late, Nick. Hey, what are you doing here in the library?
Oh, I was looking at Jonathan Drake's books. He has quite a collection of books on chess. Must be very fond of it.
Well, you ought to challenge him to a game, Nick.
Maybe I will.
Hey, what's that you're looking at, Nick?
Blotter, Scubby. Has writing on it.
Yeah? Can you make it out?
Wait till I hold it up to this mirror. Now, let's see. May 2nd, 1944. I, Jonathan Drake, being of sound... That's all I can make out.
Well, sounds like the beginning of a will, Nick.
Yes, Scubby. I should say that Mr. Drake drew up a new will on May 2nd. That's just a week ago. Probably got tired of Philip's attempt to get control of the estate and cut him off without a cent.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Drake.
Oh, good morning, sir.
I trust you slept well.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Drake, if I'm not being too personal, would you mind telling me who the heirs to your estate are?
My heirs?
Yes.
Well, my sister Hester and my brother Philip will share equally in my estate.
You mean you're leaving Philip half of everything in spite of what he's trying to do to you?
Well, you see, my will was drawn up before Philip started proceedings against me, and I never changed it.
Yeah, but what about the will you wrote?
Mr. Drake, I see that you have quite a collection of books on chess. You must be very fond of the game.
Yes, I am.
Well, I, too, am quite fond of it. Offers so many intricate moves.
Yes, it does.
Tell me, Mr. Drake, when you play chess, do you find you get better results when you move the knight horizontally across the board or when you move him vertically?
Horizontally, Mr. Carter.
But, Nick, a knight
Yes,
can't...
I quite agree with you, Mr. Drake. We must have a game sometime.
Why, yes, of course, Mr. Carter.
I'm afraid, though, my assistant and I will have to leave you for a few hours, though. We hadn't anticipated staying here in your home, and, of course, we'll need a change of clothes.
Very well. But you will return as soon as possible, won't you?
Oh, yes, of course. You can expect us back early this evening. Oh, yes, Patsy.
Hiya, Patsy.
Oh, hello there, Scubby.
Oh, Patsy, were you able to find out who Jonathan Drake's attorney is?
Yes, Nick. His name is Richard Morgan. He has an office in the Fairfield building.
Good. Will you make an appointment for me to see him this afternoon?
Yes, I'll do that, Nick. I'll be back in just a minute.
Hey, what do you want to see this Morgan guy for, Nick?
As Jonathan Drake's lawyer, Scubby, he may be able to clear up a few things for me.
Yeah, well, I hope so. This case gets screwier and screwier. It sure has some queer angles to it.
Yes, you're right about that, Scubby. And that's one reason I took it. But it isn't working out at all the way I thought it would.
No? Well, what do you mean, Nick?
Well, first of all, Scubby, there's the matter of the coffin. Now, we know that Philip and Hawkins were lying when they said that Jonathan had been sleeping in it for years.
Sure, Nick. The scratches on it prove that.
Therefore, it's obvious Philip and Hawkins are trying to put something over on Jonathan. But then again, Jonathan's prowling through the house in his attempt to kill us would seem to prove his insanity without anything else. Now, if Jonathan is crazy, why should Philip go to all the trouble of planting a coffin in his bedroom to prove it?
Gosh, Nick, it doesn't make sense, does it?
No, Scubby, it doesn't. And that's what puzzles me. And this morning in the library, I found a clue that changes everything.
Well, what was that, Nick?
You recall the blotter, Scubby? The writing on it?
Sure, Nick. You mean Drake's new will?
Exactly. Jonathan Drake obviously made out a new will on May 2nd, 1 week ago. Yet when I asked him about his will, he told us he had made it out before Philip started proceedings, which was a month ago.
Oh, gosh, Nick. How could a guy forget a will he drew up only a week ago?
Scubby, perhaps he never did draw it up.
But, Nick, we saw it on the blotter.
Perhaps Jonathan Drake we talked to was not the Jonathan Drake who drew up the will.
Oh, Nick, don't tell me you think there are two of them.
Yes, Scubby. It's possible that the Jonathan Drake we know is not the real Jonathan Drake.
Nick, you mean he's a phony?
Yes, Scubby, I do. I was suspicious of him when he denied any knowledge of the will. So to satisfy myself, I tested his knowledge of chess.
Yeah, and he didn't know the first thing about the game.
Didn't even know how a knight should move. That made me certain he was an imposter. For the real Jonathan Drake does know chess.
But, Nick, if the guy we know is a phony, where's the real Jonathan Drake?
Unless I'm very much mistaken, Scubby, he's dead.
Dead?
Yes, and the man who's impersonating him is part of Philip Drake's plot to gain control of his brother's millions.
Gosh, Nick, how do you figure that?
Oh, Scubby, it's plain as can be. Philip Drake is a playboy who lives far beyond his means. And as long as his brother Jonathan was alive, there was no way he could get more money out of him.
Oh, so he had to figure out some way to get rid of his brother without letting anyone know.
Exactly, Scubby.
I see.
The fact that the real Jonathan Drake was a recluse was all in Philip's favor. There were only 3 people living who knew the real Jonathan. Hawkins, Hester Drake, and Philip himself.
You're right, Nick.
So Philip's first step was to bribe Hawkins to assist him. His second step was to kill Jonathan and to substitute someone to impersonate him.
But, Nick, why would Philip want to have this phony Jonathan declared insane?
Scubby, don't you see? With the phony Jonathan out of the way, Philip will gain control of the fortune. And yet to the world, Jonathan Drake will still be alive.
Oh, sure, I see it now. But, Nick, why did Philip have the phony Jonathan call us into the case?
Ah, that's where Philip overplayed his hand, Scubby. I think he wanted a prominent witness like myself to testify that the phony Jonathan really was insane.
You mean, Nick, that he was playing you for a sucker?
Exactly.
Well, gosh, Nick, what a dope he was. He might have gotten away with it, too, if he hadn't called you into the case.
Quite right, Scubby. But now that I've guessed the truth, we're going to prove it step by step.
All right. What's our next move, Nick?
We're going to pay a call on Richard Morgan, attorney for Jonathan Drake, and see what he knows. Mr. Morgan?
Yes?
I'm Nick Carter, and this is my assistant, Scubby Wilson.
How do you do,
How do
gentlemen?
you do?
Won't you be seated?
Thank you. Mr. Morgan, I understand you're to represent your client, Mr. Jonathan Drake, at his sanity hearing.
Yes, although I'm in a rather difficult position, as I can hardly defend a client who refuses to see me.
Oh, you've never met Mr. Drake?
No, I haven't. My father occasionally saw Mr. Drake at his home, but since he died, Mr. Drake has transacted all his business with me over the phone.
I see. Mr. Morgan, I have reason to believe that Jonathan Drake drew up a new will on May 2nd of this year. You know anything about it?
Yes, but I'm surprised that you know about it.
Do you have that will?
Yes, I have. It was delivered to me on the morning of May 3rd by a Mr. George Ross. I believe he's an air raid warden in Mr. Drake's neighborhood. He received it under the most peculiar circumstances.
Was there a letter with the will?
Yes, the letter was very brief. It said that Mr. Drake was in great danger, that he was sending me a new will which was only to be opened upon his death. There was also a sealed letter to his sister Hester in California, which I was to mail.
I see. And you did as he asked?
Naturally.
Mm-hmm.
But I was quite worried by the tone of his letter, so I phoned him at his home to find out what the danger was that he was in.
What did he say?
He was very brusque. He said there was absolutely nothing wrong, there was no need for me to concern myself. Then he hung up.
I see. Mr. Morgan, would it be possible for me to see the will that Mr. Drake sent you a week ago?
I'm afraid, Mr. Carter, that's out of the question. I must respect my client's instructions.
Well, I know my request is an unusual one, Mr. Morgan, but it's extremely important that I see the will.
I'm sorry, Mr. Carter, but I must refuse your request, just as I refused a similar one this morning.
You mean someone else knows about the will and asked to see it?
Yes, his sister, Hester Drake.
Hester Drake is here in town?
Yes, she arrived from California this morning. She's staying at the Edgewood Hotel.
Come on, Scubby. There isn't a minute to waste.
Why? What's wrong, Nick?
If we don't get to Hester Drake before it's too late, her life is in danger.
Well, for some reason known only to himself, Nick seems to believe that Hester Drake is in great danger. But what danger can it be that threatens Hester's life? And will Nick be able to save her? Listen tomorrow.
Don't miss the special appearance of Nick Carter as guest detective on Johnny Morgan's program, Showtime, at 10:30 tonight over another network. The Strange Adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, features Lon Clark as Nick Carter. Patsy is played by Helen Choate. The stories are written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan, and original music is played by Lew White. The entire production is under the direction of Jock McGregor. Tomorrow night at the same time, listen to the further adventures of Nick Carter in the case entitled
The House of Death, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Grave.
The adventures of Nick's adopted son, Chick Carter, boy detective, are broadcast over most of these stations Monday through Friday at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime. Nick's own show, The Return of Nick Carter, a copyright feature of Street & Smith Publications, Incorporated, is presented by the Mutual Broadcasting System from our New York studios and is broadcast over most of these stations every evening, Monday through Friday, at 9:15 Eastern Wartime.
This is Mutual.
President Roosevelt, Secretary of the Treasury Henry Morgenthau, Paul Muni, Francis Tone, Walter Houston, Charles Lawton, and Orson Welles, among others, will be heard on the big show that starts the fifth war loan tonight at 10 o'clock. You can hear this big war bond show over Mutual tonight at 10 o'clock Eastern Wartime.
What's the matter? What is it?
It's a case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's a case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective. Continuing the curious adventure called
The Accidental Bullet, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Murdered Dog.
With the mystery of the test tube murders finally solved, Nick Carter is taking it easy. He has no case to occupy his mind, and what's more, he hopes none will come along. It's 10 o'clock in the morning, and he's just only arrived at his office.
Morning, Patsy.
Oh, hello, Nick. Shame on you. It's almost 10 o'clock.
Yes, I know. I just felt lazy this morning. Any calls?
Not a thing. Wasn't anything in the mail, either.
Good. Then I'll work in my lab this morning unless something comes up. I'm counting on you to keep me from being disturbed unless it's something really important.
I will, Nick.
Good girl, Patsy.
The spring fever Nick has must be catching. Hope that's only the mailman. Well, just a minute. Yes, can I help you?
Young lady, I want to speak to Mr. Nicholas Carter.
Oh, well, won't you come in, please? Please sit down, Mr.
Simon Agnew's my name, young lady. I used to know Nicholas' father. He and I were old friends.
I see.
Now, I want to see Nicholas. He was a smart boy. Maybe he's detective enough to tell me who murdered Lord Nelson.
Who murdered Lord Nelson?
That's what I said, young lady. Lord Nelson. Died last night in my backyard with a bullet through his head.
Died in your backyard? But, Mr. Agnew, Lord Nelson was a famous British admiral who died at the Battle of...
And Lord Nelson is a bulldog, too, young lady. My watchdog. Now he's dead. Murdered by some thieving rascal. I want to hire Nicholas Carter to find the man who killed him.
Oh, I see. Well, Mr. Agnew, I'm afraid Mr. Carter doesn't investigate the murder of dogs. You see, he's a...
What is it, Patsy? Anything wrong?
Oh, Nick, this is Mr. Simon Agnew. He says he was a friend of your father's.
Of course. How are you, Mr. Agnew? I
Hello,
remember Dad
Nicholas.
speaking of you often. What seems to be the trouble? I heard someone mention the word murder.
Lord Nelson, Nicholas. Lord Nelson has been murdered.
Lord Nelson was Mr. Agnew's watchdog, Nick. I was just telling him that dog murders are a little out of your line.
Murder is murder, young lady, whether it's a dog or a man. Isn't that right, Nicholas?
I agree with you, Mr. Agnew. And I'll be glad to look into the matter for you.
Oh, but Nick, you
I know,
said you
Patsy, but this is different. I've never tried to find the murderer of a dog before. It may be a very interesting case.
I want the murderer punished to the full extent of the law, Nicholas.
Well, Mr. Agnew, I can't make any promises, but I'll do my best. You want to go along, Patsy?
I sure do. This is no day to sit in an office.
All right, come on then. Let's get started.
Well, here we are, Nicholas. This is where I live.
I see. Very nice little cottage. You live alone?
Except for Lord Nelson. Now he's dead.
But it seems so isolated. Don't you ever get lonely?
Young lady, I'm an inventor. I can't work if there are a lot of people around to bother me.
Yes, I know. I'm that way myself. Well, let's get out and see what we can find.
Come in this way, Nick. We'll go through the house.
I see you've no neighbors near you.
The nearest house is 200 yards away. What's this? I'll show you one of my little inventions.
What kind of an invention, Mr. Agnew?
A special burglar-proof lock.
Well, there isn't any lock on the door at all. There isn't even a doorknob.
And that's why it's burglar-proof. And just watch. All I need to do is to blow this whistle. And the door opens.
Why, that's marvelous.
You see, the sound of the whistle operates an electric lock. Smart, eh? Come in, come in.
It's a very clever device, Mr. Agnew.
It certainly is. No burglar would ever dream of blowing a whistle to make a door open.
And if he did, he'd give himself away at once. I've got something else here that'll interest you, too. My silent secretary.
A silent secretary?
Yes. It's an automatic recording device that takes down everything a visitor says while he's in the house.
I see. And was it on when we came in?
Only at first, and I cut it off. Here, I'll play it back for you. Now, you'll hear the first things you said when you came in. Listen now.
It's a very clever device, Mr. Agnew.
It certainly is. No burglar would ever dream of blowing a whistle to make a door open.
That's when I cut it off. The apparatus is all hidden in the coat closet here. Never guessed that, did you, Mr. Carter?
Oh, I certainly didn't.
Well, it's wonderful, Mr. Agnew. Do you have many other inventions like these?
Oh, dozens of them. That's what the burglar who killed Lord Nelson was after.
I see. You're sure it was a burglar, then?
Well, who else would kill my watchdog? And come along. I'll show you his body. It's in the kennel out back of the house. It's right back this way. I haven't touched him. Here's the kennel. Right here by the back steps. And there's Lord Nelson lying inside. Stone dead.
Oh, the poor thing.
Mm-hmm. Yes, the bullet entered his head while he was lying there asleep. At least he didn't suffer.
The finest watchdog you could want. He'd bark his head off if a stranger came near the house.
And yet he was asleep when he was killed?
What do you mean, Nick?
It seems strange he didn't wake up when the murderer entered the yard.
That's right. I never thought of that.
You said a burglar killed him. Was your house robbed last night, Mr. Wagner?
Well, no, Nicholas, it wasn't.
Was there any sign of a burglar even having tried to get in?
Come to think of it, there wasn't.
What are you getting at, Nick?
I don't believe Lord Nelson was killed by a burglar.
But then who did kill him?
Well, I don't know yet. Mr. Wagner, what's in that direction up there, up the hill and through those trees?
Over there? Oh, just an old stone house. The only any place anywhere near me.
Anyone live in it?
It's been empty for years. Heard somebody bought it just a while ago, though. For some kind of a club, I think.
Not a hunting club by any chance?
Oh, no, Nicholas, no hunting around here anymore.
I see. Well, suppose you let me and Patsy look around for more clues. You can go on with your work in the meanwhile.
All right, Nicholas. But let me know what you find.
I will.
I want that murderer caught and punished.
Poor old fellow. He must have been awfully fond of his dog.
Yes, but Patsy, I don't believe Lord Nelson was killed intentionally.
Why not, Nick?
Well, first look at this hole on the side of the kennel where the bullet went through.
Mm-hmm.
Would anyone have deliberately fired through the kennel to kill the dog?
Well, that's right. They wouldn't. They'd have run the risk of missing him.
Certainly. And then again, if anyone had come into the yard, the dog would certainly have waked and barked. No, Patsy. The bullet that killed Lord Nelson came from some distance away.
Yes, of course, I can see that now.
I think it probably was a wild bullet. And judging from this hole in the kennel, it came from someplace up that hill.
Well, then it must have been an accident.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if that's true, then no one's to blame, and the case is solved.
Not necessarily, Patsy. I have a funny hunch there's still a lot we don't know about this case. So before we call it closed, let's take a walk up that hill and see what we can find. This must be the house Agnew mentioned.
Curious old place. All made of stone. Looks like a miniature castle.
Yes. It's a style that was popular back in the 80s. Oh, what's that loose step?
Looks deserted, all covered with ivy, and windows have shutters over them.
Yes, it does. I think I hear someone over there. Yes, look. Over there on the terrace.
There's a man mopping up the tiles. Boy, look at him scrub.
Hello there.
What? Who are you? What do you want?
We're looking for the owner. Is he around?
There ain't no owner. This is a social club.
Oh, I see. Then is the manager around?
Oh, Mr. Kent? Yeah. Yeah, he's inside.
I'd like to speak to him for a moment.
All right, I'll go get him. Who wants?
Carter, Nick Carter.
Nick Carter. Okay. Just a moment, Mr. Carter.
Certainly acted suspicious of us, didn't he?
Yes, we rather took him by surprise.
Nick, he wasn't mopping up the whole terrace. He's been working on just this one small spot.
We probably just got started, Betsy.
Maybe.
Look, Betsy. Down the hill, through the trees.
Yes, you can just see the back of Mr. Agnew's cottage from here.
Yes.
Nick, do you think the bullet that killed Lloyd Nelson came from
Hold
here?
it, Betsy. Here comes the man.
Mr. Carter, I'm Howard Kent, manager of the 52 Club. My assistant says you want to see me.
Yes, Mr. Kent. I hoped you could give me some information.
Information?
Yes. Did you hear a shot fired near this house any time last night?
A shot?
Yes.
Why, no. No, I didn't. Did you, Bill?
Not me, Mr. Kent. I didn't hear a thing.
Why do you ask, Mr. Carter?
Mr. Agnew's dog was killed last night, and we
Well, my
thought...
secretary means that a stray bullet struck a dog belonging to a neighbor of yours, and we just wanted to find out if it came from around here.
No, it couldn't have. There aren't any guns around the place, except for some ornamental old antiques in the game room.
I see. I suppose this is a bridge club you're running, isn't it?
A card club, Mr. Carter. For a few well-to-do members who like privacy. To be perfectly honest, they all like to get together for an occasional game of poker where they won't be disturbed.
I see. Well, sorry to have bothered you.
Oh, not at all.
Guess we better get back, Betsy. As far as we're concerned, the case seems closed.
I'm sorry we couldn't be of more help.
Quite all right. Here, Betsy, these steps are uneven. You better take my arm.
Nick, they were both lying, I'm sure of it.
I think so, too.
But then why are we leaving? You certainly haven't given up, have you?
No, Betsy, I haven't. There's nothing more we can do here now. We can't prove they're lying without some kind of evidence.
No, I suppose not. Well, where to now?
Back to Simon Agnew's. I'll ask him to let me take the dog's body back to my office. I want to dig out that bullet and examine it.
What do you think you can learn from the bullet?
I haven't the faintest idea yet, Betsy, but I'm going to find out.
You need any help, Nick?
No, Patsy. It won't take long to dig the bullet out.
What in the world do you suppose Kent and that assistant of his were trying to cover up?
Well, perhaps the bullet will give us a clue. I'll only be a few minutes.
Right, Nick. You through already, Nick?
Take it easy, sister.
Oh, who are you?
You wouldn't be wearing masks if we wanted you to know that, sister.
That's right. And these nice little guns will go off if you don't do just like we tell you.
What do you want?
We want to see Nick Carter.
He's not here.
You're lying. We saw both of you come in not more than a minute ago.
There's a door over there, Jake. He's probably in there.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, sister. Call Nick Carter to come out here.
I won't do it.
Maybe this will help you to change your mind.
Oh, let go of me.
Not yet, sister. Joe, cover that door with your gun. Yeah. When Carter comes out, see that he acts nice.
I got you.
Now, sister, you call Carter.
I tell you I won't. Oh, you're hurting me.
You ain't even begun to hurt you. How do you like this?
Nick? Nick?
Yes, Betsy, what?
Stick him up, Carter. Play nice or I'll plug you. Yeah, that's right.
I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't help calling you.
That's all right, Patsy. Well, what do you two thugs want?
We want the body of that dog you just brought here, Carter. And we're going to get it if we have to kill both of you just as dead as the dog is.
Well, what started out to be a simple case of the accidental killing of a dog seems to be growing stranger by the minute. Why should two armed thugs want the dog's body so badly they're willing to kill to get it? Is there something about the dead dog that Nick should know? Listen tomorrow. The Strange Adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, features Lon Clark as Nick Carter. Patsy is played by Helen Choate. The stories are written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan, and original music is played by Lou White. Be sure to to listen tomorrow to the next episode of this exciting story and follow the further adventures of Nick Carter in the case entitled
The Accidental Bullet, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Murdered Dog.
The Return of Nick Carter, a copyright feature of Street and Smith Publications Incorporated, is presented by the Mutual Broadcasting System from the studios of WOR, New York. The adventures of Nick's adopted son, Chick Carter, boy detective, are broadcast over most of these stations Monday through Friday at 5:15 p.m. Eastern Wartime. Nick's own show is presented over most of these stations every evening, Monday through Friday at 8:15 Eastern Wartime. This is Mutual.
What's the matter? What is it?
It's a case for Nick Carter, master detective.
Yes, it's a case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, master detective. Continuing the curious adventure called
The Accidental Bullet, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Murdered Dog.
Nick Carter is asked by Simon Agnew, an eccentric inventor, to solve the murder of his watchdog, Lord Nelson. Nick finds that the dog has been shot accidentally, and that the shot apparently has come from the 52 Club, a mysterious stone house several hundred yards from Agnew's isolated residence. Nick takes the body of the dog back to his laboratory and is about to probe for the bullet that killed when two masked men break in and threaten him and Patsy with guns.
Stick 'em up, Carter. Play nice or I'll plug you. Yeah, that's right.
Well, what do you two thugs want?
We want the body of that dog you just brought here, Carter.
The body of the dog?
Yeah. We're gonna get it if we have to kill you both just as dead as the dog is.
What do you know about that dog?
Never mind what we know. Where is it?
Suppose I refuse to tell you.
Suppose I plug this pretty secretary of yours.
Nick, don't listen to them.
Well, let me teach Carter a little lesson, Jake, huh? It'll make him more respectful of visitors after this.
Shut up, Joe. Well, Carter, do we get the dog's body or do we get to practice our marksmanship on the dame here?
All right, you win. The dog's in my laboratory.
That room there?
Yes. Inside on the lab table.
Take a look, Joe.
Right. Just be a second.
You better be careful, Jake. You're heading for trouble.
Who's running this little party, you or me?
I'm just warning you.
Well, don't bother. You got it, Joe?
Yeah. It's in this box. You hadn't taken it out yet. And here's some rope I figured you'd need.
Let's see. Yeah, it's the one, all right. Big black bulldog, very dead. Okay, we'll tie him up and then beat it out of here with a dog.
Gosh, they certainly tied us tight, Nick. Have you been able to reach any of the knots yet?
No, Patsy, I can't seem to get any slack at all. But the arm of this chair is coming loose. If I can only pull it out. Yeah. Now it's coming. There. Now, that does it.
Oh, good.
Now to slide the rope off the arm of it. That's it. Now, that gives me enough slack to work my arms out of this. And there. Presto agitato. I'm a free man again. Now, just a second, and I'll cut you loose.
Nice work, Nick.
There. Hiya, Patsy. That didn't take too long. But I'm afraid Jake and Joe are already too far away for us to catch them.
Who were they?
Well, with those masks they were wearing, I couldn't make out their features, but they're not important. They're just a couple of hired thugs working for someone else.
Who in the world would hire two gunmen to steal the dead body of a dog?
That, Patsy, is something we've got to find out. And I'm sure of one thing.
What's that, Nick?
It wasn't the dog they wanted. It was the bullet that killed him.
But that doesn't make any sense. It was just a stray bullet that killed Lord Nelson.
Patsy, I think what's happened proves conclusively it wasn't just a stray bullet. There was something very special about that bullet. In some way, it was probably a clue to some crime we don't know about.
Our only clue. Now it's gone.
Perhaps not. Those two gunmen got away with Lord Nelson and the bullet, but maybe they weren't quite as clever as they thought.
How do you mean?
Just before they came in, I took an X-ray picture of the dog's head. The X-ray will show us the bullet clearly. Maybe it'll tell us as much as the bullet itself could.
That's wonderful, Nick.
It'll only take me a few minutes to develop the plate. Then we'll see what we can learn from it. Here's the negative, Patsy. I'll hold it up to the light.
There's the bullet. It shows up plainly.
Yes. Oh, that's strange.
What's strange, Nick?
The bullet.
Hmm?
It's no ordinary bullet. Judging from this X-ray, I'd say it was originally a perfectly round bullet.
But no modern gun fires a round bullet.
I know. It's the kind of bullet our grandfathers used to use in their old-fashioned muzzle-loading pistols.
What on earth do you suppose it means?
I don't know. But there's one way I may be able to find out.
How's that, Nick?
By going down to headquarters and checking over Riley's records. If I find a bullet like this as figured in any recent crime, I'll know there's some connection between that crime, the 52 Club, and the death of Simon Agnew's watchdog. February, January, December.
Well, Nick, have you found what you're looking for yet?
No, Riley, no, I haven't. And I've studied every crime in your record for the last 6 months.
Just what is this case you're working on, Nick? It must be an important one.
Oh, I'm investigating the death of a watchdog.
A watchdog? Oh, that's a hot one. Nick Carter investigating the death of a dog. Oh, sure, you're joking, Nick.
I am not. I believe a crime has been committed that we don't know about, and that the dog's death is our only clue.
Is it now? To a crime nobody knows about. Oh, Nick, are you sure you're feeling all right, lad?
This is no joking matter, Riley. I'm convinced that...
Riley. Oh, yes, Doc. What is it?
Well, I finished my report on young Danny Caswell's death.
Uh-huh.
It was an accident, all right.
An accident? Well, I was sure of that myself, Doc.
Danny Caswell dead. The millionaire playboy?
Yeah, that's the one, Nick. And a queer accident it was, too. He was killed by an old-fashioned dueling pistol that he was cleaning.
That's right, Mr. Carter. An old-fashioned muzzle loader.
You certain it was an accident?
Why, it certainly looked like one. But the body's downstairs in the morgue, if you'd like to examine it yourself.
I'd like to very much. Riley, I think I've found what I'm looking for.
There you are, Nick. That's Danny Caswell's body.
And here's where the bullet entered his head, just below the right eye.
Yes, I see.
His butler found him dead in his apartment this morning, Nick. He was sitting in an easy chair, and he had an old-fashioned dueling pistol in his lap that he'd been cleaning. It must have gone off while he was bending over it.
And there were other old pistols around. The butler said he collected them. And it certainly looked like accidental death.
About what time did Caswell die?
I made it somewhere between 3 and 5 a.m.
Rather late to be cleaning a collection of old weapons.
It is at that, Nick. Say, do you think maybe it wasn't an accident?
I'm positive it wasn't. Look at the powder burn around this wound.
What about it, Nick?
If you look close, you'll see it was made by modern smokeless powder.
Say, that's right, Mr. Carter. And here's a few grains of unburned powder embedded in the flesh.
What are you getting at, Nick?
Did you bring the pistol that killed Caswell with you, Doctor?
Yes, here it is, Mr. Carter.
Thanks. An old-fashioned muzzle-loading pistol made about 100 years ago. Here, look at the burned powder traces just inside the muzzle of the gun.
By George, I see it now. The gun was loaded with old-fashioned black powder when it was fired. But the powder burn on Caswell's body was made by modern smokeless powder.
Exactly. That means the bullet that killed Caswell, this old-fashioned round lead ball you took from the wound, was fired from several feet away.
Several feet? But these powder burns there.
Then a modern pistol loaded with a blank cartridge was fired very close to the body, so the blank would leave a powder burn around the wound.
Then the whole thing was a plant, Nick.
Just what I'm getting at. Caswell was killed with this pistol right enough. Then whoever killed him managed to get his body into his apartment and set the scene so the whole thing would look like an accident.
Mr. Carter, I certainly hand it to you. I was completely fooled.
Now I know why someone was so anxious to make sure I didn't get a look at the bullet that killed Simon Agnew's watchdog. That bullet would have matched up with this one that killed Danny Caswell.
Nick, what does all this mean?
It means Danny Caswell was killed at or near the 52 Club last night.
The 50... Oh, but Nick, that takes the crime outside my territory.
I know it does, Riley. But it's not outside my territory. I'm going to follow this case to a finish.
Good luck to you, Nick.
As soon as it's dark, I'm going to pick up Scubby and pay another visit to the 52 Club.
Nick, is that the 52 Club there ahead of us?
That's it, Scubby.
Gosh, it certainly looks mysterious in the moonlight, like a miniature castle.
Yes, it does. Patsy said almost the same thing this morning.
Patsy certainly was sorry you wouldn't let her come with us tonight.
Well, I couldn't. There may be danger, although the club seems deserted from here.
Yeah, there isn't a light showing. Hey, do you think that manager fellow Howard Kent has run for it, Nick?
Well, he's probably decided to lay low for a while anyway. Here's the garage. Empty. If there were anyone here, there'd certainly be a car around.
Well, then we could have driven straight up here instead of hiding the car down in the woods back there.
Never hurts to play safe, Scubby.
No, you're right, Nick.
Now, here's the terrace. I think it'd be safe to use our flashlights now.
Okay. Hey, what is it, Nick? What are you shining your light on the terrace for?
This morning, Kent's assistant was mopping this particular part of the terrace, and he... Ah, here we are.
Yeah, what is it?
The tiles have been mopped clean. But here's a stain on this bit of moss between these two tiles.
Yeah, you're right. What made it, Nick?
I don't miss my guess. Blood.
Blood?
Yes, Scubby. I have a hunch this is the spot where Danny Caswell died last night.
And do you think it was murder, Nick?
Unless I'm very much mistaken, Scubby, it was deliberate and cold-blooded murder. Come on, I want to get inside.
Sure, right, Nick. Oh, here's the door. Oh, it's locked.
Let's see if one of my keys will work. No, not that one. Let's try this. Ah, Eureka. All right, come on in, Scubby.
Shall I turn on the light?
No, we'll use our flashlight.
Gosh, this is a big room. Look at the size of that fireplace there.
Yes. Huge, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hey, Scubby, look at those old guns in the wall above the fireplace. Just a second. I want to have a closer look at those. They interest me.
Gee, Nick, they all look as if they were 100 years old.
Most of them are. Look here, Scubby.
There's nothing there, Nick, just two empty brackets.
Exactly. Two brackets just the right size to have held the two dueling pistols that were found in Danny Caswell's apartment. And the dusty outline over each bracket is the same size and shape as those pistols.
Gosh, Nick, that's right.
I can't prove it yet, Scubby, but I have a hunch that Caswell was here last night and was deliberately lured into a duel in which the two old dueling pistols, which used to be part of this collection, were used.
Well, it certainly looks like it.
Caswell's opponent, whoever he was, killed Danny. But Danny's bullet missed and went down the hill to kill Simon Agnew's watchdog.
It's a good thing Agnew asked you to investigate the dog's death, isn't it?
Not for the man who killed Caswell, it isn't. Hey, Scubby. Did you hear anything, then?
No, Nick. I didn't.
Thought I heard a footstep in the next room. Well, maybe I was wrong. I must have... Scubby!
Watch out, Nick! We're falling!
Nick and Scubby have apparently stumbled on a mystery far stranger than Nick ever dreamed of when old Simon Agnew asked him to investigate the death of his watchdog, and what has happened to them now in the strange and sinister 52 Club, which they thought deserted. Listen tomorrow. The Strange Adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, features Lon Clark as Nick Carter. Patsy is played by Helen Choate. The stories are written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan, and original music is played by Lou White. Be sure to listen tomorrow to the next episode of this exciting story and follow the further adventures of Nick Carter in the case entitled
The Accidental Bullet, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Murdered Dog.
The Return of Nick Carter, a copyright feature of Street and Smith Publications Incorporated, is presented by the Mutual Broadcasting System from the studios of WOR, New York. The adventures of Nick's adopted son, Chick Carter, boy detective, are broadcast over most of these stations Monday through Friday at 5:15 p.m. Eastern War Time. Nick's own show is presented over most of these stations every evening, Monday through Friday, at 8:15 Eastern War Time. This is Mutual. This is Mutual. This...
case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's a case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Continuing the curious adventure called
The Accidental Bullet. For Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Murdered Dog.
Investigating the death of a watchdog belonging to Simon Agnew discovers that the dog was killed by a bullet that must have come from an old-fashioned muzzle-loading pistol. Then he learns that Danny Caswell, wealthy young playboy, has been killed by a similar bullet in what looks like an accident. Sensing some connection between the death of the dog and the death of Danny Caswell, Nick, with Scubby, his assistant, goes to the 52 Club, a gambling house located close to Simon Agnew's residence in search of clues. They find the club deserted, but as they're searching it, the floor suddenly opens beneath them.
Nick, look out! We're falling!
Oh, Scubby. Scubby, where are you?
Oh, here I am, Nick.
You all right?
Yeah, I guess so. Oh, gosh, what happened? Did the floor cave in? I know I just fell about 12 feet and made a one-point landing.
Well, we're standing on a trapdoor, Scubby. Somebody pulled the lever that opened it. Now, look up there.
Gosh, Nick, we were standing on the tiles.
To the fact it was a trapdoor.
Well, it certainly caught us by surprise, all right. Yeah, but now, where are we? So dark, all I can tell is that on a dirt floor of some kind.
Well, we had our flashlights in our hands on
On a dirt floor of some kind.
Well, we had our flashlights in our hands on it.
No, I can't seem to find mine. How about you?
Ah, yes, here it is. Now, if it isn't broken... Oh, good, it works. Now, we seem to be in a cellar of some kind.
Yeah. It's not a very big room, is it? Look at all those rock walls.
Yes. Certainly looks solid. Well, there's the door, Scubby. The only door.
Uh-huh. Something tells me it's solid, too.
Looks like solid oak to me. Let's see if it's locked.
Is it, Nick?
It seems to be barred on the other side. And it's at least an inch thick. Take a battering ram to knock that down.
Stone walls and a door made out of solid oak. Hey, Nick, how are we going to get out?
I don't know yet, Scubby, but there's only one way to find out. Come on, let's keep looking.
Bill, is the trapdoor shut?
Yeah, Mr. Kent. I just got it closed.
Good. Then we caught them. Yes. And the safe...
Just better leave them there because of the wind.
Yeah, we got to take care of... I think I know how to do it.
Oh, yeah? What's your idea, boss?
You'll see. Go outside and get Joe. We're going to need his help.
Yeah, right. What is it? Joe just grabbed some. He's bringing them in here.
Trying to take away. Sure.
Oh, it's raining.
Yeah, knock him with my gun.
Turn him out.
Okay. Set. Okay. Set.
The cottage down the hill.
What do you mean he used to live there?
I mean that pretty soon he's not going to live there. He'd phone the police.
Let him up, too.
Yeah, the boss ain't gonna... He's getting well organized.
When we're through, nobody's going to know they're killings. They're going to look like accidents, you understand?
Well, they better. You know what's good for you.
Now, don't you worry. You leave Agnew to us. But you've got to take care of Nick Carter and his assistant.
Yeah, I told Jake he should have let me get rid of Carter this morning when we had the chance.
Well, you're going to have your chance now. But I give plenty to know what brought him back here tonight.
Hey, do you suppose Carter knows? Do you think he guessed that?
Danny Caswell was killed here last night? I don't know. But when we spotted him, he was staring at those brackets where we got the dueling pistols off of. Just as if he'd figured exactly what happened.
Yeah, but he didn't have any clues.
Well, it doesn't matter what he knows. He'll soon be out of the way. Joe will see to that.
Okay. Give me the dope.
Now, here's what I want you to do. First, find Carter's car. It's probably hidden somewhere down the road. Then drive to Old Man Carney's and get a half a dozen of those special knockout gas bombs he makes up.
Yeah. Half a dozen knockout bombs, right?
Then come back here, open the trapdoor a couple of inches, and throw the bombs down. They'll knock Carter and his man out inside of a minute.
Okay, Mr. Kent.
Now, when you're sure they're unconscious, get them out of the cellar Put them in Carter's car, drive them over to the river, then put them in the front seat and let the car roll into the river. When they're found, it'll look like an accident.
Say, that's a smart idea.
It'll work all right. And that ought to satisfy the boss.
Yeah, all right. But he still wants to know just what went on here last night. You know Philip Mansfield, the kid who was with Caswell? He's the boss's nephew.
I know it, but he won't say anything. He's too frightened. Now, get going.
Right.
Hey, boss, what are we going to do about Agnew here?
He's pretty near gone. We'll take him back to his cottage and make it look as if he died there. But first, we got to finish up here. Now, load all those old guns from over the mantel into the car and wipe out all possible fingerprints. Then, we'll take care of Agnew.
Oh, gosh, Nick, it's no use. We've been looking for a way out of here for half an hour, and there just isn't any.
Never give up hope, Scubby. Come on, let's keep trying the walls. We may find a weak spot yet.
Hey, Nick.
Yes?
I wonder if we could do anything with this old board here against the wall.
No, I thought of that, Scubby. But it's too light to use as a battering ram.
Yeah. Besides, it's all rotten, Nick. Hey, look.
What is it?
Look at all the little white ants that were underneath that board.
White ants?
Yeah.
Scubby, those aren't ants. They're termites.
Well, what's the difference, Nick?
Plenty. Termites eat wood. A nest of termites can turn a heavy timber into a mere rotting shell in a month.
Well, what of it?
What of it? That door, Scubby, it's wood. And it's touching the earth floor so that the termites can reach it.
But that door is solid. We've already found that out.
I know, Scubby, but we were hammering on it at a point several feet above the ground. Let's try it close to the ground and see what happens. Nick, what is it? Scubby, I think I've hit a rotten spot.
Yeah?
Not in the door, but in the frame that holds it. I only had something to hammer at the weak spot with. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I can kick a hole in it.
Nick, you're kicking right through the frame of the door.
Yes, Scubby. The termites have done good work on it. The wood's thoroughly rotten here close to the ground. There.
Nick, you've done it. There's a hole there big enough for me to put my arm through.
Yes, Scubby. Hand me that board you were just looking at.
Yeah, here it is. But be careful, it's pretty rotten.
I think it'll do. Now step aside, will you, so I can lie down here on the floor. And shove it through this hole. There. Now, this is just guesswork, but by poking upwards with it, I may be able to knock loose the bar that's holding the door shut.
Do you need any help, Nick?
No, there's nothing you can do. I think I've got it.
Oh, if that board breaks, we're sunk.
I can feel a heavy bar of some kind lifting a little out of its sockets. Ah, there it goes.
Nick, you did it.
Yes. Now let's see if the door will open. Stand back, Scubby.
Okay.
And have your gun ready. There may be somebody outside.
I'm ready, Nick.
Good. Here goes.
It's opening.
Yes. Apparently there's no one outside there. A risk of looking by flashlight. No one there. All right, Scubby, come on. We're going back upstairs. Follow me and keep your gun handy.
Nick, there's nobody here.
No. Apparently the house is empty.
Well, that's funny. Hey, maybe they were just going to leave us down in that room to starve after all.
I hardly believe that, Scubby. My guess is that they've gone to make preparations for getting rid of us and that they'll be back.
Well, what are you going to do now, Nick? Wait for them and try to trap them?
Yes, Scubby. It'll be risky, but we haven't time to send for any help.
Oh, I'm game, Nick. I'd certainly like a chance at whoever dropped us through that trapdoor.
So would I. Well, while we're waiting, I suppose we spend a minute or two looking around.
Do you think it's safe, Nick?
We'll keep our flashlights well covered, I think so.
Okay, Nick. Say, here's something funny. All those old guns that were up over the fireplace are gone.
Yeah, that makes me more convinced than ever. And the dueling pistols found beside Danny Caswell's body came from that collection.
It certainly looks like it. What is it, Nick? Have you found something?
Yes. Something was lying here on the rug. A little whistle.
A whistle? What do you suppose it means?
It means Simon Agnew's been here, Scubby. That whistle is the key to his front door.
A whistle is a key to a front door? I don't follow you.
I haven't time to explain, and we can't wait here for Kent to come back either. We've got to go see if anything's happened to Agnew. Come on.
Is this Agnew's cottage, Nick?
Yes, Scubby.
It's so dark and silent, he must not be home.
But I want to find out. Now I'm going to show you how a whistle can be a door key, too. Watch.
Gosh, the door is opening.
Yes. Opened by an electric mechanism that responds to the sound of the whistle. One of Agnew's inventions. Come on in, Scubby.
Right, Nick. Oh, shall I close the door?
Yes. I'll try to find the light switch here. Ah, here it is.
Nick, look. There's someone lying there on the floor at the foot of the stairs.
Yes, Scubby. Simon Agnew.
Oh, he must have fallen downstairs. Why, Nick. He's dead.
Nick and Scubby have escaped from the death trap in which they were caught. But apparently Nick is as far as ever from solving the mystery of the strange case which began with the seeming murder of Simon Agnew's watchdog. Now Simon Agnew himself is dead. How will Nick track down the killers? Listen tomorrow. The Strange Adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, features Lon Clark as Nick Carter. Patsy is played by Helen Choate. The stories are written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan, and original music is played by Lou White. Be sure to listen tomorrow to the next episode of this exciting story and follow the further adventures of Nick Carter in the case entitled
The Accidental Bullet, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Murdered Dog.
The Return of Nick Carter, a copyright feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated, is presented by the Mutual Broadcasting System from the studios of WOR in New York. The adventures of Nick's adopted son, Chick Carter, boy detective, are broadcast over most of these stations Monday through Friday at 5:15 p.m. Eastern War Time. Nick's own show is presented over most of these Mutual stations every evening, Monday through Friday at 8:15 Eastern War Time. This is Mutual.
What is it?
It's a case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's a case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Concluding the curious adventure called
The Accidental Bullet, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Murdered Dog.
Investigating the death of a watchdog belonging to Simon Agnew, eccentric inventor, Nick Carter discovers that the dog was accidentally killed when Howard Kent, a gambler, murdered millionaire playboy Danny Caswell at the 52 Club. Nick is certain that Kent, manager of the club, was only working for a higher-up, the mysterious head of a local gambling racket, and he feels sure that when Kent is caught, he will reveal the name of the man behind him. But before Kent can be found, Nick and Lieutenant Riley get word from Sergeant Jameson of the state police that Nick's car, stolen by Kent, has been found. It has been hauled out of the river by state police, and in it are the dead bodies of Howard Kent and his assistant. Nick, Riley, and Scubby hurry to the scene.
There you are, Mr. Carter. There's your car, just as we dragged it out of the river this morning.
Where are the bodies that were in it, Sergeant?
Right here under the canvas.
So that's them, huh?
Yes, that's Howard Kent and his assistants, all right.
They were both shot through the heart. 32.
Yeah. Who do you suppose wanted Kent out of the way, Nick?
Can only have been the man behind them, the head of the gambling ring. He's afraid we might catch Kent and so get a lead back to him.
Well, hey, he doesn't stop at anything, does he?
Yeah, the murdering scoundrel.
Oh, the gambling racket's gotten pretty bad these last few months. If you can nab the man who's running it, you'll sure be doing us a favor.
Well, this looks interesting.
What is it, Nick?
Curious pebble lodged in the tread of the rear tire. Look.
Yeah. Well, that probably came from the bed of the river.
No, Scubby. If it were a river pebble, the edges would be rounded by the action of the water. But on this one, the edges are quite sharp. And here's another thing. This pebble is blue flint, a type of rock sometimes crushed and used to cover driveways.
Hey, wait a minute, Nick. I remember seeing blue gravel on a driveway only this morning when we drove out to Morton Weston's house.
I thought you'd remember, Scubby.
Morton Weston? Sure now, Nick, you don't think he's tied up with this case, do you?
I'm not so sure, Riley.
Oh, I'm afraid you'll run into trouble if you start working on that line, Mr. Carter. Weston is a pretty important man in this county. Besides, he's always been against gambling.
I know that, Sergeant. But that might be just a clever way of averting suspicion.
Well, now, you can't go and accuse him of anything just on the evidence of one little pebble now.
I don't intend to, Riley. But the more I think how calm Weston was when I talked to him about his nephew's death, the more I want to pay him another visit. Only this time, I'm going to make a few preparations first.
Oh, gosh, Patsy, what do you suppose Nick has been doing in the lab all afternoon? He won't even let me in to talk to him.
Me either, Scubby. He's making something. When I offered to help, he said no thanks. Whatever it is, he doesn't want us to know about it.
Yeah,
I hear somebody talking about me.
Nick, you scared me. I didn't hear you open the lab door.
Gosh, Nick, where did you come from?
Why, I've been standing here for several seconds listening to a very interesting conversation.
They say eavesdroppers never hear any good of themselves.
I wasn't trying to eavesdrop at it. I was just seeing if I could still move quietly enough to do a little burglary.
Burglary? What do you mean?
What are you up to now, Nick?
I'd rather not say, Patsy. In case you're asked, you can honestly say you don't know anything about it.
I suppose that means you aren't going to let me go with you.
I'm afraid not.
Well, what about me? Whatever you're up to, you're going to need some help, aren't you?
We might end up in jail, Scubby.
Well, some of my best friends are in jail.
All right, if you want to take the risk, I'll be glad to have you come along.
Oh, well, jail couldn't be any worse than some of the spots we've been in together, Nick. The cellar of the 52 Club, for instance, where we thought we'd been left there to starve.
In that case, we might as well get started. It's almost midnight. High time for good burglars to be at work.
Oh, Nick, now I know where we're going.
Do you, Scubby?
Sure, we're heading for Morton Weston's place, aren't we?
Right. That's it over there. You can just see it in the moonlight.
You mean you're going to burgle his house, Nick?
Going to have a try at it, Scubby. We've got to get evidence against him somehow. Oh, stop here.
Okay.
Pull off the road under those trees.
Right, Nick. Well, here we are. Now, what do we do next?
Well, for the next half hour, I want you to stay here and wait for me.
Wait for you? Oh, Nick, now have a heart. After all,
Sorry, Scubby, sorry. It's going to be difficult enough for me to get into Weston's house alone. You'll be helping me more by waiting here, ready to make a fast getaway if there's any alarm.
Well, okay, Nick.
I'm going to slip across these fields and approach the house from the rear. I don't think I'll have too much trouble opening those French windows I noticed in Weston's library this morning.
Well, what's that suitcase you brought along for, Nick?
Well, I might be going to use it to carry any incriminating documents I find.
Oh, I see.
Or I might not. All right, Scubby, this won't take any longer than half hour, I hope. See you later.
Hey, is that you, Nick?
Yes, Scubby. Get the car started.
Okay.
Let's get going. A couple of dogs started barking as I left.
Well, did you have any luck, Dick?
Not much. I found Weston's safe and got it open, but Weston's apparently too cagey to keep written records.
And you took all that risk for nothing?
Not entirely.
What do you mean?
You'll find out later, Scubby. Right now, we've got to get back to town and get some sleep. Because tomorrow morning, we're going to pay another visit to Morton Weston.
Another visit?
Yes, this time by appointment. Since we can't find any evidence, we'll see if we can't make him give us some. Mr. Weston, this is my assistant, Scubby Wilson.
Oh, how do you do, Mr.
How do you
Weston?
do?
Won't you gentlemen sit down?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tell me, Mr. Carter, have you had any luck running down the man who killed my nephew?
Not yet, but I hope to put my hands on him shortly.
Oh, well, I'm glad to hear that.
However, we have located Howard Kent and his assistant.
The two men who killed Danny Caswell. They're dead.
Dead? But who killed them, Mr. Carter?
The same person who was really responsible for the death of your nephew. The man behind Kent. No doubt the head of the gambling ring.
Are you sure he was working for someone, Mr. Carter?
I am. And I think I know who it was.
Who, Mr. Carter?
To cut it short, Weston, you.
Well, it's a very interesting conclusion. And may I ask how you reach it?
You may. Yesterday, when I told you your nephew, Philip Mansfield, had been shot, you were quite calm about it. Because you knew it already, didn't you? One of your men shot him.
Well, I'm afraid you're just guessing.
Am I? Then listen. When I made my appointment with your nephew, he promised to keep his door locked and admit no one until I arrived.
So? And what of it?
But he did admit someone. The thug who killed him. That means the killer must have been sent by someone whose name would cause Philip to let him in. And the only person in this city that he would trust is you, his uncle.
Well, that's a very interesting deduction. Oh, go on, please.
Somehow, Philip must have let slip he was going to tell me everything. And your thug shot him.
I see. Well, as a matter of fact, that's perfectly true.
What? You mean you admit it?
Why not? Now, sit still, both of you. My men have had you covered for the last 5 minutes.
That's right, Carter. Make a move and it'll be your last.
Hey, Nick, two men with guns are covering us from the doorway.
So I see, Scubby. Apparently Weston was too smart for us.
When your secretary phoned to say you were coming, I decided it was time to put you out of the way, Carter. You've been entirely too persistent in this case. Oh, Jake, keep them covered from behind, Joe. You cover them from the side.
Right, boss. Don't worry, boss. We've got the situation in hand.
Nick, it looks like they've got us.
I'm afraid it does, Scubby. But we're not out of the way yet.
You see this gun, Carter? I was going to dispose of it. But first, it's going to dispose of you.
I suppose that's the gun you killed Howard Kent and his assistant with, huh?
Exactly. And after you're dead, I'll dissolve the gun in acid. Then the police can search forever without being able to trace the slugs they'll find in your bodies. If they find your bodies.
Hey, Nick, he means it.
Yes, Scubby, he does. We've come too close to uncovering the mask of respectability he's been hiding behind all these years.
Exactly, Carter. You're the first to suspect that I control all the gambling in this county. So, you must go.
So, Weston, you admit you're the real owner of the 52 Club, do you?
Well, why not?
And in killing Danny Caswell, Howard Kent was acting for you.
I suppose the law would look at it that way.
And you, in turn, killed Kent and his assistant. Had their bodies put in my car and ordered it run to the river.
That's also right. Oh, by the way, Joe, I told you to pick a spot where the water was deep.
Gosh, boss.
Never mind. Now, you do a good job burying Carter and Wilson, and I'll overlook your blunder.
Oh, you can count on me. I know an abandoned gravel quarry where they'll never be found.
Now, I think it's time to put an end to talking. Joe, take this gun.
Just a moment, Weston.
Yes?
Before you do anything more, take a look at the windows there.
Why, what?
Joe, Jake, cop!
All right, Weston, drop that gun.
There, why are you?
Scubby, duck. Nick, Weston's hit.
Yes, but keep down, Scubby.
All right, you two thugs, put up your hands.
Sergeant, look out.
I see him, Mr. Carter. I warned him. Don't shoot, I give up. You'd better. Grab him, men, and take him out of the car.
Right, Sergeant. All right, you two, come along here. Your pal is going to wait for the morgue worker.
Nick, are you all right, lad?
Oh, golly, Nick, it's Sergeant Jameson and Riley, and a whole squad of state cops.
Yes, Scubby, I've been expecting them.
Oh, you're all right, aren't you, boy?
Yes, Riley. A good timing. Another minute and you've been too late.
We followed your instructions to the dot, Mr. Carter. We gave you just 5 minutes, then crashed in.
Your instructions? Nick, you mean you planned all this?
I did. I said that since we couldn't find any evidence, we'd have to make Weston give us some. So I tricked him into doing it. Oh, how is he, Sergeant?
Well, he'll live, Mr. Carter, but he tried.
And electrocuted. Oh, Sergeant, take a look in that filing cabinet over there.
This one?
Yes.
Why, there's a dictaphone recorder in here.
Right. The one I planted last night, Sergeant. You'll find Weston's whole admission recorded on it.
Glory be, Nick. I'll say that was smart work.
I'll say it was. And whoever made that dictaphone is a genius. I never saw one so compact.
Friend of mine, Simon Agnew, made it. Or at least he made the original. That's one I made after examining his.
And that's what you were making in your lab yesterday, Nick.
Yes, Scubby. And I had it in that suitcase you were curious about last night when we came out here. Kept it a secret because if you'd known about it, you might not have been able to act natural this morning.
Well, I'll say I wouldn't. If I'd known we were going to be rescued by a bunch of state cops, I'd have kept turning around to look for them. Gee, Nick, I hate to admit it, but for a while there I was really scared. I thought this case of the murdered dog was going to wind up by being the case of two dead detectives.
You mean, Nick, you tricked him into putting every word of his confession on that record?
Yes, Patsy. Now you're up to date on every detail. I haven't left out a thing.
So, starting with a dead watchdog, you wound up by trapping the head of the gambling racket.
Told you I thought it'd be an interesting experience to investigate the murder of a dog, didn't I? Well, it was.
Yeah, a little too interesting if you ask me.
When Simon Agnew regains consciousness, I think he'll be pleased to learn that not only did he start us on the track of that gang, but that he actually wound up the case, too. And now, without that recording device he invented, I never would have been able to pin anything on Weston.
That's right, Nick.
And now, Patsy, for the next couple of days, I'm counting on you not to let me be disturbed.
Why, Nick?
Because I'm not going to do anything but loaf for a while. Truth is, now that we've wound up the case of Agnew's murdered watchdog, I'm, brace yourself, dog-tired.
Oh, brother.
So Nick Carter wants to loaf for a while, but he's not going to get the chance. In fact, he's just about to be plunged into the most startling case of his career. The case of the criminal who issued his own currency, bills which could be cashed for $1 million in any part of the world. Don't fail to listen tomorrow. The Strange Adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, features Lon Clark as Nick Carter. Patsy is played by Helen Choate. The stories are written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan, and original music is played by Lou White. Be sure to listen tomorrow to a new and thrilling adventure of Nick Carter in the case entitled
The Frightened Refugee, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Money Master's Million.
The Return of Nick Carter, a copyright feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated, is presented by the Mutual Broadcasting System from the studios of WOR New York. The adventures of Nick's adopted son, Chick Carter, boy detective, are broadcast over most of these stations Monday through Friday at 5:15 p.m. Eastern War Time. Nick's own show is presented over most of these stations every evening, Monday through Friday at 8:15 Eastern War Time. This is Mutual.
What's the matter? What is it?
Another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Presented by the three great Linex home brighteners, Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme quality paints. Today's curious adventure,
The Numbers Murders, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Wrong Note.
In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick Carter solved the mystery of the Numbers Murders. But first, a word about Linex. Just as American homemakers have found that Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, is the modern way to new wall beauty, so will you find the three great Linex home brighteners the modern way to keep your floors, woodwork, and furniture sparkling and new in appearance. For instance, Linex Clear Gloss. This transparent liquid dries to a hard, durable, lustrous finish that resists damage to your floors or linoleum by hot grease, boiling water, fruit acids, even alcohol. That's why Linex Clear Gloss has been a household favorite for years. If you haven't it on hand, ask tomorrow for Linex, Lin-X, Linex Clear Gloss. Yes, you'll find all three great Linex home brighteners at paint, hardware, and department stores everywhere. And now for today's mysterious adventure with Nick Carter. Our story opens in a dingy little saloon on a back street.
So, you finally hit it, eh, Benny?
Yeah, 3 years I've been playing them numbers and doing nothing but lose. But today, oh, boy, $50,000.
Which numbers was you playing, Benny? Duke Dawson's or Lucky Combs?
Oh, the Duke's. He's a square shooter. Always pays off on the nose when you win. He's a great guy, the Duke.
You think it's safe to go around telling everybody you won all that dough? Something might happen to you before you get to spend it.
Oh, I ain't no fool, Butch. I ain't told only a couple of my pals, and the Duke would want me to tell him. He likes to have the guys know he pays when he loses. 50 grand. And all mine. Gee, I can't believe it yet.
Yeah, but as long as you got it in your pocket, it's easy to believe it.
Yeah, you're right there. Well, so long, fella. I gotta be getting on home. I gotta tell the old lady we're rich now. Won't she be tickled?
So long, Benny. Don't spend it all on the way home.
Spend it all? Hey, you can't spend that much dough without you do some thinking about it. 50 grand. Ah, that Duke's a swell guy. Ever lets a fellow down. Well, when you got the winning ticket, you know you got the dough.
Hello, Benny.
Uh-huh. Oh, it's you. Glad to see you. How's the boy?
I heard about your luck, Benny. Want to congratulate you.
Oh, yeah, thanks. The best luck I've had in years.
Got it with you, I suppose.
Sure, I got it with me. You don't think I... Hey, put down that gun. You can't... Oh!
50 grand. Thanks, pal.
Which, together with the evidence already set forth above, proves conclusively that the man known
Oh,
as...
Nick, not so fast. I can't keep up with you.
What's the matter, Patsy? Got cramps in your fingers?
Oh, no, Nick, it's not that. We've been working on this report for over 3 hours without stopping. I can't keep it up all day.
All right, Patsy, let's rest for a few minutes. I wouldn't be so anxious to finish this report, except...
Nicholas Carter's office.
Hello, Patsy. Is Nick there?
Oh, yes, Lieutenant. Just a minute. You, Nick.
Thanks. Hello, Riley. What's on the royal mind this evening?
Now, Nick, lay off the kidding a minute. Just because you're called a mastermind in all the yellow journals in the city don't mean that
All right, Riley, I withdraw my remark. What's wrong with the world now?
Just a murder, Nick. Just a murder.
Nothing new about a murder, Riley. Why drag me in?
Now, Nick, I'm asking you as a personal favor. Will you give me a hand on this? If we don't get this one solved and solved quick, the commissioner's going to be down on us like a ton of bricks.
Well, what's so special about this particular murder?
Meet me in front of 756 Brownlee Avenue as soon as you can, and I'll tell you all about it. What do you say?
But, Riley, it's after 11 now. Can't I wait until tomorrow?
No, Nick, it can't. We got to get to it right now. Will you meet me?
All right, meet you then 5 or 10 minutes.
Thanks, Nick. I'll be seeing you. So long.
So long.
We going out, Nick?
Yes, Patsy. We're going to have a look at somebody who's just suddenly and violently passed out of this world. Get your hat and let's go.
Oh, there you are, Nick. Well, how are you, Patsy?
Okay, thanks, Lieutenant.
Where's the remains, Riley?
Right over here, Nick. Just the way my man found him.
I see. 2 shots right through the heart.
Uh-huh.
Never knew what hit him. Looks as if they might have come from a 45.
Right, Nick.
All right, Riley. Who is he and why should I care?
His name's Benny Smith. He's one of the characters that hang around the edge of the underworld. No record, but a great guy for playing the numbers. He's been playing them since they were started. And I think that's what killed him.
Oh, now, Lieutenant, how could the numbers kill him?
Well, Benny connected today, Patsy. He won himself $50,000. Oh. And he had it on him when he started home, they tell me, but he ain't got a cent of it now. He's as clean as a whistle.
Very interesting. Probably talked too much about his luck. Well, where do I come in?
Benny played Duke Dawson's numbers, Nick. And Duke's had 2 heavy winners this month. Now, both of them were killed in the same way. Before they got home, and both of them lost their rolls. Now, once could be a playing hold-up. But twice, it's like a regular thing, and I want to find out. The killings like this has got to stop. That's where you come in, Nick. I need some of your fancy ideas on how to stop them.
Lucky Coombs runs the other numbers game, doesn't he?
Yeah. Him and the Duke have been at each other's throats for the last 6 months.
Well, maybe Lucky thinks this is a good way to persuade the public that if you win with the Duke, you don't live to spend what you win.
It could be, Nick. And it could be, too, that the Duke needs the coin bad enough to want to get it back.
I'd hate to play any numbers game where I had to lose my life when I won any money.
There's no percentage in the numbers game from any point of view, Patsy. It's a sucker's game. Well, Riley, where do you want me to start?
Good for you, Nick. I knew you couldn't stay out of it. Look, what do you say we go to call on the Duke and see what he's got to say for himself?
Okay, Riley. You drive on ahead. We'll follow you. But don't let the cops catch you speeding.
never was in a place like this before, Nick.
And you probably won't ever want to be again, Patsy.
Is the piano the only music there is?
Yes, but Steve Corey's a good piano player, none better. And he not only is a good piano player, he also serves as a lookout for the Duke. See how the piano is right at the foot of the stairs to the second floor?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's where the Duke's offices are. And no one can get up there without Steve seeing them.
Oh.
He signals ahead with his piano to let the Duke know whether it's a friend or an enemy who's coming up.
Hey, how do you know so much about this place, Nick?
Oh, I get around Riley now and then.
And I suppose if Steve signals that it's the wrong kind of company coming to call, they get the wrong kind of reception.
That's about it, Patsy. Hi, Steve. The Duke in?
Yeah. Go on up.
Say, what do you smoke in that pipe of yours? Old cabbage leaves?
Shoe leather. Tastes better.
It smells like the deuce, whatever it is.
Come on, Nick. We gotta be moving.
Right.
Yeah, which is his office here, Nick?
This one here.
That's funny. Try the door.
Maybe he's not in there.
He must be. Steve told us to come up. And I can see there's a light inside.
Hey, maybe there's something wrong there. Let's have a look.
Dawson. I think we better come on. Come on with me now. Again. Come on, again.
That's it.
Again. Break it in, Riley. Break it in.
That's it. There.
Are you hurt, Riley?
No, did he get you?
No.
What's going on in here?
Nothing now, Patsy. You can come in.
Hey, look there, Nick.
Dead. Shot right through the forehead.
Is that the Duke?
Yes, Patsy, that was the Duke.
Hey, look, that's where the killer went, Nick, through that window there.
Yes. And down the fire escape. Below, there's a dozen ways he could have gone, and we'd never see him.
If we'd only gotten in a little sooner, Nick.
That wouldn't have made any difference, Riley.
I suppose not. He was out to get the Duke, and he'd have gotten him anyway. It was just as easy for the killer to get out on the fire escape and wait for us.
It's a good thing it was a poor shot, or you'd both be dead.
I don't think so, Patsy.
What do you mean?
Well, look how high his bullets went. Up above the door there.
Oh, you think he was just trying to scare us, Nick?
Looks that way. He could certainly shoot straighter than that.
Now we've got 2 murders to solve instead of 1.
Yes. I'm beginning to get interested in this now. Let's see what the Duke can tell us about this. The Duke had no weapon, so he apparently wasn't expecting an attack. Must have known the man who killed him.
Hey, Nick. I thought the Duke didn't smoke.
He didn't.
There's an awful lot of burned matches here in this ashtray for a guy who don't smoke.
And they're all burned pretty well down, too. And here's a cigarette butt. It's a Uador.
A Uador? I never heard of that brand, Nick.
Very few people smoke them.
Oh.
And Lucky Coombs is one of them.
Lucky Coombs? That
maybe
means
it
that...
does, and maybe it doesn't. Let's not jump too fast. I'll just take this butt and these matches along with me. They may come in handy before we're through.
Well, I better call headquarters and get some of the boys up here.
Right. And while you take care of this end of it, Patsy and I'll go and call on Lucky. Maybe he can tell us something about this.
Okay, Nick. But be careful, lad. Lucky's a tough baby.
I will. I know how to handle him. Oh, Steve.
Yeah?
Did the Duke have many callers tonight?
No.
No? How about Lucky Coombs? He wasn't over here, was he?
Yeah. Yeah, he was. What of it?
Nothing. Maybe. By the way, you better get this crowd out of here. The Duke's been murdered. This place is going to be filled with cops, reporters, photographers, fingerprint men, and detectives in about 10 minutes.
Duke murdered?
Yeah. So long, Steve. Come on, Patsy. Let's see what Lucky has to say. $11, please.
Well, this ought to put an end to the numbers racket in this town, Nick. For a while, anyway. With the Duke dead and Lucky in jail for his murder.
Maybe. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Uh-oh. Patsy, stay in the car. Those 2 mugs outside may mean trouble.
Be careful, Nick.
Going someplace, Flatfoot?
Why, yes. Just a friendly visit. I want to see Lucky a minute.
Lucky's not receiving tonight. Not cops, anyways.
I'm no cop. Just want a friendly talk with him.
Well, you can't.
No? I think I can.
Yeah? Well, me and my buddy here is going to see that you don't.
We sure are. You got a search warrant, have you?
Oh, you want to see my search warrant, do you? Well, here it is.
Oh, Nick! Watch it, the other one's got a gun!
Yeah, and I'm going to drill you so full of holes that you want to...
Well, Nick seems to be having difficulty getting in to see Lucky. Does this mean Lucky is the man who killed the Duke? And what's Nick going to do about it? We'll see in just a moment. Ladies, here's a bit of news about homemaking that means a better-looking home and more time for you to enjoy it. To give your floors a lustrous finish without bothersome rubbing, use Linex self-polishing wax, the time-saving, work-saving liquid finish for all floor surfaces, wood, tile, or linoleum. The finish which is glossy yet not slippery. Linex self-polishing wax remains resistant to slip even when water is spilled on it and provides additional slip resistance with each additional coat of wax. These facts have been proved by the underwriters' laboratories whose seal appears on every bottle. Linex self-polishing wax gives a tough, elastic finish because it really contains wax, the highest possible content of genuine carnauba wax. And when the most used parts of your floor show wear, they may be re-waxed without going over the whole floor. So remember always, ask for the liquid wax which is easy to apply, which dries easily to a lustrous finish that resists dirt, wear, and water, and is not slippery to walk on. It's Linex, L-I-N-X, Linex self-polishing wax. You'll find it at your nearest paint, hardware, or department store, your headquarters for all three great Linex home brighteners and Chemtone. And now, back to our story. We left Nick fighting it out with one of Lucky Coombs' gunmen as he tried to get in to see Lucky to question him about the killing of Duke Dawson.
I'm going to drill you so full of holes you... Oh! Shot my hand off.
You're all right. I just knocked your gun out of your hand, that's all. Here, I'll take it. And just to be sure, I'll take your pal's gun, too. Now, you'll both be good little boys. I won't tell Lucky on you.
Won't tell Lucky what?
Oh, hello, Lucky. I've enjoyed meeting your welcoming committee.
Oh, sometimes their ambition gets the better of their common sense. They told me it was you coming up, Carter. I would have advised them to let you in and save themselves a headache.
Here are your boys' pop guns. Give them back to them after I go.
Thanks.
You can come out now, Patsy.
Well, that's your daily dozen for this evening. I always enjoy watching you exercise. It does me so much good.
What can I do for you, Carter?
I suppose you know Benny Smith was killed tonight, right after he collected the $50,000 he won in Duke Dawson's numbers game.
Yeah, I heard about that. You don't think I had anything to do with that, do you?
And did you also hear that Duke Dawson himself was murdered a little while later?
So... Oh, you think you can pin that on me?
We found one of your cigarettes half smoked in the ashtray on the Duke's desk, Lucky.
What?
And the Duke didn't smoke. Not 3 people in the city smoke your brand. How did your cigarette get in the Duke's ashtray?
My cigarette, huh?
You could easily be held for the murder on the evidence we have, Lucky. But I suppose you have an alibi. If so, let's have it.
Well, I haven't been out of my apartment all evening.
No alibi, huh? Well, that's very interesting. No alibi and ashamed to admit it.
Then he must be the one who...
Easy, Betsy.
If you think I did it, why don't you run me in?
No, Lucky, we're not going to run you in. But you will stick around, won't you? Just in case we need you for a witness or something?
Oh, Nick, surely you're not going to let him go.
Why not? You will stick around, Lucky?
Yeah.
Fine.
Yeah, I'll stick around. Let me know when you need me for something.
Thanks, I will. Well, good night, Lucky. Come on, Patsy, let's be going. Why so quiet, Patsy? You haven't said a word since we left Lucky's.
Well, I can't understand it, Nick. You have what looks like good reason to believe Lucky killed the Duke, and you let him go. Doesn't make sense to me.
Why, Patsy, that's all part of my plan. I think I have the answer to both killings now. And leaving Lucky loose is part of my way of proving it.
And I suppose that phone call you made after we left Lucky's was part of your plan, too.
Right, Patsy. All part of my plan.
And did your phone call accomplish what you hoped it would?
Ah, indeed it did, Patsy. Indeed it did.
May I ask what it was?
You may.
Oh, Nick, why don't you tell me what's going on? I don't get it at all.
I phoned a certain party to get a certain address. And I got it, that's all.
Do you know who the killer is?
I think so.
Well, who?
That, unfortunately, I'm not prepared to divulge at this precise moment.
Oh, Nick.
Well, here we are.
Here we are where?
At the address I got on the phone. It's the third house up there. The rooming house.
And what do we do there?
Now, Patsy, listen carefully when I tell you. I'm going inside that house.
Alone?
Yes, alone. And as soon as I do, I want you to go to the phone in the drugstore across the street and phone Riley. He'll be back at headquarters by this time. Tell him to come up here just as fast as he can. I may need him. Tell him to bring some of his men in the hurry-up wagon, but not to use the siren. When he gets here, tell him to wait out here with you until I come out. Or if I don't come out, tell him to rush in after me just as soon as he hears gunshots.
Oh, Nick, hadn't you better wait until he gets here before you go in there?
Can't do it, Patsy. I've got to get inside before the next visitor does. That's the important part of my plan. Now, you have it straight?
I think so.
Good. I'm counting on you, Patsy. Don't fail me. Well, wish me luck. I may need it.
Who's there?
Nick Carter. Got a few questions I'd like to ask you.
Questions?
Yes. I'm alone. Well, I see you're packing your suitcase, Steve. You weren't getting ready to leave town, were you?
What if I was?
You shouldn't do that. We might need your testimony in clearing up Duke Dawson's murder.
Huh?
You're the only witness we have to testify that Lucky Coombs called on the Duke just before he was murdered.
Yeah. That's just why I'm getting out. I'm not staying here to be taken for a ride by Lucky's guerrillas. And that's what had happened to me. If I said anything against him.
You won't be taken for a ride by Lucky's gunmen. I'll guarantee you that.
I ain't taking no chances. You got a match?
Sure.
Thanks.
Still smoking old cabbage leaves in that pipe of yours, I see. Why don't you try tobacco for a change?
Shut up. I ain't taking no more riding from you. No, from nobody.
Okay, Steve. Oh, do you mind if I keep this match you just used?
What? What do you want it for?
I think I can use it.
Hey, what's going on here, Carter? What can you use a burned match for?
For one thing, I can use it to send you to jail.
To jail, huh?
Yes, for murder.
You won't send me to jail for murder.
Drop that gun, Steve.
Yeah, here.
That's enough from you. Give me that gun.
I will.
Give me that gun.
Let go.
There.
Doug, you didn't have to break my arm, did you?
Lucky for me you shot in a hurry. Otherwise, you might have got me somewhere else and just in the fleshy part of my arm. Now, let's see what's in that suitcase.
Hey, you keep out of my...
Stay where you are, Steve. I've got the gun now. Sit down on a chair. Now be quiet. Aha. Quite a nice roll of bills you have here. At least $50,000, I should say, by the size of the roll.
Yeah? What's it to you?
It was a nice racket you were working, Steve. Whenever the Duke paid off any big money, you knew who got the money, laid for them, and killed them. The Duke knew it was bad business to have his winners killed that way. So somehow he must have gotten wise to you. Probably by having someone trail Benny, someone who saw you kill him. So he called you in to have a talk with you. And you killed him.
That ain't true. I didn't. Lucky Coombs did it.
That so? Well, we'll see what Lucky has to say when you tell him that.
Huh? Well,
He'll be here in a few minutes, if I'm not mistaken.
No, I couldn't. He'd kill me. He'd kill me.
Stay where you are, Steve. Stay where you are. I'll stand behind the door.
You dirty double-crossing rat.
That's enough, Lucky. Hold it. Drop that gun!
Is he... Did you kill him?
No. I just shot him through the shoulder. The shock knocked him out. He'll live to go to the electric chair with you.
Hey, Nick! Nick, are you hurt?
Oh, Nick, are you all right?
It's all right. It's all right. Everything's under control.
Oh, thank goodness.
All right, Riley. There are your two murderers. Steve in the chair and Lucky on the floor.
Two of them. Glory be.
Yes, Riley, two of them. You better get your handcuffs on them before they decide to run out on you.
I'll do just that. Now, my fine friend Steve, hold out your hand. And you, Lucky, you can't help me, so I'll just put them on you while you're asleep. And you'll be all right when you wake up.
Well, then it was Lucky, Nick.
Yes, Patsy. Lucky and Steve together.
Oh, this is a great day for the police department. 2 men killed and the 2 murderers caught.
Lieutenant, are you giving all the credit to the police department? It seems to me
No, of course not. I just meant that...
It's all right, Riley. It's all right. My part of it's done. Your precious police department can have all the glory if they want it.
Well, tell me about it, Nick. How did they do it? And who killed who? And why did they
Hold it. I'll meet you down at your office in half an hour and give you all the details and the evidence you need. Right now, I want to get my arm fixed up.
Oh, Nick, you're hurt. Is it bad? Let me get a doctor quick.
No, it's not serious, Patsy. It's just a flesh wound. And it's rather painful. I'd like to get it taken care of. Come on, Patsy. Guess you better have to drive. I'll see you later, Riley. Well, that feels better. A good doctor's a wonderful thing when you need him. And Dr. Sturgis is as good a man as there is.
And now, Mr. Carter, I want to hear all about it.
Oh, Patsy. Can't you wait until we get to Riley's office? I don't want to go through the story twice.
Nick Carter, if you don't give me all the details right here and now, I'll stop this car and we won't move an inch until you decide to tell me what I want to know.
All right. You're a hard woman, Miss Boone. I guess I'll have to give in. Well, what do you want to know first?
First, where does Steve come into this?
He did the killing.
Then what about Lucky?
Lucky was the man behind the throne, so to speak. Lucky wanted to cut in on the Duke's customers, so he had the Duke's winners killed. Steve, however, did the actual killing and got most of the money for his reward. But when the Duke caught on to Steve, Steve killed him and double-crossed Lucky.
How do you mean double-crossed him?
Steve planted one of Lucky's cigarettes in the Duke's ashtray. He undoubtedly had some of them from being associated with Lucky. So he just smoked one halfway down and left it where we'd be sure to find it.
Then who shot at you and Lieutenant Riley when you broke into the Duke's room earlier this evening?
That was Steve.
But, Nick, Steve was downstairs playing the piano.
He was there when we left him, yes. And he was there when we went back. But in between, he slipped out the back, up the fire escape, fired over our heads as we entered to make us think the killer was just leaving, and then went back to his piano. He thought he had a perfect alibi.
How did you know that it was Steve?
By the matches in the ashtray.
How could they tell you anything?
Patsy, how'd you light a cigarette? Here's a match. Try it.
Okay. Why, I suppose you'd light the match like this, light your cigarette, and put out the match like this.
Exactly. Now look at that match you just used.
Mm-hmm.
It's only slightly burned at the end. Now look at this match, which I took from the ashtray.
Well, that's burned almost all the way down.
Exactly. It was used to light a pipe, not a cigarette. And Steve's a pipe smoker. He probably smoked as he talked to the Duke before he killed him, before we got there. You see, Patsy, I knew the Duke was dead when we got there this evening.
Well, if you knew Steve did the killings, how did you find out about Lucky?
Well, I felt sure Steve wouldn't dare to do it without strong backing. But there was no evidence against Lucky. So that's why I went to him and told him about one of his cigarettes being left in the Duke's ashtray. And that's also why I didn't want to take him in.
Oh, now I see.
I felt sure he'd go to see Steve and give himself away. And he did.
Hey, Nick, I just realized what you said a minute ago. You said you knew that the Duke was dead before you went upstairs to his office tonight. Now, how could you possibly know that?
Very simple, Patsy. Steve was the Duke's lookout man. He used the piano as a signal. The top key on the piano was wired to a buzzer that sounded in the Duke's room. That meant someone was coming up. But when we went up tonight, he didn't hit that note. I watched him carefully. And he didn't hit it because he knew there was no one alive to hear it. He hit the wrong note.
I'll say he hit the wrong note, in more ways than one.
How do you mean, Patsy?
Well, considering that tonight you've solved 3 murders, ended the numbers racket, and recovered the stolen money, I say that Steve hit the wrong note when he tried to fool you.
In just a moment, Nick and Patsy will bring you a preview of next week's exciting case. But first, here's a thought for all of you homemakers. Of course, you take pride in your home. Of course, you want your folks to take pride in it, too. And your husband, your family, will sit up and take notice of the bright, new beauty Linex Cream Polish gives your treasured furniture. For Linex Cream Polish is the modern way to protect the things in your home. It quickly restores your furniture's attractiveness in one quick, easy application. And Linex Cream Polish dries to a hard finish that leaves no oily film to attract additional dust, to make additional work. It does away with fingerprints, helps to hide ugly scratches, and after a few applications, provides a tabletop finish that will actually resist glass marks. Best of all, Linex Cream Polish saves you one whole step in your cleaning day routine. For Linux Cream Polish cleans as it polishes without tiresome rubbing. So depend upon this modern, easy shortcut to furniture beauty. Linux Cream Polish. Get it today and enjoy the extra time you save. In case your dealer hasn't received his supply of the 3 great Linux home brighteners, he'll probably have them soon. Ask him to save one or all of them for you. Acme will see that he gets them and you get them as quickly as possible. And now, Nick, how about next week's adventure?
Well, Ken, the main ingredients of next week's story are a small boy and a slingshot.
Well, I didn't know you went in for cases of juvenile delinquency.
He doesn't, unless you call it juvenile delinquency when an organized gang of thugs holds up an armored car, kills the guards, and gets away with thousands of dollars of the bank's money.
Well, that's really big-time stuff, but where did the small boy and the slingshot come into it?
They were the means of my being able to catch the killers, get back the money, and break up the gang.
And it gave Nick one of the most unpleasant and dangerous 2 hours he ever spent.
Well, I'll certainly look forward to hearing that. Any further hints, Nick?
No, that's all for now, Ken. I'll tell you the rest next time. I call the story The Slingshot Murders.
Or The Mystery of the Broken Window.
So long.
So long, everybody.
And so long to you, Nick and Patsy. We'll be looking forward to seeing you again next Sunday afternoon. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, entitled
The Slingshot Murders. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Broken Window.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is a copyright feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. It is presented at this same time and over these same stations by the 3 great Linux home brighteners, Linux Clear Gloss, Linux Cream Polish, and Linux Self-Polishing Wax, created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme quality paints. In the Nick Carter Adventures, Lon Clark is starred as Nick. Helen Choate is featured as Patsy. Original music is played by Lou White. The programs are written and directed by Jock McGregor. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linux dealers and Acme quality retail stores all over America and saying so long until next week. This is Mutual.
What is it?
It's another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Presented by the 3 great Linux home brighteners, Linux Clear Gloss, Linux Cream Polish, and Linux Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme quality paints. Today's curious adventure,
The Slingshot Murders. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Broken Window.
In just a moment, we'll find out how Nick Carter solved the mystery of the Slingshot Murders. But first, here's something worth thinking about. A lovely home adds to the joy of living. And just as thousands of American homemakers have brought new beauty to their walls with Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, so are they learning that Linux self-polishing wax gives their floors a satiny new luster without tiresome rubbing. Easily wiped on, Linux self-polishing wax dries to a tough, elastic finish that resists wear amazingly because it contains so much genuine Carnauba wax, with no gum, shellac, or resin in it to chip or crumble. It resists water and dirt, too, so that soil is safely removed from the surface with a damp cloth or mild suds. And Linux self-polishing wax is the non-skid floor finish, resisting slip even when water is spilled on it. The underwriters' laboratories, whose seal is on each bottle, have proved this. Ask for Linux self-polishing wax at your paint, hardware, or department store. Headquarters for all 3 great Linux home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish that dries in 1 hour. And now for today's mysterious adventure with Nick Carter. Our story opens in Nick's office, where he and Patsy are having a good-natured argument. Good-natured, that is, until about now.
But, Nick, I don't think that's true. Take me, for example. Since I've been working with you, I've learned to observe things I never saw before.
Perhaps, Patsy. You've undoubtedly improved while you've been my assistant, but I still say that you really see very little that goes on around you, in spite of all my training.
Oh, Nick, anybody would think that I...
All right, Patsy, let's see. How many steps are there from the sidewalk up to the front door of your house?
Why, there are... Let me see, there
How
are...
high off the floor are the windows in your bedroom?
Well, there are about 2. No, 1.5.
What color is a 2-cent stamp?
Red.
Good for you. Thought you were going to say chartreuse.
Nicholas Carter's office.
Is Mr. Carter there?
Oh, is that you, Penny?
Sure. How are you, Miss Bowen?
I'm fine, thanks. How are things with you?
Pretty good. Can I talk to Nick?
Of course, Penny. Here he is.
Hello, Penny. How's my special assistant this afternoon?
That's what I called you up about, Nick. I think there's going on down here. Could you come over?
Well, what is it, Penny? Trouble?
Gee, Nick, I don't know, but it looks bad to me.
Well, can't you tell me what it is?
Not on the phone, Nick. You know you always told me to be careful what I said on the phone. Some of the gang might be listening in.
And quite right, Penny. All right, I'll take a run over there. You at your newsstand?
Yeah. Park your car down the block away so they can't see you. I'll be waiting.
Okay, Penny, be down right away. So long.
What was that all about, Nick? Sounded very important.
Penny thought it was important, too. But he wouldn't say what it was. He's seen something and thinks I ought to know about it.
Oh, that's what you get for being his hero, Nick. He thinks you're just about the greatest guy in the world. His ambition in life is to be a great detective like you.
Yes, I know it. And ever since his old man died in my arms, I've felt I ought to sort of keep an eye on him. And he's smart, too. Never forgets things I've told him about how to see what goes on around him. Some people I know, not so very far from here, could profit by his example.
Okay, Mr. Carter, okay. Get in your car and be on your way. Leave me to a little peace and quiet here. You and your wisecracks.
Very well, Patsy. Since I'm not wanted here, I'll go call on Penny. I hope he's got something more exciting up his sleeve than I think he has.
Gee, Nick, I thought you were never coming.
Sorry, Penny, but you know how traffic is.
Sure, I know. Come around the back of the stand, Nick, so nobody will see us talking together.
Okay, Penny. Now, what's up?
You see across the street there? You see the bank?
Yes?
And you see the empty stores on each side of the bank?
Yes?
Well, a little while ago, a big black sedan pulled up and 2 guys got out and went into the vacant store on this side of the bank. Then 2 more guys got out and went into the empty store on the other side. Then the sedan drove away and left the 4 guys there.
That's odd. Any idea what might be going on?
Well, Nick, there's several factories around here, and today's the day the bank downtown sends the money to this bank for the payrolls. Tomorrow's Saturday, you know.
I see what you mean, Penny. You think those men may be planning to hold up the bank when the money gets here, huh?
Well, gosh, Nick, don't it look like that to you?
Could be, Penny. Yes, it does look suspicious. But, Penny, robbery's not in my line. This is a job for Lieutenant Riley and the city police. I'll give them a ring and tell them what you saw.
You'll have to hurry, Nick. It's almost 4 o'clock, and that's when the car comes with the money.
Well, I'll phone Riley now. Maybe he can get one of the squad cars
Nick,
to get...
here it comes, look!
Yes, it's an armored car, all right. And it's stopping in front of the bank.
They're starting to unload the money, and they don't know they're making
Wait here.
trouble.
I'll warn them they're in danger.
They're holding up the truck, Nick!
Get back, Penny. Keep out of the way. I'll see if I can help the guards by picking off some of the thugs with my gun.
Look out, Nick! Don't get yourself killed!
I won't. I'll stay behind this pole.
You got one, Nick!
I think so, but...
Look out, Nick! Nick, are you dead? Are you, Nick? You're bleeding. Oh, Nick, something hit my neck, Nick. Nick, they're getting away. Nick, we didn't stop them.
But, Doc, I tell you there's nothing wrong with me.
Eh? Nothing except that you've lost about a quart of blood. There's a nasty hole in the side of your neck.
But I can't stay here doing nothing. I've got to get after those thugs. I've got to get out of
Nick,
here.
they just told me you were here. Are you hurt badly?
Oh, it's only a scratch, Patsy. But this Sawbones wants to keep me here cooped up like a pet rabbit.
How is he, Doctor? Really?
He's got a bad hole in the side of his neck. And
Oh.
nothing fatal. He'll get over it, but he's lost a lot of blood, too. He's got to be quiet and give nature a
Now,
chance.
look, Doc, look. Nature's going to have a tough time doing anything for me if you keep me here worrying because I can't get out.
Nick, you're going to stay here and like it.
Good girl.
If you don't behave, I'll call some attendants and have them undress you. Then you'll have to stay here whether you like it or not.
But, Patsy, I tell you, there's
Where's
nothing.
Nick? I want Nick! Nick!
Why, there's Penny. What's he doing here?
I want to see Nick!
Here I am, Penny. I'm coming, son.
You get right back in that bed, Nick Carter. If you don't...
Sorry, Patsy, but Penny wants me. Why, Penny, what happened to you?
Oh, nothing much, Nick. A bullet got me in the leg, that's all.
That's all. Well, that's enough. Are you hurt bad, son?
Nah, Doc says I'll be all right in a few days. But I got something to tell you, Nick.
What is it, son?
You know when I yelled at you just before you got shot?
Yes, I remember.
Well, I saw a guy standing in the window of the house across the street from the bank. Must have been a lookout or something. And just as I looked up, I saw him aim at you. So I yelled, then he fired.
Did you get a good look at him, Penny?
No, but I know which window it was.
Good boy. Which one was it?
You'll see. I busted it with my slingshot so'd you'd know it. I put a marble right through it, and on the first shot, too. I thought maybe you'd find a clue there, if you looked.
Penny, you're a wonder. I'm proud to have you for an assistant.
It was a window on the 4th floor of a brown house. You can't miss it.
Yes, sir, Penny, I'm proud to have you for an assistant.
Nick, are you going to get back to bed, or do I
I can't go back to bed, Patsy. I've got to go places. Things to do. Can't let Penny down, not after the way he fixed things up for me.
Nick,
Yes, Penny?
take this with you, Nick. It's as good as a gun sometimes. I use it a lot.
Why, well, thanks, Penny. That slingshot of yours may come in handy. I'll keep it right where I can get at it fast if I need it.
Oh, there you are, Nick. Oh, you're all right, lad.
Why, certainly I'm all right. You got any of the gang?
Oh, no, Nick, we didn't. We found the car they were in, wrecked 6 blocks away, but there was nobody in it. The car was stolen, too, so that's no help.
Did they get much?
Well, 3 guys are killed, 1 in the hospital, and $100,000 in small bills is missing. That's all I know. I ain't got a lead in the world right now.
Well, I have, thanks to Penny here.
Penny? Who's Penny?
My assistant, and one of the best assistants a man could ever have. He just gave me some dope that may crack the whole case wide open.
Well, what is it, man? Tell me quick.
Not yet, Riley. This is confidential between Penny and me.
Huh?
If it works out, I'll let you know. Well, Penny, so long. I'll be seeing you.
So long, Nick. Good luck.
Nick Carter, where are you going now?
I'm hot on the trail, Patsy, and nothing can stop me.
Well, if I can't stop you, at least I'm going with you. You certainly can't drive a car in your condition.
Okay, then. Come on. Time's a-wasting.
Look, don't you need some help, Nick? I'll send some of the boys with you.
No, Riley. This is a one-man job, and I'm the man who's going to try to do it. Patsy, I wish you hadn't come. There may be trouble.
You may just as well save your breath, Mr. Carter, because I'm going wherever you're going, and that's that. You can't drive in your condition.
I could if you'd let me.
Well, I'm not going to let you, so that's that.
I don't know what gets into you women. When you make up your minds, a team of horses couldn't change it.
You ready to tell me where you're going? I can't keep on driving blindly all around the city, Nick.
All right. I give up. I'm going back to the scene of the robbery.
What are you going to do there?
That, my nosy young friend, is strictly my business.
Okay. But I'd feel a lot safer if I knew what you were planning to do.
It's dark now. You can pull up just around the corner from the bank. I'll get out there. Then you go back to the office.
How will you get back?
Don't worry about me. I can take care of myself.
I hope so. Is this where you want to go?
Yes, drop me here. Now remember, you. Back to the office.
Okay, bully. But I don't like you going anywhere alone, as weak as you are.
It's skill that counts in this business, Patsy, not muscle. Now get going. I've got work to do.
So Nick is going alone to investigate the house where the killers were who shot him. Does he have any idea what dangers lie ahead of him? And will he find any clues to the killers? We'll see in just a moment. Have you been wishing for a furniture polish that will clean your furniture, too? Linex Cream Polish, the modern protection for your furniture's beauty, saves one complete step by cleaning as it polishes, without tiresome rubbing. Learn firsthand how much time and effort Linex Cream Polish saves. Linex Cream Polish removes that cloudy dust and polish accumulation in one quick, easy application that also does away with fingerprints and helps conceal ugly scratches. And Linex Cream Polish dries hard, leaving no oily film to attract additional dust, to make additional work. So try it and see how simple it can be to clean and polish your furniture at the same time. Ask your dealer for Linx, Lin-X. Linx Cream Polish. You'll find it at your paint, hardware, or department store, where all three great home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, are featured. And now, back to our story. We left Nick, weak from loss of blood, climbing the stairs to the fourth floor of the old tenement house, trying to find some clue to the killers who shot him and robbed the bank. As we rejoin him, he's nearly reached the top.
I wish it wasn't the fourth floor. I don't feel as ambitious as I did. Well, that's a break. Only one apartment on the street side. And there's someone home, judging by the light under the door. Here goes.
Well, what do you want?
I'm investigating the bank holdup across the street this afternoon.
Bank holdup?
Yes. You knew the bank was held up, didn't you?
Yeah, I heard. I was out working at the time. What do you want to get in here for?
I want to look out of your windows. See, it's like this. We have a witness who says he saw the whole thing from the window next door on this level. He's a cranky old guy with a reputation for stretching the truth, so I want to check up on him. I'd like to look from your windows and see if he really could have seen what he said he did.
Sounds nutty to me. Why don't you look out of his windows?
I did, but I still can't be sure. So I want to check all the windows on this floor.
There ain't no use in... Well, okay, come on in.
Thanks. I won't be long. Mind if I put this window shade up?
Suit yourself.
Well, can't see much from here. I'll try the other window. Can't see anything from here either. Well, I guess the old guy was dreaming. Couldn't see the bank at all with an armored car standing in front of it.
You satisfied now?
So far, yes. Okay to look at the other room, too?
Yeah, I guess so. My wife's in there. I'll see if she's dressed.
Certainly no broken windows in this room. And none of them been repaired either.
Somebody coming in, Mary. You dressed?
Yes, dear. Come in.
Okay, copper, you can go in.
Thanks. Sorry to bother you, lady. I won't be but a minute.
Okay, take your time.
No broken windows here either. Penny must have made a mistake in the window.
How about it, copper?
I guess the old guy must have... Hey, do you have any children in the house?
No. No kids? Why?
Oh, just saw a marble here on the floor and wondered. Penny said he shot a marble through the window.
Well, come on. If you've seen all you want, you better...
Just a minute. I want to take another look at this window.
Get your hands up, Flatfoot. Make it snappy.
Well, I don't see what...
Oh, you don't, huh? You come up here looking for a broken window, didn't you? And when you didn't find none, you go around poking your fingers in the putty.
Well, really,
Don't
now...
try to kid me. I've been watching you. So you found the window with a soft putty where we put the new pane of glass in. Well, it won't do you no good now.
All right, Slug, I'll take over now.
Why, Jake Larner. So you're Slug's wife.
Yeah.
Well, I'd never have known you in that woman's outfit. Pretty clever.
A lot cleverer than you, copper. You come right up here just begging for it, didn't you? I thought we'd give it to you for keeps out in front of the bank this afternoon, but I'm glad now we didn't. This is going to be more fun. We can make it last longer.
Burn him down,
No,
Jake.
Slug. Shooting's too quick. I got a better plan for this dumb punk than that.
Go right ahead, gentlemen. Don't mind me. But do you mind if I put my arms down?
Get his gun, Slug.
Sure, Jake.
Quite a surprise to find us here, copper, ain't it? Never figured we'd hide out right here alongside the bank, did you? Them dumb cops probably are searching all over the city, looking for where we went to. And all the time, we're right here.
Hey, Jake.
What?
This guy's a regular arsenal. 3 guns he's got.
I don't care how many he's got. Take them all away from him.
Hey, Jake. Look at this.
What?
He's got 3 guns and a slingshot.
Are you kidding?
A cop carrying a slingshot around to keep the big bad robbers away. What a dumb mug he is.
Oh, look now, Slug, don't take all the Flatfoot's weapons away. Where's your manners? Leave him keep the slingshot.
Why, sure. Here, Mr. Dick, I'll put it right back in your pocket where it came from. Maybe you'll save your life with it.
It's a big joke, Jake.
Look what Santa Claus brought us to play with, Pete.
Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle. Where'd he blow in from?
Walked right up the stairs all by himself. Look, Copper, did you ever have a lighted cigar butt jammed in your eye? That's just for a starter. Then we're going...
Oh, no, you're not.
Jake, look out! Get him, Slug!
Give me that gun, Jake. Give me that or I'll twist your arm off.
Oh. Get out of the way, Jake, so
You're
I
going to
can...
give it to me.
Ah, nice work, Slug. You knocked him cold.
Oh, I'll fix him for this. He nearly broke my wrist.
Shall I croak him now, Jake?
No. Wait till we get ready to leave. Then we'll play games with him. Tie him up, but good. We'll get the stuff ready to move out when the boys bring the car tonight. Then we'll come back here and take care of him.
Over on your face, Flatfoot, so I can get the ropes on you. Wouldn't he like to know that we got all that dough hidden in the empty warehouse right next door here? It's the little hole through the wall of the apartment here, and we got a foolproof hideout.
Yeah. You know, if he was only smart like Jake, I'd be afraid of him. But there ain't nobody as smart as Jake.
There, Copper. That takes care of you. Try and get out of them ropes.
Hey, what'd you let the Flatfoot in here for anyways, Slug?
Don't be dumb, Pete. If I hadn't, he'd have smelled something funny and come back again with a wagon.
Oh, yeah.
Anyways, how'd I know he was wise to the busted glass?
You know, Jake, maybe you ain't so smart at that.
Yeah? What's eating you?
Well, you thought it was so smart to double back here with the cash and hide out right across the street from the bank, and the first thing, a cop smells his way right up here.
So what? Only one cop come, didn't he? And he ain't walking out of here, is he?
Well, no, but...
Who's running this business anyway?
You are, Jake. Okay.
All right. Now, Pete, you and me are going back into the warehouse and fix up the stuff ready to leave. Slug, you stay here with the copper. Clean up the joint good. Fingerprints and any kind of junk that might leave a tip. Don't leave nothing. We'll be back when we've took care of the dough.
Okay, Jake. I'll watch him.
Fell into it right this time. I should have had somebody standing by just in case. Well, whoever tied these ropes knew what he was doing. I'll never get out of these. Hands tied together, elbows tied tight to my body. I'll not... Oh, my head. Ooh. I wish I felt as happy as Slug sounds. Hey, there's blood on my hands. The bullet hole on my neck must have opened up. The blood's made my hands slippery. Yes, I think I can get my hands loose. There. But what good's that? My elbow's tied up tight. Oh, if only I had some way to get word outside that I'm up here. I can't shout. Slug would hear me and bump me off quick. Oh, if only I had a gun, I could... Ah, but Slug took them. If only I had... Ah, I do have one weapon left. Penny's slingshot. Slingshot. Yes, shoot something into the street through the window. Somebody might find it. Shoot something. But what? Shoot what? My badge, my honorary police badge. Oh, if only I can get it out of my pocket. Only I could reach it. Never have had much use for that badge, but I certainly need it now. Oh, I can't get in the pocket. Well, I could tear it open. There. Ah, I got it. Now for the slingshot in the outside pocket. There we are. Now, if I can stretch my arms far enough apart to shoot this badge through the window, I can...
What's that? What the... Hey, Copper, what are you trying to... The guy's still out cold. He couldn't have done nothing. But somebody broke that window. Maybe the dick's only faking. Maybe he ain't really out. Let me take a look. gosh.
Here you go,
Hey,
Slug.
Jake!
Oh, what a break. He's out cold. I thought he wasn't coming close enough so I could grab his legs, but he did. Lady Luck must be on my side today. Just luck his head hit in the radiator that way. Now, if I can wriggle over there and get his gun. Just a little more. Oh, Jake will be back any minute. I got to get that gun before. There. Now, if I can roll back under the bed before Jake gets here. So far, so good. Lady Luck, stay with me.
Slug, what happened? Slug! Slug!
Hey, look, Jake, the copper's gone.
And Slug's out cold. I thought I told you guys to tie that flatfoot up so he couldn't move.
We did, Jake.
Yeah, it looks like you did. Come on, maybe we can catch him outside before he gets away.
Yeah. Hey, Jake, look, the door's still locked
What?
here. The Dick couldn't have gone out this way.
Well, he didn't get out the way we come in. He must still be here. Look under the...
Up with your hands, both of you.
Why,
And quick.
you...
He's got a gun.
Get him up, I said. I'm not fooling. That's just a warning. I said I'm not fooling. Now drop your guns on the floor. Both of you.
We better do it, Jake. He means business.
You bet I do. Drop those guns fast.
Okay, you win. For now.
Drop the other one, Jake. I know you have two of them.
Here. Take it.
Good. Now, Pete, slowly and easily. Kick the guns over toward me.
Okay.
Now, stay where you are. I'll kick those guns over. That's better.
Now what? Want us to untie you?
No, I want you to stay right there. And I'll stay right here.
Wait a minute. It's all right, Jake. He can't last long now. All we gotta do is wait here till he falls over. He's lost so much blood now he can't hardly sit up.
Sure. How long you think you're going to hold out, copper?
Long enough to see you three thugs in jail.
I bet that don't nobody know you're up here. So how do you expect to be rescued?
I sent a messenger out the window to tell my friends I'm here waiting for them.
Hey, look, Jake, the window is busted.
So what? This flatfoot'll be out cold long before anybody comes up here. Unless it's the boys with a car come to take us out of here. You, think you can last that long, copper?
Yeah, you'll never be able to hold that gun on us for another 2 hours. You might as well give up now, copper.
Think so? I want to take you three mugs in so bad, I'll wait all night. If I have to. Get back? I can see you. Don't you try any funny business with me.
Yeah, he's almost gone, Jake. Another couple of minutes and he'll be out like a light.
Yeah. As soon as he drops that gun, we'll rush him. I don't know how he lasted this long.
Stay right there. Stay there, both of you. I can wait. Just as long as...
Now, he's gone. Come on.
Hold everything! You get their hands up, you
the cops!
Oh, Nick.
Oh, hello, Patsy. Riley.
What's going on here, Nick?
These are the thugs that stuck up the bank.
Oh,
Money's in a warehouse next door.
you're a wonder, Nick. Take care of these fellas, Sergeant. Send a couple of men to get the money out of the warehouse, like Nick says.
Oh, Nick, I've been so afraid for you. Did they hurt you?
Oh, I'm all right, Patsy. Just a little tired, that's all.
She's a great girl, that Patsy. When she left you, she phoned me and told me what you were trying to do, Nick. So I got some of the men together and came as quick as I could. And we got a flat tire, or we'd have been here sooner. And look, here's your badge, Nick. A little bent, but as good as new.
Thanks, Riley. Lucky you found it.
It wasn't me that found it. It was Patsy herself here.
You found it, Patsy.
Yes, Nick. Then Riley spotted the broken window and we came up. But don't ever let me hear you say again that I'm not observant. Maybe I don't know how many steps there are in front of my house. But when it comes to things that count, I can see them.
How about next week's adventure, Nick? Got something exciting coming up?
I certainly have, Ken. If you'll take a transcontinental train stalled high in the mountains in a raging blizzard and mix it with the murder of an opera singer and her maid...
And add the theft of $150,000 worth of jewels from the said opera singer. And a snow slide down the mountain right where the train is stalled.
And you have the puzzle and crime that I was up against.
Sounds pretty complicated to me, Nick. How'd you find the solution?
Well, the solution depended on two things. A broken bottle of perfume and a chow dog that was lost in the snow.
You certainly make it sound attractive. Did it work out okay?
You should ask that, knowing Nick.
Sorry. What do you call the story?
I call it Murder on Mad Mountain.
Or the mystery of the opera singer's dog.
So long for now.
So long, everybody.
And so long to you, Nick and Patsy. We'll be looking forward to seeing you again next week. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, entitled
Murder on Mad Mountain. Or Nick Carter and the mystery of the opera singer's dog.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is a copyright feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. It is presented at this same time and over these same stations by the three great Linex home brighteners: Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme quality paints. In the Nick Carter Adventures, Lon Clark is starred as Nick. Helen Choate is featured as Patsy. Original music is played by Lou White. The programs are written and directed by Jock McGregor. This is Ken Powell saying goodbye for thousands of Linex dealers all over America. This is Mutual.
What's the matter? What is it?
It's another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective. Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Presented by the three great home brighteners: Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme quality paints. Today's curious adventure:
Murder on Mad Mountain. Or Nick Carter and the mystery of the opera singer's dog.
In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick Carter solved the mystery of the murder on Mad Mountain by the aid of a dog lost in the snow. But first, let me tell you something. You and your family take pride in your home, of course. That's why you keep it bright and sparkling with Chemtone, the miracle wall finish that brings new beauty to your walls. With Linex Clear Gloss, the transparent finish that gives lustrous, durable protection to every wood and linoleum surface in your home. Linex Clear Gloss, a favorite in thousands of American homes, flows on easily without brush marks, drying to an attractive gloss that wears and wears and looks beautiful for a long, long time. What's more, it resists damage by hot grease, boiling water, fruit acids, perfume, even alcohol. And Linex Clear Gloss keeps dirt on the surface so that it's easily wiped away. Keep your home looking lovely with Linex Clear Gloss. Available at your paint, hardware, or department store. Headquarters for all three great Linex home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish that dries in 1 hour. And now for today's mysterious adventure with Nick Carter. As we open our story today, we find Nick and Patsy in a train which is crossing the hump of Mad Mountain in a raging blizzard.
This is a pretty thrilling experience, Nick, riding over the mountain in a blizzard like this. We're just as snug and cozy inside the train here as if we were in our own homes.
It may be thrilling, Patsy, but it's pretty dangerous, too.
Dangerous? What's dangerous about it?
Well, up here on Mad Mountain, there's always the danger of a snowslide sweeping down on us and pushing the whole train down into the canyon. Or we could run into extra heavy drifts and get stalled. In fact, that's where Mad Mountain got its name, from the trouble it's always caused the railroad.
Well, I don't care. I'm enjoying it just the same.
Wonder how much behind schedule we are.
Here comes the conductor. I'll ask him. Oh, conductor? How late are we going to be?
Well, I can't tell you, miss. Depends on how long this storm keeps up.
Say, conductor, didn't you used to be on the New York to Miami run in the Pennsy about 10 years ago?
Well, yes, I did. Left there 11 years ago next March.
I thought so. Used to ride with you often in those days. Is your name Bonner? Robert Bonner?
Gosh, what a memory. Sure, I'm Robert Bonner, but I don't remember you.
Takes a detective's trained mind to remember names and faces, Mr. Bonner. Nick's a great one for that.
Nick? You don't mean you're Nick Carter?
Guilty in the first degree.
Well, don't that beat all? After 11 years. I would say, Mr. Carter, I'm sort of glad you're riding with us this trip.
You want me to help you find the tracks again if the train runs off them?
It ain't the blizzard I was thinking of, bad as it is. That opera star we got hitched on the rear of the train.
You mean that private car we saw at the terminal belongs to a real opera star? Who is she?
Her name's Pauline Hall, and she's a stuck-up, highfalutin queen of them all.
Well, why are you worried about her?
Well, after we hitched her car on, I went back to see if everything was okay. Orders, you know.
Sure, I know.
Well, out she comes wearing more jewels than the Russian royal family. She waves her hand at me and she says, "Conductor, please see that no one is permitted to enter my car at all. I'm not to be disturbed before we get to Sacramento in the morning." A fuzzy little chow dog of hers stands there blinking at me. Collar around his neck studded with diamonds.
Well, a chow is a high-class dog, Mr. Bonner.
And then, as if there ain't enough trouble for me trying to keep everything straight around here with a blizzard blowing down my neck, I get this telegram from the chief. Says I gotta take care of the dame and her sparklers as if they were my own. Says the stuff she's carrying is worth about 100,000 cash.
That's a lot of jewels to be lying around loose.
Yeah, maybe she won't be disturbed in Sacramento in the morning either if that dumb engineer of ours don't use more sand. We was an hour behind crawling up the other side. Now we ain't even crawling.
Why, Nick, we stopped. We aren't moving at all now.
Sounds as if we're in trouble.
Yes, sir. We are in trouble. Engineer's whistling for a flagman. Gotta get him out fast. Won't he like that on a night like this?
What do you need a flagman for up here in the mountains?
Well, the second section of this train's right behind us. In this snow, she could plow right into us before she knew we were here. Hey, Carney, wake up, you.
What's the matter now, Bob?
Get your flag and get going. We're stuck.
Oh, look, on a night like this...
There's no time to argue, Carney. Now, you get ready and start on your way back. And you'll be sure to get back a full half mile, too, before you set up your flares. Be watching, so shake it up.
I suppose I gotta climb out and wait around that opera star's car. She won't let me go through.
You bet she won't. When you go by her car, don't cuss so loud you wake her up either. I don't want to be hauled on the carpet for disturbing her nibs.
Snow must be up to my waist by this time.
Yes, and watch out you don't fall over into the canyon. There ain't much room to spare between the track and the edge of that cliff, you know.
Of all the doggone dirty jobs on a railroad, this being a flagman.
He doesn't look very happy.
No, and I ain't very happy either. That doddering old throttle pusher up there in the cab was a real He-Man. We wouldn't be stopping for a little snow. Well, ain't nothing to do now but wait. Hope the second section don't jam into us.
What's the engineer trying to do now, Bob?
Well, sounds like he's signaling to the other section. That dumb flagman of mine set the flares going like I told him to. They ought to stop the rest of this drag. Then there wouldn't be no need for all that tooting and whistling.
Well, why don't you look and see if you can see the flares, Mr. Bonner? They certainly show up across the snow, now that it stopped snowing.
Well, that's just what I'm going to do. You want to come, Mr. Carter?
Wait till I get my coat on and I'll be right with you.
You ready, Mr. Carter? Take a look out the platform ahead of the car here. Now watch out. We'll open up here. There we are.
Hey, mighty cold out here. Must be near zero.
Yeah, very near. Hey, that's the other section, Mr. Carter. They got the signal.
Well, that takes care of that. Hey, wait a minute. What's that?
Good gosh, it sounds like... It is. That's an avalanche.
Look out. Sounds like a big slide.
Yes, sir.
Hey, that was awful close. Too close for comfort.
Yes, sir, indeed. Missed us, though. Went right by us.
And what about the flagman? You suppose that he might have been...
Carney. He must have been right in the path. I better see if he...
I'll go with you. Come on.
Now, watch your step along this edge of the canyon, Mr. Carter. 1,000 feet drop to the state highway at the bottom.
Don't worry. I'm watching.
And look at the Queen's car here. Not a light in it. Not a peep out of the old girl. I'd have thought the noise of that slide would have woken the dead.
Didn't you say she had a maid and a porter with her, too? Funny they're not awake.
Yeah. Probably she's got them both so scared. Don't dare make a sound while she's asleep. The dog, too. Didn't hear a peep out of him either.
Hey, Bob, look ahead there.
Yeah?
That slide cleared off a place about a quarter-mile wide.
Yes, sir. Only missed us by about 100 yards.
Wait a minute. I've got my flashlight here. Let me see if we can see anything of Carney anywhere.
Gosh, Mr. Carter, there ain't no use looking for him. Not after that.
Here, listen.
I don't hear nothing.
There it is again. And it's down there over the edge of the canyon.
Here, flash your light down there. See if it...
Oh, I can't see a thing. Must have... Hey, Bob, look there. The flagman.
Carney.
Yes. Caught on that little tree down there. Must be 50 feet down the side of the slope.
What's he doing down there?
He must have slipped and fallen over the edge on his way back.
Yeah, but that's not Carney making that noise.
No, it isn't, but I can't see anything else down there that's making it.
No wonder they named this Mad Mountain.
Well, go get a couple of porters and some rope.
All right.
We'll have to get Carney out of there quick if he's still alive.
Just a little more now, boy. Take it easy. Oh, pull. Yeah, pull. Here, let me help you. Now, all together. Right. No more. There. That's it.
Now, give me a hand with the body.
Mr. Carter, is he dead?
Yes, he broke his neck when he fell.
Ah, poor Carney. Many's a long ride we've had together.
You two porters stay here with the body for a bit.
Yes.
Bob, you and I have a job to do. Come on, quick.
A job? What do you mean? Hey, where are you going?
If it's what I think it is, we got a real job on our hands. You got a key to the Queen's private car?
The Queen's? Well, no. What do you want that for?
You know what I found down there when I was getting Carney's body?
No, I ain't got any idea.
Well, that chow dog of hers is caught in a clump of bushes just below where Carney stopped now.
Yeah, I'll bet that darn dog got out of the car and chased Carney, and Carney fell over the edge trying to get away from him.
Certainly hope you're right, Bob, but I don't think so.
Well, what do you think did happen then?
I'll tell you in a minute. Here's the end of the Queen's car.
Yeah.
Maybe I've got a key that'll fit this door. Now, they have a special lock on it. I can't wait to take it now. Watch out.
Hey, we can't go busting into private cars like that.
We can this time. Now I can unlock it from the inside.
Well, what do you think you're going to find in here?
Come on in. Shut the door.
All right. I don't see what...
Look here, Bob. Look.
Hey, what are those stains on the rug there? That ain't... Hey, what's that?
That came from in here.
Oh, that's her porter all tied up.
Yes. And he's been drugged, too.
Well, I don't understand.
I thought so. See there?
Oh, look at all that blood.
Yes. And the Queen put up quite a struggle for her life, but she lost.
Oh, I'll say there was a fight here. Look at this room, everything upside down.
Yes. And everything valuable gone. Nothing left but some toilet articles. Where's the maid's compartment?
It's over here. Oh, gosh almighty. She's dead, too. Strangled to death, looks like.
Those purple marks around her neck couldn't mean anything else. Oh, what a smell.
What is it, Mr. Carter? It smells like perfume.
Yeah, see there? Broken perfume bottle. Got smashed in the struggle. Phew. The smell is so strong, it's sickening.
Oh, I'm going to catch it for this.
What's in the other compartment?
I wouldn't know. I just hope it ain't more bodies.
Well, we'll see. Aha, just as I suspected. See those cigarette burns on the dresser and the empty bottles? 2 men hid in here, waited until the time was right, then killed the Queen and her maid and stole the jewels.
How do you know there was 2 men?
2 different brands of cigarettes here.
Oh, yeah. Hey, where do you suppose they got aboard?
Probably hid in here before the car left the junction.
Well, do you suppose they're still on the train?
See if the front door of the car is unlocked.
Oh, sure. Yes, Mr. Carter, it's not locked.
Well, they probably went out that way, and they're somewhere on the train now. Bob, they must have figured that nobody would enter this car before it reached Sacramento.
Uh-huh.
They were all set to drop off at one of the way stations before that. But undoubtedly, the snowslide interfered with their plans. And in this deep snow, there's no place they could go without being in danger of their lives. Yes, I feel sure they're still on the train.
Well, can you find any clues to tell us who they are?
Well, I hope so.
Well, could you take some fingerprints, maybe?
It would take too long to fingerprint everybody in the train. No, we've got to find some other way to do it.
Yes, but how?
I don't know yet.
Oh.
But I think I have an idea.
Well, what do we do now?
Bring Carney's body in here. Let the passengers think he was killed in the slide, but don't let them know he was murdered.
Murdered? You say Carney was murdered, too? I thought you said his neck was broken.
It was. But the back of his head was crushed in, too. And that was no accident.
Oh, poor
That's
Carney.
what led me to believe that there might have been trouble here in the Queen's car. Bob, as I see it, the Chow made trouble for the killers when they started their work. So they took it outside to get rid of it, but they ran into Carney. They killed him and threw him and the dog into the canyon. And so long as the killers think that Carney and the dog are both dead, we'll let them keep on thinking so. At least until I can rescue that Chow.
Are you crazy, Mr. Carter? That mud ain't worth risking your neck for.
No. I have an idea. Maybe he can tell us who the killers are.
Oh, what the heck? Chows can't talk.
I have an idea. Maybe this one can. At least I'm going to find out anyway.
So Nick thinks he can make the Chow talk. At least enough to tell him who killed the opera singer and stole her jewels. Will the dog still be alive by the time he can get down to rescue it? And will it tell him what he wants to know? We'll see in just a moment. There is no more attractive background for your furniture than lustrous, well-kept floors. And Linex self-polishing wax keeps all your floors looking their best, whether they're wood, tile, or linoleum. Yet it takes only a jiffy to apply and dries without rubbing to an elastic, satiny finish that wears amazingly. Because Linex self-polishing wax contains the highest possible content of genuine Carnauba wax, with no gum, shellac, or resin in it to chip or crumble. When the most used parts of your floor show wear, you needn't re-wax the whole floor either. And Linex self-polishing wax is so resistant to dirt and water that it keeps the soil on the surface, where it's easily wiped away with a damp cloth or mild suds. In addition, Linex self-polishing wax is the non-skid floor finish, resisting slip even when water is spilled on it. The underwriters' laboratories, whose seal is on each bottle, have proved this fact. So get it now. Linex, L-I-N-X. Linex self-polishing wax. You'll find all three great Linex home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, at paint, hardware, and department stores everywhere. And now back to our story. We left Nick planning to rescue the dead opera singer's dog, which is caught on a bush on the side of the canyon, in the hopes that it might some way reveal the identity of the murderers of his mistress.
But where did Nick go, Mr. Bonner?
He wouldn't tell me, Miss Bowen. He just told me to come to the baggage car, get all the extra rope we have, and wait till he got back.
I wish he wouldn't try to rescue that dog tonight. It's too dangerous in the dark on a freezing night like this.
I tried to tell him that, but he wouldn't listen to me. Just said that the dog was going to help him find the killers. Crazy talk.
Perhaps it isn't so crazy, Mr. Bonner. Nick has a way of knowing what he's talking about, but I wish he would...
that rope for me, Bob?
Look, Mr. Carter, now why don't you let me take the baggage and mail crews and search the train for these killers?
Well, that'll be useless, Bob. Those crooks are only 2 out of several hundred people on this train. How could you tell them from the others?
Well,
Furthermore, once you let the passengers know there have been 2 murders on this train, you'll see what happens.
Oh, gosh, Nick, you're right. We might have a panic on our hands.
I guess you're right, but I don't like it just the same, risking your neck for a fool dog.
I like dogs, and this one's hurt and probably freezing by now.
Nick, what were you doing in the train just now? I thought you said you weren't going to try to spot the killers.
I wasn't, Patsy. Not exactly.
Well, then what were you doing?
Looking for something.
Well, did you find...
Maybe. We'll see later. Now, if you'll let me have that rope.
Sure you don't want me to come with you?
No, you stay here. I don't want any of the train crew or passengers to know what's going on.
Well, okay, whatever you say.
If Mr. Bonner's not going with you, I am.
Well, now that the storm's over, I guess it's safe enough. But you better dress warmly, Patsy. It's mighty cold out.
Look, Nick, there's an extra trainman's outfit here. That's heavy enough. Could I use that, Mr. Bonner?
Sure, if you can get into it.
Oh, I can get into it all right with plenty left over.
Patsy, I want to get that dog while he's still alive. Hurry up, will you? Let's get going. I'm glad that wind died down. Not quite so cold now.
That's right. Is this where you found the brakeman? Well, yes, I can see the marks in the snow. Is the dog here too, Nick?
Yes, Patsy. He was caught in a small bush just below where the brakeman was.
How are you going to get down to him?
I'm going to tie this larger rope to the rail here if I can find it under this snow.
Oh.
Here it is. This rail is cold. That should be a knot that'll hold it. Yeah. Now, I'll let myself down the side of the canyon with it.
Mm-hmm.
You'll keep hold of this smaller rope. When I've tied the dog to it, you pull it up.
Okay.
I can climb back up the other rope myself.
It's a good thing we have the headlight from the locomotive on the second section to help us. Gosh, it's bright.
Yes, even though it's at least a half mile down the track, it's light enough for us to see by. All right, are you ready?
Well, gee, Nick, suppose your hands get so cold you can't pull yourself back up.
Don't worry, they won't, Patsy. I'll be getting enough exercise, so I'll keep warm. It's you I'm worried about. Are you warm enough?
Oh, sure, this outfit I've got on keeps all the cold out. I'm okay.
All right, then, I'm off. I'll let you know as soon as I'm ready to have the dog pulled up.
I'll be waiting. Take care of yourself, Nick.
I'm all right.
Careful, Nick.
Now, here he is, Patsy, and he's still alive.
Oh, good.
Oh, poor little fella. All right, steady, Billy. We'll have you up where it's nice and warm in no time. There we are. Now, let's put this little rope around your belly. There we are. Hold still. There. Now, tie it around your forelegs so it won't slip. There. I don't want to lose you now. You're too valuable to me.
You ready, Nick?
Just a minute. Here, take it easy, will you? You'll be all right. There we are. Now we'll have a nice ride. All right, pull him up, Patsy. Careful.
Okay, coming up.
I'll just pull myself up with you so I can keep my eye on you and be sure you won't slip out of the rope. Don't fight it, boy. Don't fight it. Easy now, easy.
You okay, Nick?
Yes, we're both coming along all right.
Oh, the poor little fellow. He must be frozen.
It probably is. There. I'm not too warm myself.
All right, boy.
You untie him, will you, while I get this rope off the track?
Okay.
Yeah, take it easy, pup.
Yeah, now just
I don't blame you for being mad. I'm mad, too.
You're all right now. You're all right. There you are. Can you stand up? Oh, Nick, do you suppose any of his bones are broken?
I hope not. Here, let me see. No, I think he's just suffering from exposure. He's hardly more than a pup.
Oh, I'll carry him back to the dining car. We'll get the chef to fix him something hot.
Some good hot milk with a little brandy in it ought to make him feel like a new dog. And something hot wouldn't hurt us either. Come on.
Oh, look, Nick. He feels much better than he did. Why, he walks around almost normally now.
Yes, a little something warm to eat fixed him.
Here, and that rub down you gave him.
Oh, what are you planning to do now, Nick?
Let me have that small piece of rope, will you? Want to make a leash for him.
You're not going to take that poor pup out for a walk, are you?
Take him out? No. Take him for a walk? Yes.
But why?
Patsy, have you forgotten we're on the trail of two murderers?
Of course not, Nick, but...
There. It's not much of a leash, but I think it'll serve the purpose. All right, Bob, you ready?
I sure am ready for anything, but... Say, do I smell trouble?
You might. We'll know pretty quick now.
Well, may I come too, Nick?
Not this time, Patsy. Just wait here and cross your fingers for luck.
Okay. Where are you going?
To the smoking compartment of the first car. I want to show the dog something. Easy now, Bob.
Right.
The smoking compartment's just ahead here.
Okay.
Quiet, boy, quiet. You'll get your chance in just a minute.
I remember back some 20 years ago, we were held up for 4 days in the slide on a railroad up in Canada.
Yeah. Somebody's always been where it's worse
Now
than it
listen,
is
Bob.
now.
I'm going to let the dog loose when we get to the door of the compartment. I'll follow him in, and you stay back of me.
I don't want to seem to brag. I was just going to say...
Shut up. This is bad enough now without you making it worse.
Hey, Bob, you hear that?
Yeah, but what?
Quiet. I'm letting him loose.
Of course, if you don't want...
Way down. Button your lip.
You ready, Bob?
Yeah.
All right, here goes. We stay here until I say so.
Guys just can't keep their trap shut when they're... What's the devil? Hey, take him off me, will you? Take that thing off me. You're also little much plug him, Mike. Plug him. Get out of the way, Pete. I can't fucking stop hitting you. Please, bit me. Get him off me, will you?
Come on, Bob. All right, you two. Get your hands up, quick.
Get this dog off me, will you?
Drop it. Okay. Get the dog, Bob.
Come on, fellas. Steady now. Now, he won't hurt you. That's the idea.
Get your hands up, now.
You ain't got no right to come in here that way.
Don't try to get your gun or I'll let you have it right.
I got my hands up.
That's better. I don't like shooting. All right, Bob, take their guns away from them.
Yeah.
Be sure you get all of them. And see what else they have on them at the same time.
Sure, Mr. Carter, sure. I'll give him a good going over.
Carter? You ain't Nick Carter.
I certainly am.
Wouldn't you know, Pete? We pull a job way up here in the mountains, and Nick Carter has to be on the train.
Shut up. He ain't got nothing on us. Nothing.
No, I think I have plenty.
Prove it. You want to search us?
Found anything interesting, Bob?
No, nothing. Just these 3 guns. Nothing else. Hey, you say we ain't done nothing. I told you got no right.
You and your pal murdered the opera singer and are made in their private car tonight. You slugged the brakeman and threw him over the cliff. You stole all the singer's jewels. You call that nothing?
This guy's nuts, Pete.
Yeah.
Squalaprova, copper. But get me a doctor first, will you? My leg's all bent up. Look, I'm bleeding.
I'll get you a doctor after I get your confession.
We don't know nothing about it, do we, Mike?
No, we don't know a thing. It wasn't even there.
All right, very well. We'll all sit right here and wait until you two decide to give us the information we want.
All right, Flatfoot, sit. You can wait till next year, but you won't learn nothing from us.
Okay. I'll wait.
Oh, look, copper, I gotta get a doctor.
Hey, Bob.
Huh?
You know how quick hydrophobia sets in after a dog bites?
Why, no, I don't. Pretty quick, I think.
Let's see. If I remember correctly, there's no cure for it after it does set in, is there?
Oh, sure. Don't believe there is. No cure.
Oh. How long would you say it is since the dog bit Pete here?
It must be about 10 minutes now, I'd say.
10 minutes, huh? And it only takes hydrophobia about 5 minutes.
Yeah, all right. I'll tell. Only get me a doctor.
You'll get a doctor when I get your confession.
Okay. We killed him, Mike and me. We hit in the old dame's car before it left the yard.
Where are the jewels?
We made a bundle out of them and threw them clear off the cliff down near the state road at the bottom. Get me a doctor, will you? I'm dying.
You're not dying. Not yet.
Yeah, I am. I got hydrophobia, sure. Get a doc, will you?
You're a fool. You can't get hydrophobia from a dog bite unless the dog has hydrophobia before he bites you.
Huh?
And this dog is as clean and healthy as a dog could be. You're no more danger from those bites than I am.
Hey, you mean I ain't gonna get sick from the bites?
Not in the slightest.
Hey, Trickster!
That dirty double-crossing rat out of...
You ought to keep quiet. Bob, see if you can find a doctor. And take the dog back to Patsy. He's done a good night's work. And bring some rope to tie up these cheap thugs.
Sure, Mr. Carter. Come on, Pooch. Come on, fella. Come on.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Carter, is it?
Why, yes. Hey, where are you?
I'm here under this seat. Is it safe to come out now?
Yes, indeed. Come on out and join the party.
Thank you. It's much more comfortable out here.
Yes.
Mr. Carter, may I ask you a question?
Why, certainly. Go right ahead.
How did you know these were the men who killed somebody?
Oh, very simple. When I walked through the train a while ago, I noticed that the tobacco smoke in this compartment was scented heavily with perfume. Perfume these thugs got spilled on them when a bottle of perfume broke in the opera singer's car during the fight.
Oh, that is wonderful, Mr. Carter. Wonderful.
Well, I couldn't be absolutely positive just from the perfume. And I couldn't know which of the 6 men in the compartment were the ones I wanted. And knowing that the men were armed, I had to be sure.
Yes, of course.
So I brought the dog in here, knowing that a chow would never stop hating the men who killed his mistress. And he supplied me with the additional evidence I needed. Then it was a very simple matter, as you heard, to get their confession.
And the jewels, will you get those too?
I shall notify the state police as soon as I can contact them. The snow slides and the marks I made going down the side of the cliff after the dog will mark the place closely enough.
That's wonderful. That dog's a smart dog, isn't he?
Well, a lot smarter than these 2 crooks. He'll never go to the electric chair. That's more than I can say for them.
In just a moment, Nick and Patsy will bring you a preview of next week's exciting case. But first, here's a worthwhile thought. These are busy times for streamlined efficiency in everything we do. And American homemakers everywhere are learning how much time they save when they preserve the natural beauty of their furniture with Linux Cream Polish, which cleans as it polishes in one easy process. Linux Cream Polish requires no tiresome rubbing, and in one quick, easy application removes cloudy dust and polish accumulation. It banishes messy fingerprints and helps conceal ugly scratches. Linux Cream Polish dries hard, too, leaving no oily film to attract more dust and make more work for you. So by all means, keep your treasured furniture lovely the easy way with Linux Cream Polish. Remember to ask for it at your dealers. If he hasn't received his supply of the 3 great Linux home brighteners, he'll probably have them soon. Ask him to save one or all of them for you. Acme will see that he gets them, and you get them, as quickly as possible. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. How about it, Nick? What thrilling story are you going to tell us next week?
Well, next week, Ken, I'm going to tell you a simple little story which begins when the milkman arrives at a customer's house to find the young wife tied up in the kitchen of her home and her young husband shot to death in his bed.
The local sheriff couldn't seem to make head nor tails out of the case. But when Nick took hold, he picked up a small clue here and another one there and got the right answer.
An answer, I may say, that was somewhat unexpected.
Is it an exciting case?
Well, tracking down a murderer is always exciting to me.
Well, what do you call the story, Nick?
I call it the two-pillow murder.
For the mystery of the milkman's discovery.
And that's all for now. So long, everybody.
So long.
And so long to you both, Nick and Patsy. We'll be looking forward to seeing you again next week. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, entitled
The Two-Pillow Murder. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Milkman's Discovery.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is a copyright feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. It is presented at this same time and over these same stations by the three great Linex home brighteners. Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme quality paint. In the Nick Carter Adventures, Lon Clark is starred as Nick. Ellen Choate is featured as Patsy. Original music is played by Lou White. The programs are written and directed by Jock McGregor. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linex dealers all over America and saying so long until next week. This is Mutual. Is Mutual. Is Mutual. Is Mutual.